Okay, welcome everyone, whoever's managed to stay up for the start of this. I'm just going to kick this off very quickly with an intro from Anne from CPSL Mind to let us know why she's supporting what we're doing. And this is a video you're going to see throughout the day. It's going to be played between every single guest.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I'm delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a 2nd year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
How's that? That's awesome, isn't it? Thank you, Ali, as well, for all the support that you've given to us on the way through here. And it's so awesome to see all these comments. You've woken me up because I was a bit worried that everyone was still asleep. So I appreciate you if you've stayed awake for the start of this. So just a bit of a reminder to why we're doing this. We did a campaign for Mind last year, back in March, and it was the We're Still Here campaign. And I can't believe we're here again in similar circumstances, trying to raise money for similar things. But it's the right thing to do. It's something that we wanted to do for a while with the 24-hour Liveathon thing. I thought it'd be a different circumstance, but hey, I don't mind. This is a great cause, and I'm so excited to see that we're getting all the support for it. So thank you. And yeah, I've just seen Ash. I've got your care package down here. I'm planning on opening at about 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to try and figure out how to work this, all the cafetiere and everything else. So appreciate the care package as well, and all the support that we've had in the build up to this is just phenomenal. I've got a little counter here which I'll update once I get Dave on here. I will update because I updated that before I went. I was going to say yesterday. No, I can say yesterday now. I think I left here about 8:30ish, and it was a £1,034, but it's actually up to nearly £1,300. So it's an unbelievable effort for the money that's already been raised. It's just amazing. So look, we want to encourage positivity, much like Ali's just said there. We want today to be a positive day. We want it to be something that we remember every year and hopefully revisit and do again, because this Blue Monday concept just needs to go away. We can't have Blue Monday being remembered this way. It's got to be a positive day full of stories, and you're going to hear from some amazing people, all from different backgrounds, stories of inspiration. We're going to get some support from Mind with 2 of their speakers that are going to bring us some training, some positive well-being, some mindfulness. It's going to be a fantastic day. So I'm going to be bringing on Dave in a minute. I can see him waiting in the wings. He's super awake and alert and ready to rock and roll. And he'll be with me in a minute. But just as a reminder, if you can, back on the live stream with me. Once you've gone to sleep, you should go to sleep. You're very happy that you're here with me now, but at some point you probably should go to sleep. But when you get back, please do continue to share this throughout the day. Invite other people to the stream. Keep commenting on it. Just keep it going throughout the day. And we'll be switching streams twice because of the limitations of StreamYard. So don't forget to visit shifties.co.uk/speak up if you want to donate, if you want to see the schedule for what's going on. I'm just going to say hello to some of these people that are on here. 1294, yeah. Yeah, okay, awesome. So yeah, let me just scroll up here. So, hey, Kirsty, looking forward to your session. So Christine's going to cover for me on 2 sessions this morning. One is with Kirsty and one is with Dan Jones. We've been invited to speak live on BBC Radio Cambridgeshire, and they're calling me at some time between 7:30 and 8, and that's Kirsty's session. So Christine's going to step in here as host for that, which I can't wait to see. Morning, Christine. Ollie Jenkins, thank you very much, Ollie Jenkins, for the work you did over the weekend to pull together all of the footage the BBC were looking for. Aina, good morning. Cam, good morning, mate. Dan, good morning. And again, Dan, thank you. What you posted in Shifties on Friday, with what you've been through and your family, it was so heartwarming to see. It was just amazing and very brave for you to speak up in that way. Hey, James, Mr. Hume, looking forward to your session too. But Mary Elena. Mary Elena is going to come and join us later this morning, where she's going to be doing some breathing explanation and education for us. And Mr. Devonshire, look, finally, James, you got an event that you can tune into. It's on your time watch, right? Mr. Ferguson, thank you very much. Now you need to be fresh, ready for when you get on here. I agree, Aina. Great. Evening, Donna. Evening, Anastasia. Thank you again for all the hard work over the weekend to make this happen as well. Ash, Mary Elena, brilliant. Look at this. This is great. Ed, Mr. Goodman, thank you very much, sir. Looking forward to our session. Jean-Luc, good evening, sir. Oh, this is great. Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, well, I've got a little tip. I got a little trick there, Stephen, for that's where that video is very useful. It's just long enough to go for a wee or make a coffee. Brilliant. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to, I know Dave was having a few issues with his connection, so we're going to try and get him in, and let's say hello to Dave and a massive thank you to him. Let's bring him on. Let's see if we can get him on here.
Yes, how we doing?
Mr. Duca.
Mr. Hughes, good to see you.
Yeah, man. I'm excited now. I'm pumped. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, me too.
Again?
I said, how's the connection? Is it any better?
Well, it's buffering. We're buffering.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Don't peak too early.
I've just seen Stephen's comment as well. Yeah, yeah, you did try and tell me, Stephen. Sorry about that.
Tally ho in the house. I assume you're seeing these comments as well.
Yeah, no, it's good. No, it's a pleasure to be here, buddy. It's so important we stay connected. So important we're open at the moment with each other. So awesome to see everyone still awake, and I'm looking forward to it, my friend. It's going to be interesting.
Awesome. So Dave, can you just give anyone who doesn't know who Dave is, if you give us a little bit of an intro into you and why this event was so important to you to get involved in?
Yeah, cool. So if I'm going to introduce myself honestly and openly, I am a family man first. So proud husband, proud father. But you guys will know me as the founder of the Tally Ho project. So the work we do with Tally Ho is going into primary schools, connecting with primary school students and having conversations about values that were inspired by the Second World War generation. So values like duty and unity, courage and resilience. We tell empowering, inspiring stories to kids, and we use it as a way to set up that conversation to say, this is how they got on with their life. So how does that apply to yours? Like, how can we discuss those core values and what do they mean to you going forward? So we just try and draw lessons from the past and try and make a difference to the present, which is what we do with Tally Ho, which is, I mean, really, this campaign's been awesome. It is awesome, and it brings a lot of really touches a chord with what we do at Tally Ho. So yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, although I might not be saying that at 3 o'clock this morning.
Be fine, man. Be fine. And your poster behind you, the duty, unity, courage, resilience. That's bang on exactly what we're doing, right? That's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. Yeah, strong personal values that can really get you through challenging times. It saw that generation through theirs, and I have no doubt it will see us through ours as well.
I lost you for a second there. So can anyone give us some feedback in the comments in terms of the audio, whether it's just my end or if it's coming from StreamYard? Whilst you're doing that, whilst you just get some feedback in the comments, I'm just going to update this number. So it's 1294 we've raised so far, yes. Dave.
Nice. What's the target by 7 then, Alex?
By 7?
Yeah, by the end of this shift. What are we going for?
I think I'll be really happy if we get to like I think I'll be really happy if we get to like 1,500. I think I'll be really happy with that.
Yeah,
I mean, to be honest with you, I'll be happy before with like 500.
Yeah, it's been an amazing few days for donations, isn't it? It's been incredible.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the relentless hard work of the Shifties community to continue to get the word out there. I mean, every time I turn on social media, I see someone someone from Shifties like putting it in a group or like sharing the fact that they spoke up, or it's just amazing to see the reaction to the community. Everyone seems to have bought into this. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, though, the community is so important. It shows you. I mean, all communities are important, but at the moment, because times are that tough, I think it's given everyone a really positive focus. It's given everyone something to look forward to, something to get involved with and have an interest in. So it's actually come at a really good time for a lot of people. just as a little focus to see us through this next little stage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's the issue I have, what I was having with audio is my end. So thanks everyone. I'm glad everyone else can hear. I'm just gonna have to kind of roll with that for the moment. But how's that look? 1294, look, as a starter.
Yeah, looking
So
good.
someone could just tick this over before you make sure before you go to sleep. If you haven't donated, donate and then get it over to 1,300. I'm going to check in between every break. So look, what I do want to do, because I know you know, I want those that need to go to bed to be able to go to bed at, like, you know, at least like 1 or 2 or something like that. I think, you know, this first couple of hours I want to be, and I said this to you before, I want to be the first person to kind of speak up and talk about my own. I don't tend to talk about myself much, which is a bit weird because I'm always on camera, I'm always on kind of video and stuff. So I just kind of wanted to share something. Firstly, before we go, we got 9 minutes before we go into a break, but I want to talk about back in March when the first lockdown came. I remember it being the week before. So this is why I know the 24 hours is okay. I didn't sleep. I mean, any business owner that's listening to this right now will be able to relate to this, but I didn't sleep for like a week. And I think, you know, you were there. You remember that time where we just kind of jumped on that live, and I completely broke down into pieces. I was just an absolute wreck. But I can tell you right now that up until then, I was just trying to hold it all in. I was kind of just, you know, banging my head against walls in here or not in here, in the hub and whiteboards, just trying to kind of suss it out, trying to figure it all out, thinking, yeah, everything's solvable. It's all in my control. I'm going to figure this thing out. It's all just, you know, we can deal with it. And it was only when it got to a point about 2 or 3 days before the full lockdown where I actually had I spoke to Christine and I was like, well, you know, actually I'm not all right. I don't think I'm all right. I thought I'm feeling like really, really bad right now. But when you've got employees and you've got, you know, family, you've got to kind of stand strong. It was extremely difficult, and I'm very, and I don't mind telling you now that, you know, I was in absolute pieces for days and weeks and months, and I don't even know if I'm even recovered from the first lockdown yet, if I'm honest. Like, I'm just in this constant cycle of burnout into I'm okay, into burnout. Oh, I mean, I'm okay, and this kind of roller coaster ride that we're all on. I think
everyone's felt that, haven't they? Everyone's experienced their own roller coaster this year. Yeah, it's been so intense.
It sucks, man. It's horrendous. And when you and I don't know if you've seen all of the speak up bubbles that we were posting the last few days.
Yeah, I have. I've seen some of them.
And when you hear those stories and you read those things and you look at you take some perspective into your own situation, you look at how other people are going through it. I mean, can you imagine being, a single parent in a flat? And this is just one example, a single parent in a flat with trying to run your own little business. You can't get out. You can't introduce your kids to they can't give them to your family. You can't go and do your thing. And you're in the creative industry, for instance, and you're just absolutely bad. I mean, it's just, everyone's got a very different situation, right?
They have. One
this
of those
whole same storm, different boat.
Did you read Lauren's bubble about having a newborn and bringing up a newborn under lockdown conditions?
Lauren's story was like, it was. I mean, Lauren better than I know Lauren, so her story deeper than her, and
Lauren's
it must be crazy.
My amazing niece, and her husband is in the forces, so he's away in Cyprus at the moment. So Lauren and James had their son Jacob during lockdown, and the whole start of his life he's been under these conditions, been under that cloud. So she has been up and down and experienced the joys of motherhood, but also the loneliness that lockdown's brought on. And like she said, the missing out on all those first pictures with family members, those first cuddles. And yeah, she's an absolute warrior. She's such a good girl. She's a real hard worker, but reading that bubble earlier on really hit home to me how hard it's been for her, and how, yeah, like you say, how hard it's been for a lot of people. It is great to find perspective. It really is.
Her she's so positive, man. Like, she's, every time I've spoken to Lauren, she gets involved in stuff, even over, you know, since lockdown, since she joined Shifties, you know, she gets involved in things. She's on the challenge. She's like, I want to get involved. How can I push? So she's still pushing on.
Do you know what,
even through all that?
Alex, I've got a bad reception. I've lost you again. You've frozen, buddy. I don't know if you can hear me still clearly or not.
I can hear you fine. No, I can't hear you now. It's always, let me disconnect this 1 second. We like technical challenges. Let me do this. Okay. We got this, man. Okay, you hear me now? You got me? Yeah, it's definitely something weird going down.
Yeah, she's amazing. Yeah, so she's just started going to be delivering her own courses as well. So she's still, like you say, she's still pushing. She's still working. She's got an incredible work ethic, mate. Yeah, absolutely amazing. She's such a good girl.
It's amazing. I think we're back. I think I'm back. We're going to cut back. I think what we'll do is we'll cut to an early break. You go restart up. I'm going to cut to an early break.
We do. Man.
We've got this, man. It's all good. It's all good.
We've got 7 hours to get it done.
You go restart. I got this.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I'm delighted to be involved in Shifties Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a second year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm sure David will be back. I think he's going to go and switch over to the Wi-Fi. He best be back. He best be back. Thank you. I've just seen some of these comments. I remember that very, very well. I've actually got that entire vlog. I'll release it at some point. I vlogged that entire week, and it was intense. But yeah, I remember it well. And likewise, Dee, look at your story. I can't wait to get you on later and tell some more of your story. If you haven't listened to Dee's Shifty success stories, I believe it's on Spotify now. You should go check it out. It's phenomenal. So let's just go through. I'm just going to quickly run through while Dave's just rejoined, so I can see him in the waiting room. I'm just going to wait for let his connection reestablish. Let's just run through the list of who we've got coming on today, and we'll just have a little bit of a check-in and see who we got coming on today. We have had one person, unfortunately, Sarah Lover Ellis, who's an amazing woman. She's, bless her heart, she's been off sick with COVID for a few weeks now. She thought she was going to be better. She texted me late last night just to say that she just can't do it, and she just can't get the strength to get herself on the live. So unfortunately, she won't be able to join us. But other than that, everyone else is confirmed. So we've got Lenka, who's with me at 7 o'clock. Lenka Kopova, and she's going to be dialing in from Czech. Bless her. I can't wait to speak to her. This Cambridge Social Media is the business she owns. We've got Kirsty Goddard, who we know is already watching. I can't wait to hear. I'm very interested, like many others, I'm sure, as to why she's referred to as Mrs. Sausage. And didn't you, Christine, say that there was a certain financial target we needed to hit for her to reveal why Mrs. Sausage is exactly her nickname? And at 8 a.m., I've got Mary Elena coming on to talk about who is Mary Elena. I can't wait to hear that. And we'll be talking without a shadow of a doubt about breathing, which I need to do more of when I'm on these cameras. I remember, Kirsty, don't you worry. 2K by 7:30. Right, 2K. That's our target now, Dave. We've got to get to 2K by 7:30 so we can hear why Kirsty is known as Mrs. Sausage. Then we have at half past 8, straight after Mary Elena, we have a most phenomenal woman coming to join us. Her name is Anne Bailey. She's a CEO of Form the Future. And I know, can you imagine running a business it's a CIC that works with schools, and we've done a bit of work with Form the Future. I spoke at their annual conference in November. And can you just imagine the stresses and strains on a business and the people that are running them during this time? So I'm really interested to hear her story over the last year. Then I've got my man, Mr. Goodman. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Boom, roll on 9 a.m. Mr. Goodman, the founder of Freelance Heroes. And I really want to speak to Ed about the work that he's doing over in St. Ives as well. He's doing some amazing things in that town. And it always is, to be honest. But he's also working on the Calm Initiative, which is a fantastic initiative related to mental health too. Then at 9:30, we've got Mr. Sachs, Victor Sachs, VS Associates. Anyone who knows Victor or has known him over the last couple of years, I've got notes here for the past 2 years' growth in particular. His transformation is phenomenal. You know, let alone leaving the corporate world some years back to kind of start up his own life and take control of his life for his family and for himself. What he's been, the transformation of this man over the last couple of years has been just unbelievable. Then we got this woman. I don't know who she is. Christine Griffey. Just a boss. Yeah. So Christine, my fiance is going to come join me at 10 o'clock, and we're going to talk a little bit about what it's like running businesses as a couple, and the ups and downs and the challenges of this, and hopefully have enough time to talk about the rituals that we have every year that enable us to do that. And we've built a life together now. We get to spend every single day together, and every minute almost, and it's amazing. So I can't wait to have Christine on the sofa with me. And I'll tell you now, you know, it's not easy. Like I'm sure she won't mind me saying, you know, I'm not easy to work with by anyone, by any means, and anyone who's worked with me knows that. So imagine living with me and having to deal with me on a daily basis. It's not an easy thing. Then at 10:30, another one of my favorite women in the world, Lynette Ellison, who's you wait till you see Lynette. She's just this bubble of energy, and you know, a phenomenal woman. Both Lynette and Lex, in fact, as a family, they're just amazing. And from Strong for Samson, charity and Action de Shen, she's just got an amazing story. And when I met her, must be blimey, I wish Tom Fordham was watching now, because he'd tell me I'm terrible with time. It was at a business show in St. Neots a couple of years ago now, and she told me her story and the disease that her son is born with, that it doesn't have a cure, and they're fighting every day to try and find a cure and try to look after their son and their family and everything else around it. But she's so positive. Her energy is just unbelievable. I mean, I cannot wait to introduce you to Lynette. And then we got Mr. Jones, the bearded digital guy from Rune Silk, and he's now with us at Shift as well, who's helping out. And he's busted his gut all weekend to make sure that the landing page is all set up and all the links work all right. And there'll be changes throughout today as well that he'll need to be on. So I really appreciate that. And again, if you haven't watched it already, if you're in the Shifties community, go check his live on Friday. Go check his live on Friday, because he shares something that's really, really close to him, and such a brave thing to do. And then to take us from 11:30 up to lunch, we've got Sarah Loddick. I love Sarah. I can't wait to get her on. Leaders in Flow is her business, and we're going to really dig deep into what flow means and how we can harness it. That takes us up to lunchtime, and I'm going to bring Dave back in now. I can see him there. Let's try again, shall we, mate? Here he is. He's back. That's better, I think. For now, it is anyway.
On my phone. We will overcome, Alex. Still good.
That's fine. It's all about this. That's what it's all about, right? I'm just going through the schedule. I'm going to continue to do that, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine. Some amazing speakers.
Cool. And then we've got, so then at, after lunchtime, we've got, and I know she's already watching, Aina. Love this woman. So Aina is the first person. She was on our first Shift Accelerator program. Probably the first person to come through Shift Accelerator program that didn't know of us before. So got us through the ads, and has now grown in the community and doing amazing things. And she's going to be opening up our first beta event in Oxford. So Shifties will be expanding to Oxford via Aina at some point, and I can't wait to tell everyone more about that. Okay, then at 12:30 we have Stephen Ferguson. I know he's watching, the St. Neots mayor. I didn't know the name of any mayor of this town until I met Stephen Ferguson, if I'm honest with you.
No, me neither. Exactly the same.
He has done amazing things here. Like, you see him everywhere. He really, really cares, and and I know this, he genuinely cares.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. He is. Do you know what it is? He's actually relevant for the first time. We have a mayor who's in touch with the people, who's in touch with what's going on, and it makes all the difference. Yeah, it's massive. I've been privileged to have a walk and a chat with Stephen, and he's got the right idea without a shadow of a doubt.
He's a top man, and he doesn't mind sharing his opinion as well, which is not a bad thing.
No, he's himself. That's what you want. That's what we need. That from politicians. We need that from everyone. It's just to be open, be honest, be yourself. And I think that's the world needs more of that.
Damn right. And then we have at 1 o'clock, we got a quiz. Jack Scarf's coming on, he's just started his own business called The Mortgage Mentor. But he's a massive mental health advocate, been through a lot himself, and he's going to come on and quiz me and Christine about mental health. So this will be interesting. And he's going to give £5 donation for every question we get right. So no pressure at all, right?
Very nice.
Now, I'm just going to say, before we go into that, right, before we get into that quiz, or when we get there later, Christine has been on the mental health first aid training with Danielle, as has 90% of the staff here. I myself and Cliff, we couldn't get on that same batch, so I'm not trained. So I'm just going to put it out there, just in case, you know. I guess I lose horribly, but you know what? This is what it's all about for me, Dave. I'm not here trying to, you know, say anything other than I just want to be a voice, put the platform out there, and say, you know, let's just talk, let's just openly talk.
Yeah, I think so. And like you say, Dan's post from the other day, the shares, we were briefly speaking about Lauren before the connection went earlier on. Everyone is opening up, and that's what it's all about. It's about speaking up. It's about being honest and just about being open. There's no need to hide or to feel anything other than how you feel. Everyone's got every right to. Man, let's come together. Let's connect. It's important. Community is important. Togetherness is important. That's what this is all about, without a shadow of a doubt.
Did you see, Stephen? No, we're not allowed to do swears when we're on. We might be on. What time are you on? Let me just have a look. When's Stephen on? We might be on the radio at that time, you know. No, but be careful, and I have to be careful. And one thing I thought about this, Dave, on the way in. One thing I'm quite excited about is that, and that's why I like doing lives. I know you're a big fan of doing lives as well. You can't be anything other than you when you're live for 24 hours. Like, it's just impossible. No, so if I might swear a few times, it's part of me, unfortunately, but I'll try to avoid it.
It's all part of the process. I've tried when I do the work with Tally Ho to try and be the face of Tally Ho, be more of a historian. And I find it so much harder, so much more draining than when I just rock up and just be like, I am who I am, and you know, take it or leave it, really. And it is so much easier. And especially, like you say, for you, 24 hours, my friend, there's nowhere to hide, is there?
Nah, there's nowhere to hide, man. Don't remind me. And then at 1:30, we've got Neil Baradwa from the Cambridge Fruit Company.
Yes.
This guy's the man. I tell you, they've done some amazing things through lockdown. I mean, right at the start of lockdown, they had to completely pivot. They weren't doing retail. They were doing, you know, B2B. They were a supplier. Next thing you know, he's doing fruit boxes and whatever else. And I'd ask him to maybe he'll eat. What is the fruit? There's a fruit he won't eat. I'll have to remember. I think it's grapefruit. Like, it's a weird thing. He won't eat grapefruit. He hates them. So during lockdown, he said, I don't know, someone dared him. One of the staff said, look, you know, if you eat one live, then we'll raise, you know, someone will, you know, give £500 to charity or something. And and I think they end up raising like $2.5 grand for charity just for eating a grapefruit. And it says,
he's someone I've got massive respect for throughout this lockdown. Of the way, because he was on a CSR event that I was on, and so I had the privilege to hear him speak then. And Jemima Wilcox, the Wilcox Collective, has been a big part of his journey. She's helped build his emailing team with the newsletter and helps him with his marketing. And he does good things. He's full of personality, full of life, and he's actually made a difference. And I think the last 10 months or so, everyone's been doing their bit. Everyone's been trying their hardest, but there's been a few shining lights who have made a real difference, and he is one of them. He's done amazing work.
Definitely. No, I can't wait. I've only had the privilege of speaking to him on Zoom for about half hour during lockdown a few months ago, and it just, like you say, it's just him. It's just a guy. It's just such a genuine bloke. It's great. I can't wait to speak to him. That's gonna be great there. What else we got here? So then we have, Danielle Bridge at 2:00.
Trouble.
I mean, that is trouble, isn't it? That's a lot of trouble coming our way. Oh, she's just a phenomenal. I mean, how can you describe how much, like, what a woman that lady is?
Danielle is incredible. She's just a force of nature, isn't she? She is. I mean, you hear people say she's 1 in a million, or people are 1 in a million, but Danielle truly is. Danielle and I used to study the same martial arts. I've known Danielle for a good few years now. I've trained with her. She's always been like this. She's just amazing, full of personality, full of strength, so open. It's just incredible. And do you know what I find as well fascinating is with ABC Life Support, on every level it just ticks all the boxes, and it just reflects her massively. Like, she gives life-saving, education to people. I mean, she makes that kind of profound difference in the world, that people go on then and save a life from the information she's given. She also then offers the same information for free to the underprivileged, which is incredible as well. And she does it all under the guise of a CIC, so she doesn't personally profit from it. So anyone that runs a business like that, man, you've got my complete respect. I love Danielle to bits. I think she's awesome.
She there's probably, I don't know, at least 10 things that stay in my head because of her. Like, the asking people how they are twice. Like, that's always sticks with me. Now, when I have time and I see someone that I think may need it, I always ask twice, and I'll never forget that. I know it's a little thing, but it's something that I'll never forget. And she's amazing. I can't wait to get her on it, because she's so. And you know what? Both Danielle, a massive thank you to Danielle. I hope she's asleep, because she's up. She's got a busy day tomorrow as well. Because I imagine she's also got to be out there. Luke Newman's same. There's a lot of people that are out because it's Blue Monday, and it's, again, I'm going to do this, inverted commas, most depressing day of the year. They've got a lot of PR stuff to do. And Danielle and Lee Smith are both representing Shifty's BBC Look East as well. So a massive thank you to both of you for that.
Yeah, amazing.
Awesome. Okay, who else we got? So then we're into half two. Then we've got a creating your own well-being plan, which is a self-compassion and gratitude guide from CPSL Mind, which is going to be fantastic. It's 2:30. A bit of training there. And then at 3:00, we've got the most positive man in the world, Mr. Positivity. He's built it into his entire brand, Mr. Joe Glover. I know you've met Joe now.
Yeah, definitely. No, I look forward to hearing that.
He's quite literally, his Positively Lovely is his brand. That is the marketing meetup. That is Joe in a nutshell.
Isn't that just perfect though? When he came out with that and he did that launch, it just sums him up and it up brilliantly, doesn't it? No pretense, anything. I thought that was brilliant. Yeah, and the thing is, he kind of is.
He just is. He's just like a barrel of positivity. That's exactly what he is.
He's a top man. I've got a lot of time for Joe.
So I look forward to that. Then we're at 3:30. We've got my neighbour, who would normally be downstairs, Naomi Rose. She's the owner of Elsie Mays, and I know they've been through hell this year. So I know she's got a lot to share. She's got a really interesting background as well in musicals and all sorts of wacky, wonderful things that she's got planned for Elsie Mays. So I think a lot of our focus will be on trying to get positive about the future, because I know she's got. Have you been down there? It's just a wonderful space that they've got. They just can't use it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's tragic, isn't it? There's so many spaces like that on there where. Well, I had a stroll through town today with them and the girls, and you just hope and pray that everyone can find a way out of this and back onwards and upwards. It's going to be a tough old slog, but I think they can do it. And I just, like you say, places like that. They can play actually a real big part in the revival and recovery, because let's face it, after this year, we're going to want to be out and we're going to want to be together. And it's going to be venues like that are going to make those memories. So, yeah, absolutely. I wish those guys all the best.
Well, I did hear from her yesterday. She promised me some baked goods, a care package. So I'll look forward to it. She's an amazing baker, by the way. Amazing baker. Nice. She's got a thing called a cronut. So it's is it a cronut? She calls it a cronut. Christine would tell me. She used it when she's testing stuff in the bakery. She'll bring us little goodies to try. It's same as like Mrs. D. You know, we're very lucky in that sense. And it's a cross between a croissant and a donut.
Oh, nice.
Imagine it. I don't know. Oh, unbelievable. Okay. Yeah, no problem at all, Aina. Thank you for coming here for the start. Go sleep. Thank you very much, and we'll see you throughout the lineup tomorrow evening. Cliff doesn't sleep anyway, so Cliff's on. He doesn't sleep, so he'll be here to the end. And no, you're right, Jean-Luc. You won't be able to. Honestly, once we get going into when the guests start rolling, it's going to be phenomenal. I need it to be because I've got to try and stay awake for it. Okay, and then at 4:00. Mr. Magic Man himself, Lee Smith's going to come and join me. That's just going to be great. And I mean, here is a man who, you know, is out there in demand everywhere he goes, you know, top of his game, high performer, you know, unbelievable, always surrounded by people, 3 or 4 gigs a day, stop. You know, he's had the last year homeschooling his kids. He's gone from I'm out there, I'm in the hospitality, the wedding industry, entertainment, events. I mean, so I know personally because I've been there with him and for him over the last year, the roller coaster of an emotional ride he's been on and other people in his industry. And he really does represent exactly the struggles that people are going in that industry. So I can't wait for him to come on and share that with us. Okay, and then we've got 4:30. We've got another session from CPSL Mind, which is creating your own well-being plan for the year, which would be cool. And then Rachel Hales. Now, Rachel Hales has been phenomenal on this. I only met her through LinkedIn. We haven't actually met, but we met through LinkedIn at the end of last year, and her energy was just like, it just blew my mind. You know, she's got a business called Get Synergized, and
so she just got married. Was she Rachel Bryant?
That's right.
Yes. So she organised the event that I was on with Neil. So yeah, I've met her as well, and yeah, she is a positive girl, isn't she?
Bundle of energy.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, so what really caught my eye was how her entire focus is around kind of, it's all collaboration. It's all about exactly like that, getting events together, bringing other people together, and then she's put me in touch with other people during all of this that has helped create this entire buzz. So I can't wait to speak to Rachel. One, to thank her for her help on the build up, but also just to hear her story.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, she came across really, really well when I met her before. We were lucky enough, I was in her breakout room, so we had sort of 10 minutes where it was just a few of us chatting away. She's got a lot of good ideas, really bubbly, really well connected, but proactive, everything you would want in that industry. So yeah, she's that'd be interesting. I look forward to that. It's my intention, Alex, is to crash out on the sofa and have you on all day and just to watch everything. That's
awesome. That's awesome.
I want to get you through the night, get you energized through the night, and then I'll just watch how it develops throughout the rest of the day.
Well, it's much appreciated, man. It's much appreciated. And then at 5:30 we have the English Tony Robbins.
Yes,
that is Justin Lee.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I don't know if you don't. I don't know if he's mentioned, but he might have a book he might want to talk about. I don't know.
Has he read a book?
He won't be here because he's got his routine that he's got to.
No, you know. Justin's a top guy, man. He's on the case, isn't he? He really is.
Man, I love him. I tell you now, you know, he is an absolute animal when it comes to growth. You know, growth is in his DNA. I mean, it's in his family's DNA, quite frankly. I mean, they're all high performers. They're all very ambitious people, and but their energy that he brings to a room is just amazing. He just lifts people up, and he really cares. He really cares about his community and really, really supporting what we're doing. I've got some massive collaborations coming up with Justin into 2021. I can't wait to work with him in a more professional way.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, I've had the privilege of his company online, so we've had a Zoom chat, but I've never met him in person. So that's one of the strange quirks of this year.
Really?
All the people that you're listing and we're talking about, I feel like I know so many of them and you, but really I only got active in the community in March and April. So I've got all this to come. So yeah, that first end of month meetup is going to be a hell of a bash, isn't it?
Oh, mate. Oh, well, I mean, well, he spoke at the last, so the last big meetup we had was in January last year. This time last year, we had our end of year gathering, and we were in Bohemia. We had Joyrider, big shout out to Joyrider, amazing. And Justin did a talk there alongside Danielle, and it was just amazing. Honestly, he got us all talking. He just gets it. You know, he just gets it. He gets people right. And then after that, we have again someone else like in terms of what you just saying. For me, is Jamie Archer, who's coming to have a chat with me, building better minds. Now, Jamie is someone I've followed from a distance for a little while, and in the build up to the Speak Up Liveathon, I bumped into him 10 p.m. in a garage on the way home after being late in the office. Surprise, surprise. And I saw him. I was like, dude, I need you on the Speak Up Liveathon. He was like, what is this? I had no idea. He kind of knew who I was. We kind of follow each other on Instagram and stuff. We interact with each other, whatever else, but we haven't had a chance to actually have a conversation like this. So I've got Jamie coming in, and he's a massive mental health advocate for the construction industry. And as you know, men, construction, and they have some pretty dark stats that come with those two things. So he's a great guy to have involved in this. I'm really privileged to have him involved. And have you come across him?
Yeah, I have. Well, I've been the same as you. I've been aware of him, of his work for a couple of years now. What I really like about him is he has got a way of communicating with the demographic of person that probably wouldn't necessarily reach out to someone like Justin or someone else like that. He's got a way of communicating on a different level, which I really like and appreciate. So I think he captures a lot of people that perhaps otherwise wouldn't be captured. So yeah, no, I've been aware of who he is. So that again, it's another interesting one. Got some cracking guests, mate.
I know it's getting there, so it's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's also on. So he's tuned into Black Cat. I think he's on about 9 o'clock in the morning. And he's going to give us a big shout out. Again, it's another person that times like this, he's pulled into. I think he's on BBC's and ITV. He's getting pulled left, right, and centre. So I really, really appreciate his time and support in this campaign. It's great to have him on board.
Yeah, top man.
And then we move into 6:30. We've got Lee Kearns, who's the chairman of St Neots Football Club, and they have kindly donated, by the way, a season ticket and 2 shirts as well. And I've met Lee. We got together. I think it's about August, September time. We've kind of come across each other in passing. We've hosted some events at St Neots Football Club over the last couple of years. Back when we were doing Big Bear Learning, we used to ram that place. It was great. And we got together to have a chat about a shared passion of ours, which is supporting the next generation, much like yourself, Dave. In through education and how we can support them. Obviously, a lot of young people, when they're having challenges at home or they're having challenges at school or having challenges in life, they turn to sport. Sport's a big draw to them, and I do believe that entrepreneurship, from my side of things, is a good savior for young people as well that falling out of the education system and things. So we have a shared passion for that sort of thing. So
absolutely. Yeah, they've got the academy over there now as well. They have done for a few years, haven't they? So yeah, they've got the right ideas, definitely, and a really generous donation, generous prize.
Oh well, I'm going to need a whole other session. We're going to be all right, man. We're going to be up to 7. But by the time I list out all the prizes, I will come back to that after the next session.
We knew from the start, Alex, we haven't got enough time. We need more than 7 hours.
Absolutely, man, absolutely. And then at 7 o'clock, and this was Sarah Lovett Ellis's slot. We're going to do something else. I may bring Dave back if he's alive. I may persuade him to do so and come and talk to us again. If not, then it may be that Christine and I go deeper on how we operate as a couple or something like that. But we'll replace it with something for sure. And then at 7:30, I don't know if he's watching this right now. I hope he is. But Mr. Kersop, Mike Kersop, is coming to join me. I just love him. I don't know what else to tell you. I just love this man. Every time I see him, I just want to give him a massive hug because he's just such an inspiration of what he's been through the last 20 odd years is unbelievable. You
I
talk about
find him
resilience.
a really inspiring character. I don't actually personally know him, although I know of his story through some of his open shares and having him on your Monday Night Live. But he's someone that's lived, and and the thing about mental health and self-development and coming through it, you have to live, you have to experience it and go through it. And I mean, you can just tell he's got a strong story, and he speaks from a real position of power, and that power is experience. Like, he's been there. So I look forward to that. What time's that one, Alex?
That's 7:30. Yeah.
Do you know what? That's one that I really don't want to miss. That's one I'd really tune in for, and I look forward to that.
He's an amazing man.
Yeah. How long have you known him for?
How long have I known Mike?
Yeah.
So I met Mike through so when I first got into business, best part of 5 and a bit years ago, I met Mike at a networking event. We used to get up at 6 in the morning to go to this thing on a Friday morning. And I met same place I met Ian McLaughlin, same place I met Russ Edgar, same place I met Rebecca Thatcher. So it was kind of the real startings of Shifties without it even being a thing. Those relationships were being born. I remember walking into the room, and as I say, at 6 in the morning, I'm terrible early mornings. I'm terrible. I can't. I hated it. I absolutely hated this thing. But it was an essential thing to do when you started a business at the time. It was just there. And he was in a naughty corner, always making jokes of Ian. They were just, they're just the lads, having a laugh. I get attracted to that sort of thing. And ever since then, we've just kind of hit it off in that sense. And he's just a great guy. And I lean on people like Mike and Ian, especially at events where we just have a giggle and have a laugh. I mean, I saw Mike post up the other day. Christine posted a replay of or a memory on Facebook of last year's end of year gathering. And I do remember, Mike, he was right. It resulted that night. I think we were in the hub until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning afterwards. And it was just us sat around the table, glass of whiskey, having a chat. He's just a lovely man. Lovely, lovely man.
Yeah. Top man. I look forward to that one.
A night to you, Mary Lena. We need you nice and fresh to come and freshen us up and wake us up when you get on live. So thank you for tuning in for the first hour. Much appreciated. And thank you as well for your donation to the prizes, because Mary Lena has donated 2 prizes. One, I believe, is a subscription to her online offering, which, again, here is a lady who has completely pivoted her business overnight against all odds and has been through so much. So thank you. Go get some sleep. And then after Mr. Kersop, we got another man that we both have a shared admiration for in Mr. Luke Newman. For Men to Talk, they do wonderful things. Again, another CIC. He just puts on this great group that's just like this. They meet up, they have a chat, they look after each other. He signposts. He's just a mass. But far beyond that as well. He's if you look at the stuff he does for charity. He might have played for England at some point. He might mention that once or twice. I always tease him about that.
No, Luke's absolutely got the right idea, hasn't he? He has. And do you know what I love about it is the way For Men to Talk is developing. It's just come from really genuine and honest roots. Like, he just shows up. He's just there every week. He shows up for his community. It doesn't matter whether it's 5 or 25 or 30, that he'll be there. And it means so much. I think when you run events like Luke's doing and what you're doing tonight, Alex, it's there may be that one person that needs your help. You might put in so much effort. We might not raise a lot of money. All these things could happen, but it might just help that one person. And Luke does that week in and week out. There could be someone that rocks up to one of his events who needs that open conversation, needs to lean on someone, and he's there for them. And again, top man. And again, I've got so much respect for anyone that runs a business as a CIC, because business should be about giving back. It shouldn't be about profit solely. And again, Luke, he's definitely, his motivation is
spot on. He does it for the right reason. So yeah, he's a top man. I've been lucky enough to have a good chat with Luke, and we'll be working together this year when the lid lifts, which I look forward to.
Oh, damn right, man. Damn right. I can't wait to see that as a combo. That's gonna be awesome. Okay, and then into so 8:30 till 9, we've got Kenda McDonald. Now, Kenda is awesome. So she was one of my favorite speakers at Cambridge Social Media Day. She owns a business called Automation Ninjas. So what I wanted to get out of her head is, so although she's happy to share, like honestly, she's so bubbly. She's just so straight up. It's great. But what I want to talk to her about is how we can utilize automation as businesses, as business owners, that can free us up more time so we can spend on ourselves. And I think that's it's something that where we can, there's a lot of this between, from this is where a lot of that between technology and humans. But actually, it can be harnessed in a good way to enable us to do more with ourselves.
Yeah, do you know her background? How has she got those skills? How has she sort of come across that as a sort of area of expertise?
I don't know. I'm going to ask her though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. That's quite a unique little niche she's got there.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like honestly, like I'm a massive automation fan, and at the end of the day, it's efficiency is everything when you're a business owner. So I'm keen to learn more.
Yeah, you know me, I'm old school, back to basics for me. So I've got an awful lot to learn on that.
Well, you need to tune in then, mate. And then we have this lady who's just the first thing she does, look, the douche. We are so happy to see you on at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I don't think we have enough time to share the stories that you've got to share with us, but in particularly the last year, to see where you've gone from, with the way that you came into this community, and you're not even just shifties in this and it's in the area we live in.
Yeah.
The energy she's put in, the donuts that were donated, donate a donut was just, it wasn't even a business.
What it is, Alex, like she's just exploded onto the scene. She became a household name within a couple of weeks, it felt like. Yeah, I mean, again, I've never met Dee in person, but again, I watched the Monday Night Live of her. That's a very real and powerful story. Someone who's lived it, someone who's experienced the highs and the lows. And that experience she's showing, she's bossing it. It's great, isn't it?
That's amazing. I can't wait to get her back on. I'm really excited to see you again, Dee. I know you're absolutely up to it as well. I know you've got so much on your plate, bless you. I know everyone has, so I really appreciate everyone's time for this. Okay, and then we're nearly there. So that takes up to 9:30. Then we have, now I can't wait to get, you won't know this, but you might do. He's my old friend. We grew up together. Brett Redman. He's just started his own podcast called Bad Intentions Boxing. He's a massive boxing fan, and he's actually just got himself a license. So I think he had, who did he have on the other day? I can't. Carl Greaves. He is interviewing the other day, and he's just had funding arranged and supported for another documentary with Sky Arts, which is just amazing. So he's a prison officer. This is a guy I'm happy to share with you now. This is a guy when we weren't good boys. we were not good lads. We were nice people, I think, but we were always in trouble, running around like nutters, doing bad things we shouldn't be doing. And it's so good that I've managed to get someone on here that has known me since I was 13. We really grew up together, so I can't wait to bring Brett on. It's gonna be awesome.
Is he still local? Still based?
Yeah, he's still local. Yeah, married. Married's got a few kids. He's just again. He's such a great guy. He's just a good person. He's got a great heart. He's such a wonderful man. And I'm so happy to see him, pursuing his passion, which is boxing. And he's got a journalist license now, so he can actually, speak to boxers. And he's got this podcast he wants to launch, and he's doing it. He's making it happen. It's amazing during lockdown.
Yeah, top man.
Good night, Donna. Go get some sleep. Absolutely. Come tune back in. It'd be great to see you in the morning.
Sweet dreams.
And then we have at 10 o'clock, Tim Richardson. So you'll know him from Art and Soul. He's the owner of Art and Soul, or
Yes.
co-owner of Art and Soul.
Yes. Yeah.
He also owns a company called Waverley Learning. So he's a leadership coach. So he's got loads of experience, international coach. He's got loads of experience. He's got loads of really cool stuff to share with us. I can't wait to have him on.
Is this the chap who does the resilience workshops?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, again, and I think as well, but what I understand, he's been quite busy and active throughout lockdown. One of these heroes who's just been under the radar and just doing his work. So yeah, no, that'd be really interesting as well. Alex,
That'd be great.
It's such a cool lineup, isn't it? It's amazing.
It's not bad, eh? Not bad. D, good night. Please do. I mean, make sure. Okay, if you're going to drop some in, drop them in the afternoon, because I don't want them in the morning, because I'll flag hard. But in the afternoon, I want a nap.
Good night, D. Sweet
Yeah,
dreams.
good night. I'll see you tomorrow, or later today, as it might be. And then at 10:30, I've got Sarah Anthony from North Point Academy. Again, an amazing coach. I've known Sarah through Ed Goodman's Boom. He runs a mastermind over in St Ives. I met Sarah through that, and again, she's a wonderful person. She's joined Shifty's community. She gets involved. She wants to support, and she has also donated a prize as well. And some of the people, in fact, D has also donated a prize. We'll go to prizes at like 3 a.m. or something, Dave, and we'll give everyone a shout out for that. It might take us an hour, but yeah, no. Sarah's a wonderful lady, and I can't wait to share her story as well.
Nice.
And then we finish off. So the last guest we've got is our awesome dancing digital man. Oh, some feedback on my end. Sorry, it might be. There's some crackly stuff. Right, let me just change this. Always gonna have a few challenges. Are you hearing that, Dave?
I can hear it now. Yeah, it's coming through. It's a bit crackly your end.
Okay, we're going to take a break. Right. See you back in 4.5 minutes.
Yes, we'll get there, Alex.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns, and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a second year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
It's weird, man. I think this should be okay now. You hear me okay?
Good.
Yeah, something weird. That was weird. Say me again. You hear me?
Yeah, just cracking again, Alex. Yeah.
1 second then. Because it's not the mic. It's definitely because it was doing it through that video as well. Very strange. Let me just try something else. Let me just turn this one off. We've got plenty of time, haven't we, at least?
We certainly have, yeah. Whilst Alex is sorting out the technical side, if anyone's still awake and anyone's still watching, then we commend you. Thank you for sticking with us. It's going to be an interesting and, I reckon, pretty powerful night, Alex. I'm really looking forward to it. I've got a list of questions down that I'm going to put to you as well. So I want to do a bit of digging. I want to go deep in the world of Alex Hughes.
Well, let's wait till that number hits 0 first. I'm very confused by this audio issue. You can hear me okay, right? But it's just crackly.
I can hear you, but it is crackling a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I say, Alex, you keep working away, but just listening to those speakers that are going to be on board for the rest of the day, it's amazing. Really powerful lineup, incredible speakers, incredible stories at a time where openness is what everyone needs, really. The open example, the empowering example, just share where they've been and what they're up to can really, it can really offer the sort of, I don't know, just the example that sometimes people need. It just takes hearing someone else and associating with their story to perhaps open up, but like you're not completely alone. So, yeah, it's going to be a really amazing day.
I'm very proud of the guest list, mate.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing.
I'm just confused by this because I've changed the mic now, but it seems to be fine, and then it's not fine. So we'll go with it.
Well, we're fine at the moment, so let's go with it, and then I'll let you know if anything changes, buddy.
Okay, cool. So the last guest I haven't spoke about yet was the one who just said, "I'm still here," which is Mr. Hume. I can't wait to get you on, James, and let's get you dancing again. Those moves. Do you have a pack of crisps behind me? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. It's very strange. Very strange. But I think we'll just have to stick with it for the moment. And I can change my order. I think it's something to do with StreamYard, if I'm honest, or the sensitivity of this mic. But yeah, let's see how we go. It does sound like there's something like behind, doesn't it? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Good to see you, and we will see you tomorrow. I'm looking forward to this.
Good night, Stephen. Sweet dreams, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Let's have a little look at the. Let's have a little refresh of the fundraising.
Oh, wouldn't it be good if we've got one?
1396.
Yeah, boy, nice.
insane. That's £100 in an hour.
Yeah, that's awesome, Alex. To be honest, I didn't know whether anyone would donate through the night because obviously everyone would be asleep. But that's great.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it?
I think as well the power of this event as well. Everyone's had a real vested interest in that. Like, Em and I have been refreshing the last 2 or 3 days, getting a run in total. I think everyone really cares, mate. And actually, I think we can all do it. I can see us getting to the 10.
Mate, it'd just be amazing. Would just like it would. I mean, I'm already happy as we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I'm already happy that we've already achieved what we want to achieve with the event, because I've had conversations with people over the last week that they wouldn't have had those conversations if it wasn't for this event. They wouldn't have spoken to me about it. Now they know I care. I think they knew I care anyway, but I'm now saying I'm here.
Yeah. I think as well, it's everyone knows, Alex, the person you are, that you're there for them, the community's there for them. But I think this time round especially, it's the timing. It's the timing of obviously Blue Monday anyway, but the third lockdown, the year we've had 10 months of struggle and pivoting constantly, of not being able to plan ahead in the future. Like everyone's planning a week ahead or 4 weeks ahead. No one can plan any further than that. So it's been a real challenging year. And I think the timing of this event is as important as the sentiment, because everyone needs it and they need it now, which is, again, the real strength of what happened at the start. Because, again, you were there. The community was there for people when they needed it then as well. It's all about support. It's all about community, but it is all about timing. And this shows that you and the community are here for anyone out there that needs it. Just drop us a message and we're here.
Damn right. I think I know what it is. I think I've identified it. 1 second.
You do it. I'll throw some shapes while you're out. That's all I've got. What do you reckon, guys? See, this is where it all gets a bit lucid. Whoever's watching now, as we get through the night, the witching hour.
How's that? No. What is it? It's going to frustrate me.
It was fine for the first hour or so, bud.
I don't know, man. It's weird. Like and the thing is, it's not like I can just shut it off, because otherwise, then the whole thing. Unless I make you, can I make you an admin or something? I don't want to jump off it and then jump back in. Otherwise, it might cause problems.
I'm on my phone as well, Alex. So I've got a really limited view, so I can't actually see anything other than you and I and a few basic buttons. I can't see the chat or the feed or anything like that at the moment.
But I'm just going to remove myself and put myself back in.
Right, the stage is mine.
Awesome.
What should we talk about then, guys?
I don't think it worked. I think that's better.
No, it's still the same, buddy.
Well, there's our first challenge of the evening.
The beauty of it is we can sort it out throughout the night. By the time 7 o'clock rolls around, if nothing else, then we just iron out all the technical issues.
Yeah, that's very true. I just don't like. I use this for a year. It's like, but no one's typing. I'm not typing either. Like, I know I look like I am, but I'm not typing.
No.
It's cool. We're gonna find this out.
Go on, keep hunting, Alex. So, Alex, whilst you're hunting, let me just talk about perhaps.
Do your thing, man.
Say again.
Yeah, you do your thing. I'll be with you in a sec.
Yeah. So I suppose what I would talk about is how this year's been such a roller coaster for all of us. And the thing is, everyone has felt it at different times. We've all been on the ups. We've all been on the downs. And that is absolutely fine. Everyone's got every right to feel exactly how they feel. It's been such a crazy, crazy year. So for us at Tally Ho, obviously we had loads of plans for the year. We were building a network of primary schools. We had some new talks that we were looking at, and then that is all was completely paused and put on the back burner. And as lockdown happened, we kind of exploded into it with real energy, real positivity. We felt it was a real important moment for us to have a presence and try and have a positive presence, and also draw from a generation who had been there before and had experienced this kind of sort of global scale issue or challenge that we have to rise to. But for me personally, I mean, we powered through the first few months. We were delivering online sessions into schools, and then it just caught up with me, and I found that actually, as everyone else had perhaps dipped and then was on the rise again, man, we really, or I personally really ran out of steam. And for me, like the last part of 2020 was the most challenging. The December and even over Christmas, I found really, really tough. And I don't know why, and I don't know where it came from. But it just shows you the real up and down nature of the year. How amazing though that everyone is together, that we are still united, that there is still this strong community that we can all be part of. I think it's actually a really, really powerful thing, and it fills me with a lot of hope moving into this year, 2021. I know it's been a challenging start, but do you know what? This year can still be anything we want it to. We've just got, I feel like we have to get to the point where the sun shines, the weather's on our side, and just imagine that feeling over the summer where we can hopefully lift the lid a little bit on this and start to see each other and express ourselves and have some fun, have some barbecues. And I think as much as we can only practically plan a week ahead, 2 weeks ahead, it's nice to always have that vision in mind of, we will get back to normal. It will be a new normal, so we can't change that, but we'll get back there, and it will be incredible when we do. I just absolutely can't wait. But yeah, it's been a year full of, I mean, the weird thing I found about it is, as much as it's been really challenging and really hard and just way out there, there's been a lot of it that's been incredible, and I've absolutely loved. So for me personally, I define myself first and foremost as a dad, as a father, and I can't deny the absolute privilege that it's been spending this much time with my children. I never ever would have dreamt in a million years that. So I have two daughters. One is 12, one is 14. It's quite a pivotal age in their lives, really. And I suppose traditionally, my eldest, especially at 14, she could have gone off and just experience everything a 14-year-old does. But this has given us the opportunity just to have a more positive influence on a daily basis. And it's been quite incredible. It's been a real privilege. So because we have quite a traditional setup here. Emma, my wife, would be the one who would do the summer holidays. She would do the whole childcare throughout summer holidays whilst I work. So initially I felt like, wow, this is what a summer holiday feels like amazing. And then that's just developed as the year's gone. So it's been really, really tough. But I think also it's always so important to draw on those positives, to be optimistic, and to focus on the good. And for us, it's been that real intense family time that we would never ever have experienced if it wasn't for 2020 and the way it's panned out. So I mean, it's just been the highs and lows of a crazy year, but yeah, one that I was going to say in the strangest of ways I wouldn't change. Of course there's massive parts of it that I would change, but always look forward, always be positive, always be optimistic, and there is a bright future ahead for all of us. We've just got to work our way through this next period and get there.
That was awesome, man. I've still got issues, but it was nice hearing that while I was sorting the issues.
It sounds a lot better, mate. You're not cracking.
Does it?
Yeah. He's back in the game.
Yay! Right, yeah, I've just changed every component I could possibly change.
Just don't move, don't touch anything. All right, just stay there for the next 6 hours.
Listening to you there, Dave. Would you are you pretty thankful for the time you've had this last year?
Yeah, it's weird. I am.
It's such a weird thing to say. I know.
I almost went past the tipping point. Though I was at the stage where it was all very new and was like life was so busy and so intense, and then it stopped, and it gave everyone that moment of pausing and sort of reflecting, and we really analysed in our house what we were doing, what we were spending our money on, what we were spending our time on. And I really embraced the time with Tally Ho. So initially, yeah, absolutely. And then I almost reached a tipping point whereby I need my life. I need to get out. I need to challenge myself and make a difference and get out there. And finding it really restricting, I found hard. So I'm claustrophobic. So everyone has their fear. Mine's claustrophobia. So my whole being is about freedom. So this is why I adore the Second World War generation the way I do, because they fought for freedom. And I love the fact that the Battle of Britain took place in the air, and the clouds, literally flying through the clouds. It's freedom, freedom, freedom. So as a kid, like, you can't tell me what to do. You just can't. Like, even now, Ems, when she wants me to do something, she'll be very calculating the way she puts it to me. And
She coaches you.
But yeah, but it's like, I don't like oppression on any level. And so I found this year very oppressive for me personally. And I found that quite a big challenge. It invokes those feelings of claustrophobia that not I get with, like, oh, yeah, I don't like this. I don't feel too comfortable. But yeah, so it's like, in terms of the time, initially loved it, embraced it, and then had to get my head into, okay, this is a challenge. This is a tough one. So let's get back to those basics that we know work. Let's exercise regularly. Like, so we've set our alarm. Nothing's changed for us from March. So 6:30 every morning, up and on it every day. Not even when we haven't needed to be, we're up and we're there. We're on it with the kids. The kids are up, and we need that routine. We just need that. It's the way me and them work. We function. We're both really efficient people. We're on the case, and yeah, we really stuck to our guns this year. Most definitely.
Awesome.
How about you guys? How have you, Christine, fared?
I think it's been. I think it's fair to say we were like up and down, because unfortunately don't really have much control. But it's back again, isn't it? Cracking's back.
You are cracking again.
It was
buddy.
fine, man. It was so fine.
When I was talking, was it coming through clear from my end?
No, I think it's this mic, man. I've got another 3 mics, so we're just in time for a break. Actually, it's perfect timing for a break.
Oh, mate.
I've got to stick to the schedule of the breaks, otherwise I'll forget when I've actually got a guest on. Beyond, not to say you're not a guest, you're a co-host. I'm back in 4.5 minutes, guys. Hold on.
Go and fix it, Alex.
I'm on it. I'm all over it.
Go.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a second year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you hear me now? And is there a crackle?
Hear me now. There's
There
a
is.
slight crack, sir. Only a slight one.
It's just weird, man. It's so weird. Like beyond weird now. So you've got a question from Fiona, which if you're okay answering, whilst I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to go do something else. I'll back in a second. I'll put it on the screen for you. Can you see that?
Yeah. And why do you think they're successful in rising up against adversity? Okay, who do you think you admire for their ability to cope with challenges? Well, a great question. Wow. So for me personally, I'll be honest with you. My first instinct was my wife. So my wife lost her dad when she was just 13 years old. So I know that childhood for Emma was tough, like as tough as it can be, and I've always really respected that resilience and that ability to come through that. That takes a really, really strong person to be able to do that. So I've always had massive respect for Em for that and for the person she's become. So a lot of love and respect for Em. And then beyond that, really, really admire and respect the Second World War generation. And do you know what? I've just seen who's asked that question. Is Fiona. Hi, Fiona. So Fiona is one of Team Tally Ho. She's one of the crew. So hi, Fiona. I'm pleased. I'm amazed that you stayed up. Thank you for your support. I mean, I'm guessing you would probably expect me to answer, but someone from the Second World War generation. There were so many to choose from, but Douglas Bader for me, incredible. How he overcame the adversity of having that terrible accident and losing both of his legs, yet fighting back. And the biggest thing about Douglas Bader was that acceptance piece, was that piece that, you know, this has happened and I have to accept it. I have to deal with it. And acceptance is such a powerful word. So the fact that Douglas Bader had those challenges presented to him and rose to them and overcame them, I find really, really quite staggering, really. And he made a huge contribution going forward. What do I think was successful for people like Douglas Bader in overcoming those challenges? I think a lot of it is mindset. A lot of it is that and I think it's such a great quote. You can hear the best advice given to you from the people you respect the most, but unless you're in the right frame of mind, the penny's not going to drop. It just won't. But when the challenge stirs within, we're all capable of doing absolutely anything we set our minds to. And I think Douglas Bader, for me, is a great example of someone who was at his lowest low. He's a man who was defined by his physicality, and he lost all that. The world he knew was taken away from him. And he managed to accept it. He managed to say, right, okay, you know, this has happened and I'm going to deal with it and I'm going to fight and I'm going to move forward. And I think why he became such a divisive character throughout the latter part of his career was he never stopped that fighting. So he became quite a hot-headed, single-minded and very determined man because of everything he's been through. But yeah, I mean, it's those sort of people I really love and admire. Strong people, people who have lived, people who have experienced. Like, I've been in such a great position to have chatted with veterans throughout the years, and the one common denominator they all have is they have this kind of energy to them, like this kind of presence. They have seen humanity, they've seen the worst and the best humanity's had to offer, the cruelty and the kindness, the good and the bad, and what comes with that knowledge, and that knowledge gained through experience is a certain strength and a certain power, which I see in my wife and I see in a lot of people around me, where you live it and you just take it in and take it all on board, and it makes you who you are. So again, like Fiona, I would love, and perhaps we could hook up on the Wednesday chinwag, and I'd love to reciprocate and ask you the same question, or if you're still on now, if you could drop us a comment. But that would be my answer. Strong people who have lived and who have experienced and have managed to find their way out of it. Huge respect for people who do that. How about you, Alex?
Okay, let's try it. Let's not jinx it again. So who do I admire most? Cope for challenges. I know it's a bit crackly. I would say, I think any parent I think something that's close to me is parents that run businesses. Like, something that I've seen a lot over the last year. I know how challenging running a business is, let alone having kids to try, and then you've got to homeschool and you've got to figure this out, and then suddenly you got to figure out how to be a teacher at the same time. And so I think that's been something that's been got a lot of admiration for any parent, full stop, but let alone during the last year. And what do I think they're successful in rising up? I think we as a community have done very well to help and support that. You've seen all. I don't know. Are you into this BBC Learning stuff? Have you seen? I don't know if it's any good, but
I've seen bits and bobs of it. No, I haven't seen anything that really that's really jumped out at me. But I'm sure it does a lot of good for a lot of people.
But I've seen, the reaction this time round is that we've taken a more of a community approach to it, and I'll back anything that takes that kind of approach. So I think that's right. I'm going to have to try and get this sorted, Dave. Can I make you? I'm going to try and, if I leave this room, I'm hoping it doesn't end. That's my biggest concern at the moment. Because I've unplugged everything. Like, the only thing I haven't done is like restarted, which is like the be all end all. But I don't want to do that and then it kick the stream off.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But Alex, if
there's only one way to find out,
then it has to happen. But no, that's fine. I can do whatever you need to do, mate. It's fine.
I think if I go and the stream goes, then I'll kick it straight back up, and I'll invite you to it.
Yeah. No worries.
But if I'll be back in like 3 minutes tops.
Yeah,
all right?
No problem.
Sorry, man. You're all over this. I'm so happy you're here right now. I say that.
So we're still here, so that's fine. We can keep chatting. So yeah, Fiona, if you've gone to bed, then I wish you sweet dreams. But it's a great question, and I really respect the fact that you dig away and you pick away and you ask these questions. Like, I have, my passion is for the Second World War generation, but if we go slightly one step further than that, my passion is for people. That's what I really love. That's who I really admire, is people. I have a real passion for that soul, that character, the sort of fun, the love, that side of people I find fascinating. And that's why I really quite in tune with the Second World War generation, because they're people who, just ordinary people like you and I, but they live through extraordinary times. And I don't see it as anything other than that. I love the social study of people, and that's what I find fascinating. And that's why I'm not someone who's into strategy and into these big leaders or equipment or anything like that. It's all about people, and that's why my love for that generation spills over, and it's just a love for life, and really appreciating the diversity of life and what people can achieve and what they can achieve together, I find fascinating and I find amazing. And that's why I think events like this are so important, because it is an opportunity for us all to come together. I know it's probably 1:30 in the morning and most of you are tucked up and asleep, and that's great. But Alex and I, when we set this up, it was a case of, let's broadcast as if we're broadcasting to the nation. Let's make a real effort, despite the fact not many people are going to be there, because the fact remains there may be one person that jumps on, and we're going to be there for them. And from me and Alex's point of view, it's just an open and genuine thing to do. We're no experts. Like, Alex has a real incredible skill set and a niche in what he does. I have a very niche and a skill set in what I do, and it's just an open and genuine offering, because if we were in the position we would have loved something like this, where we could have reached out to it as well. So I have a real love for people. I really respect and admire what people can achieve, but I see the power of what they can achieve together. That's a key thing. Like, obviously I'm not going to keep referring to the Second World War generation, because I'd like to be David Duke on this for this event, and not David Duke from the Tally Ho project. But the Second World War generation showed us what we can achieve when we come against challenge, huge challenge, global challenge, as we're facing now. And what happens when you have this huge global challenge is, yes, of course, we all have to rise through something massive and achieve it. But we also all have to rise individually. We all have to grow in our own right to get there. And I find it really, really fascinating. And again, on a slightly different note, I mean, how incredible are the staff, the NHS staff? I mean, how absolutely staggeringly amazing are they for doing what they do day in, day out? I know there was this huge fanfare in 2020 for the NHS, but it's almost like that seems to have died off towards the end of the year. And they've just been turning up every single day. And at the moment, their hands are tied, but they're just doing amazingly. This real strength of character. But what comes across from the NHS as an organisation is that teamwork, is that community, is that strength and that sense of togetherness, which is I'm so proud of it. And I think as a country, we should be so proud. I mean, I think for Britain, we have lacked that thing, that sort of that proud to be British. I think we've perhaps always been proud for the wrong reasons in the past, but the NHS has just shone a light for who we are: caring, compassionate community of people that look after each other. And man, we should never forget that. They're doing such incredible things under the most testing of circumstances at the moment.
I think I got, yeah, it's still, I think it's still got a few issues here, mate, but I heard the back end of that.
So what is there left to try your end, Alex?
Was that, sorry?
What's there left to try your end other than...
Well, I've restarted it. I've just tried it in another... If I just... Can I just put you in the waiting room for a second? Let's just see if it carries on.
Yeah, cool.
Let me just put you in there. Right, this is testing. I'm so happy, Dave. See, this is the thing. Look, it's fine. Is it? Give me a nod, Dave. It sounds fine from my end now. Like, or not? Someone give me something. No, it's dodgy. Is it? Dodgy. Okay, let me bring you back in. It's very random, man. I've changed everything.
Alex, it seems it's definitely worse when you brought me back in. Then I have to say, when you were chatting, there was the odd little crackle, but nothing too drastic. Do you want me to leave and re-log in, see if it makes any difference?
Just try it. Let's just try it. I mean, we've got time, haven't we? Let's be honest.
We've gone all night together. Although I do feel like there's a lot to cover and there's a lot less time to do it now. But
I know, yeah, I know.
I'll leave, buddy, and I'll
Right.
I'll come back. I'll follow the link.
Come back in, yeah. Restart and come back in. I thought there was I thought it was a feedback loop. Yeah, exactly. See, look, I thought it was. It's a bit weird. So unless I'm hearing it. So I tell you what it'll be. If he's on his phone, all those years of troubleshooting. If he's on his phone, it's playing back through the mic. It's picking up from the audio on his mic. Fine. Okay, cool. I'll tell him that when he gets back. Don't know how we're going to resolve it, unless we just like take it in turns. We have to like drag each other in. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But while he's waiting, so let's just go through some of the prizes that we've got coming as well. 1 second, let me just get that slide up. some amazing. I mean, can you believe the crazy prizes that are coming in? It's crazy. Like, it's amazing. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little ganders. What we got? Yeah, we got I mean, the bagels are crazy. So you got 730 bagels, which is just ridiculous. Yeah, you see, look, it's back. It's back. It's coming. It's definitely you, mate. Well, it's when I think it's. Are you on your phone?
I'm on my phone, buddy. Yeah.
See, okay, fine. It's fine now. I think if we make sure that you leave like, I don't know, a second between speaking. I think it's when your mic activates while I'm still talking.
Okay, no problem. We can do that.
Over and out.
Seems okay. So far, so good.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Right.
Oh, it's mad.
Right. Come on. We've done an
back
hour
in the
and a
game.
half now of technicalities. Let's get down to business, shall we?
Yes. Yeah. Christine, you need to go to bed because you're due. You've got to interview Kirsty at 7:30, which means you're going to want to get in here at like 6, half 6. So you need to go to sleep for sure. Bless her. Harsh, Dave's doing great. Harsh, yeah, Dave's holding this up for me right now. So, we got another question from Fiona though that's worth a look at. So that. Wow. Christine, go to sleep.
Oh, Fiona, I love the way you roll. What a question.
That's big, isn't it? That is
Yeah.
big. What would you do to help Britain? What would you do on a shoestring budget?
What would we do? Come on, and Alex, this is our opportunity. What would we do to help Britain at the moment if you were Minister for Morale?
Unlimited budget.
I think, is it unlimited or an unlimited budget? Wow, awesome. So that leaves a lot of
Well, there's a lot. There's definitely something that needs to be done in terms of connecting homes because there's clearly a lot of young people that don't have the right technology at home to be connected with other people. I think that would need to be resolved immediately because that, you know, if assuming we can't resolve COVID and we're still stuck at home, so I think there's something about connectivity. And then access to quality education, like that's the absolute like necessity. And I can tell you now, and I don't really want to go deep dive on education, but I can tell you now that the amount of kids that are sat on teams with their phone off playing FIFA is, you know, it's and the skill gap in some cases for some teachers with the technology is also a problem.
Yeah,
so
no, absolutely.
That would be a start.
I mean, practically speaking, for me, I would kind of centralize that sense of community. I know there are a lot of different things, a lot of different people doing a lot of good, but with an unlimited budget, I would come up with something again for Britain to be proud of, and a real centralized community of people who are going out in the world and doing a lot of good. It's all about putting the right people in the right places. But like I say, like Britain's identity I feel like we've lacked an identity, real positive identity for a long time, and I feel like it's coming back. And it's not about the people in government and the leadership, which is obviously everyone's got their own opinion, but it's about the people, the strength of the people. So if I had an unlimited budget, I think I'd just build some epic centralized community of people who go around and do good and help people that need helping, and that people can really rely on. Let's face it, I think we've all got it in our heart to do that, but money is the only restricting sort of option there. So I would do something like that. You'd have to forgive me, Fiona, because it's such an epic question. I feel like I want to just digest that little one because there's so much we could do.
I think you would. I mean, I've been saying it since the start of lockdown. It's a great opportunity to tear the rule book up on a few things and redo things differently, rebuild it, rebuild. There's so many things that we could rebuild. So if you've got unlimited budget, then I would, prop up the economy for 3 years.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's madness how the structure of our government, the structure of how that's then devolved through the country is bonkers. You know, there's so much work that can be done across education. There's so much work that can be done across the economy. Like I would, if you got unlimited budget, I'd prop it up for 3 years and then start focusing on resolving problems that are going to take us 50 years to resolve. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we have.
So you could start to look through those problems. So initially you'd inject loads of cash and colour into the high street. I think you would bring the high streets back to life with just a real refreshing, inviting place for people to be, that real hub. Like every town can be that real hub of community. And so I would look to that. I would look to care homes. So you can look to the age demographic and go top to bottom. You know, care homes, man, how amazing and how challenging has that been? Let's relook at that. Like I've been so privileged to have a real close connection with Leonard Cheshire, which is a disability charity. So when I go in there and you see what an incredible and unique world and bubble it is, but they're just incredible. Their attitude is amazing under the most trying of circumstances. But again, with investment, and the thing about that sort of place is the spirit can be there a lot of the time, but actually it is about facilities. The more money, the better facilities, the bigger impact you can make. So I would go top to bottom. I would literally write down every demographic and let's talk about care homes. Let's talk about homelessness. You know, God, come on, there must be something we can do. And hopefully that might be a kickback from 2020 that actually there is a solution to be found. So I would plow money into that situation, not only rehousing and rehoming, but giving them a life, giving them something to strive towards. Again, we talked earlier on about that knowledge and experience that you acquire. They've done it. So let's tap into that and let's give them purpose. Let's give these people who have limited opportunity or where their life is taken just a detour, as can happen to any of us at any point, and let's give them that opportunity. And I would go through every single issue that this country faces, and I would just put some enthusiasm and colour and personality to it, and just imagine it, Fiona. It'd be incredible, wouldn't it? Just bring it all to life. It'd be amazing.
I like that. I like that, mate. I like that. I'm just going to try something in between. When you're not speaking, mute. Have you got control of your mute and unmute?
Yeah.
Mute yourself when you're not speaking. I think this might resolve the problem. Just try it for a second. I just want to go on from what Dave was saying there. That's worked, mate. That's bang on. That's what we got to do now. I know it's a pain in the butt for you. But it's working. It's like, yeah.
Is that working your end? Because that was crackling loads this end.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mate, don't worry. We've still got 5 hours to solve this, Alex. It's fine.
We're getting there, man. We're getting there. So yeah, so I suppose to go on from that, it's like there's so much opportunity when you ask a question like that. I think the back end of that question, though, which is what would you do on a shoestring budget? That's difficult because that is difficult. I mean, the reality of the situation is that cash is they keep printing it. Like they keep printing it. They should keep printing it. Like it's just money, right? Like I know there's not endless, and you don't want to end up in one of those situations. But we're far from that situation. You know, we're used to being in debt as a country. You know, we've only just paid off World War II. You know, we literally just finished paying off World War II. So you know, I think there's a lot more they can do, but. Yeah, on a shoestring budget, I think it's just community. I think the answer is the same. It's community.
It's hard, isn't it?
Looking after your neighbours.
Everything is community based, but again, you have to have the right people to do it. I personally feel like on a shoestring budget to really bring around change. I know the question was about Minister for Morale. I mean, on a shoestring budget for morale, music, dance, the arts. Let's have some fun. Like let's just splash some colour across life again. So that's how I would say. But when we're talking about meaningful change on a shoestring budget, then that's almost impossible because the system dictates that power is always going to be held at the top, and it doesn't really matter who fulfills which role there. It will always be there. So real change will involve something a lot more radical, which it's a real big question. It's a real hard one to really cover.
I think it's something to deep dive on for sure, though. Right, we're going to take another. We got to just do a 4.5 minute break again. Try one suggestion, Dave. Have you got headphones?
Yes, I can certainly try them. Yeah, let me try that, Alex. I'll dig some out, buddy.
See if you can hunt some headphones down, and we'll be back in 4.5 minutes, guys.
Yeah, on me.
And go to sleep, Christine. You've got an interview at 7:30.
Sweet dreams, Christine. Go and get some sleep.
I'll see you in a minute, mate.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a 2nd year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's try again. How we doing?
I've reverted back to plan A.
Which is on laptop, is it?
Oh, mate, please work.
I think it's fine. So far, like, I don't want to jinx it, but it feels like it's okay.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of a lag, bud, if I'm being honest.
There's a lag Now, yeah, but I'd rather a lag than a crackle.
Yeah, I think so. I think, to be honest, mate, the show's got to go on, so we can't mess around with this too much longer. So yeah, let's work with the situation. At least we know that once I log on off, and hopefully your next guest coming on, they should be fine. I'm not sure what's going on this end, but if we can deal with this lag and be patient with each other, then let's go for this, shall we?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. It sounds good, man. Like the feedback from everyone is good.
Good stuff. Where are we still at 1396 as a total?
Hold on, let's have a little look. Yeah, let's have a little.
Come on, Alex.
Let's have a little gander, shall we? I've restarted earlier, so I've now lost all my tabs. But let me just giving one up. Let's have a little look. See where we are. Yeah, still 1396. Still 1396. Still amazing.
Oh, do you know what though, mate? Now I can see the chat and the comments and stuff like that. I couldn't do it on my phone, so.
Oh, fine. No, there's no lag. There's no lag on my end at all, mate. It seems fine. I think we're gravy.
So who have we still got on? Is that Cliff still awake? Is that Fiona still awake?
Looks like Kersop. Looks like James. Fiona. Yeah.
Alex, mate, at least come on, we've got these issues sorted at last.
It's only taking us 2 hours.
Right, come on, buddy, let's get down to it.
I said to Christine that I was considering doing it like 9 a.m. till 9 a.m. But then that would have been intense, like going straight in, you know, and then trying to then survive it. But no,
I think there's something about a 24-hour block, that 24-hour period, which really worked.
Yeah, no, it's important, man. I'm interested to see how today goes, because you know when we put the message out around it, because it is ridiculous. You know where this Blue Monday thing comes from, right? And it's just crazy.
Yeah, wasn't it like a holiday company, something like that?
Yeah, it was a travel company. 2005. They basically they actually pulled together this formula. Everything. It's like I don't think they ever meant harm by it. They just thought, well, you know, it's a great time to sell holidays. So everyone's kind of like feeling a bit crap about themselves, and you know, life's kind of in a situation where they definitely want change, but they've recently failed because it was a New Year's resolution that, you know, some people make these New Year's resolutions like 30 things they're going to do every day that's just inevitably going to fail. And then suddenly, I need some change, and they just tapped into that, and they created a problem. That's actually created quite a problem now. So, but then at the same time, you know, I'm very interested and hopeful for how today is portrayed in the media.
I think they have, to a degree, they have created a problem, but that wouldn't have taken off the way it has unless people associate with that problem, if you know what I mean.
Well, there's science behind it. Don't get me wrong. You know, Monday's historic. You know, statistically, Monday is a bad day for people. You know, there's a lot of, you know, people tend to, if they're going to hurt themselves on Monday, tends to be the worst day for that.
That's crazy.
Which is, you know, which you kind of understand. And then, you know, a lot of people, if you're on payroll, you get paid usually early at Christmas, right? So then it's the longest time you've gone without a paycheck.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've amassed debt from Christmas. You know, you've put on weight. There's a lot of reason behind it. I just don't like the idea of labeling something as the most depressing day of the year. I don't see the benefit of that. You know,
you're right, because people who are perhaps on the periphery, who it draws them into it when they don't need to be drawn into it. Really,
exactly. It should be an opposite thing. We should be trying to combat it.
Well, this is why we're doing what we're doing, isn't it? Really, let's face it.
Absolutely.
This is the tonic to Blue Monday. It's the open offering of, look, you know, let's talk. It's a Monday, Alex. It's Monday now. Like we're in it. We're in it to win it.
We're in it.
It's a positive start, and I think people need purpose. They need something. But yeah, no, I do agree. It is. The more I think about it, it is quite an unnecessary development or new thing to have surfaced, isn't it? Really, but it does. Without it, we wouldn't be doing this. So I mean, again, we always draw the positives.
Absolutely. No,
so come on, Alex, let's talk, buddy. It's time. So I want to know. So let's not dwell on this too much, because I'm really interested to hear about the recovery more than the sort of darkest hour. But where do you feel comfortable enough to talk about the time in your life where you have felt most challenged and at your worst and your sort of darkest?
Yeah, I feel comfortable enough. I think the worst I've been was when I was, how old would I have been? I was early 20s. When I couldn't see my son for a long time, for many reasons, but it got to a point where I was in a situation where I realized that I wasn't going to be able to see my son for a very long time, and I did not. I wasn't in a good place. I was in a really, 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 like, it's the darkest I've been. I've probably, with perspective now, and what's kind of what we've been through for the last year. This year has been the hardest thing I've ever dealt with in my life, for sure, 100%. But in terms of where I didn't feel, then I was alone. I don't feel alone now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've worked on myself so much, and I've worked on my network, and I've cleansed, and I've put myself on such a big, long journey ever since then. Since I was young and very, very confused.
So
and
is
scared.
that where this journey started from? So coming into your early 20s and experiencing those darker times, did the sort of quest to make changes in your life and develop start then as a result of that?
It came from anger, if I'm honest. Like, I was built from anger. Like, I was always, from a very young age, I was very angry at the world, and I was very angry at the people around me, and I just completely. I had this chip. I mean, a lot of entrepreneurs have this. They have a chip on the shoulder, and they just want to prove people wrong. You can. Here I am. 14 years old. I've just had a son. I'm like, well, that's school done. Night, James and Jean-Luc. See you tomorrow at some point. I'll see. Well, James, I'll see you. Well, you're right at the end of it, so I'll see you in about 21 hours. that's sobering, man.
You'll be right, mate. You'll be fine.
Good morning, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
So
why did you have so much anger? You said at a young age. Was that age 14, or was that there before?
Yeah, I think 14 to kind of 17, I was my kind of angriest. I went completely off the rails because I obviously just had Flynn, and obviously the circumstance. Like, we're the best of friends, by the way. Just to put context around this, me and Flynn are like best of friends now, and he's I mean, he's 17 years old. I'm so proud of him. We literally have the most amazing relationship. But back then that wasn't the case because I was 14.
Yeah.
What 14-year-old is ready to be a father? I don't think anyone's ready to be a father, right?
Well, no.
But
I take it at that young age as well. You and Flynn's mother, you weren't together throughout that process.
Well, no, we're not. We were kind of together for a little bit, but we weren't when he was born. That's for sure. And,
yeah, that's got to be tough. That's a lot for a 14-year-old to get a head round. I mean, I put in, my daughter's just turned 14, so that's the perspective I instantly put it in and just think, wow, dude.
You wouldn't think it'd be possible, right? It's just not even, it's not even a possibility. So
no.
It sent me off the rails massively, man. And because I was told, it was very much, the way I was I think there's a big difference to how you're told things and how you perceive them and how you receive them. So in my head, the world was against me. At that point, that was it, because people had said, people in my life were saying, well, that's, you can't, if you don't get grades, then you're screwed. If you've done that, you don't come to school, which I wasn't going to school. I was, I basically dropped out at 14. I was just like, I'm done. I actually requested my GCSEs because I have no idea what they are. I think I, just use, and I have no idea. I didn't even spend up to pick up the results. Honestly.
Did you not?
No, it was terrible. I know. I was done. I was done with life, mate. I was like, well, you know what? I really lean on, at the time, it was a lot of alcohol and drugs and whatever else. I was party hard. I moved out at 16. Then I messed that up. That was a bad time to move out. And then I came back 6 months later when you run out of money and you trashed the house that you were living in or whatever. And then I tried again, and I was lost, mate. I was so lost, and I was so angry at the world. I just needed to do something. So I had no idea I would be running a business, and none of this was planned. None of anything I'm doing now is planned at all. But I knew I needed to prove people wrong, and I wasn't going to do that in my current situation. So I don't think I really started my recovery until, I would say, so I found an apprenticeship. I'll tell you what happened. I found an apprenticeship in IT, which was useful. One of my friends, John, saw it in the paper and was like, Alex, you good at computers, have a little look at this thing. Went on the apprenticeship, did that. That was fine. I stayed there for a few years. I then had this horrible injury, which I still suffer with now. I dropped a file. I was carrying a bloody filing cabinet with this guy who was like 6'5" next to me. I'm this like skinny, weedy like teenager, whatever. And I carried this thing, and I stacked it behind me, and it dropped right in here. And I slipped a disc in my back. Like it was a nightmare, honestly. I was bedbound for a few months playing World of Warcraft. And then I lost my job. And then I end up finding myself a contracting work. I was doing bits here, bits there. But the thing that really got me was when I joined the same place that I met Anastasia, Cliff, at this pharmaceutical company in Cambridge. And I had a really good boss. There's a guy called Mark Bramway. He's a wonderful man. He's a great guy. And I was working on a service desk. I didn't care what I was doing at the time. I was in awe of the building. I was in awe of the opportunity to be in the environment. So we know how important environment is, right? And I'm just, when you walk into somewhere, you're like, I've just got to work here. I don't care what I'm doing. Just let me in. Do you know what I mean? Just let me in. And I think having a good leader, someone who actually cares about you and cares about your development, and they start plowing money at you. You're like, well.
So what was the guy's name? Did you say?
Mark.
So does he?
Oh, sorry, Sarah. I was there. So you weren't. To be fair, in my defence, Sarah, you weren't when I first got there. You were there by the time I left. So
I love the fact that Sarah's still up. Respect, Sarah.
I think she just got up.
Well, and started work.
Yeah, probably.
So was the chap you just mentioned then? Was he? Was he like a benchmark for you for what you would become as a leader and as a boss? Did he sort of set a standard which you wanted to reach and aspire to?
I think I've always. So there was what was interesting in that role was, so Mark for me showed me that a boss didn't have to mean, crack the whip, because I've had some terrible bosses and I've had some great bosses. And he was great in the sense that he was empathetic and he understood people and wanted the best by people. So I wanted that element. I was inspired by that element to say, okay, if you act in a certain way and if you treat people well, then they will work hard for you and they will get you the results. What was interesting as that role, as I developed further in that role and further in that company, I got to into a VIP kind of support role. So I was in IT support, right? So, which is why I was not panicking in these troubleshooting situations, because we get put in there for quite a lot of practice. But what was really, really interesting, there's another leader at the organization, a guy called Anthony Matasic, who's fantastic. He's a kind of Californian guy. Talk about Christine, horrible boss. She's not a horrible boss, Sarah.
You're only saying that because she's gone to bed.
Yeah. And what was really interesting was I used to sit in the corner of the room at these big board meetings where you've got people, massive company, people bringing their budgets and whatever else, whatever else come into there, asking challenging questions, and just seeing how quick and sharp he was to troubleshooting and strategy. I was so inspired by how quick, he would have a little look left, have a little look right at his kind of advisors on the board, and then just give him the answer. He just come out of nowhere, and I was just, and every now and again, so in that role, I just ask questions. I'm really good at asking really stupid questions. Like I just don't mind. You know, I want to learn. I want to understand. You know, you help me understand. So I would ask them. I'd be in a room full of leaders. I'm going to ask them. You know what it is they do, what their habits. You know how they spend their time. How did you come to that decision? How do you deal with those sort of challenges? There's one guy. I won't mention his name, but there was one guy. Every time I got there, because I was there early, you know, make sure printers are set up, make sure everything's all set up for the room and whatever else, you know, all the boring stuff. Nothing ever went wrong. It was just, you just sit there waiting for nothing really. And he would, every time before a meeting for about 10, 15 minutes, he'd just pace and breathe. He'd be stood out the front of the building before everyone gets there. He'd just pace and breathe. They wouldn't dare interrupt him. Wouldn't even dare, because he was just like in the zone, getting ready to deliver on his meeting. I just thought, wow, they care. Like these people really care about what they do. These guys are like top of their game, and that then inspired me to start thinking broader and start looking out and going, well, who else inspires me? And I started reading books. This is when I didn't read a book until I was like, I don't even know how. I mean, again, I'm terrible with the concept at the time, but kind of 23, 24. And I started thinking, wow, okay, this is cool. I wonder what else I can learn from people, which is, I know it's a weird thing to come to a realization, but when you're just taught by, I mean, I went to a pretty, you know, I didn't have great teachers. I didn't have anyone at school that really inspired me. There was one or two, but I didn't have anyone there. I didn't have too many kind of strong male figures in my life when I was younger. You know, not there every day. So it was very difficult. So, you know, it took me a long time to find role models and mentors. And it's a challenge I've had for a long time, in fact, Dave. I find it very hard to find a mentor.
So there's something I was going to ask you. I mean, do you have a network of mentors around you now that you go to?
I do, but they all are in individual kind of niche things. So I'm always trying to seek someone that has done, because it's something that I preach and it's something that I say to people that want help, you know, especially with my role in the Shift and Mentor when I'm training people and helping them develop their businesses. It's such a crucial part, finding someone that's done what you want to do, or at least elements of it. So now I have more of a network of mentors. So, you know, there are people that I lean on from a understanding from a financial point of view. There are people I lean on from an economic point of view. There are people that I lean on. So like Justin, for instance, from my mind and my head, from my mindset, you know, if I've got an important decision to make or something that I'm really struggling with, I'd lean on someone like Justin. But I wouldn't say I've got like one person.
Would you go to Justin just for that moment, or do you take on board what Justin says and then implement it every day? I mean, how strict are you with that side of things? Like if Justin said to you, as your mentor, as your friend, if you do X, Y, and Z, you'll increase your energy and your output by, you know, 10, 20%. Are you someone that can religiously stick to that routine, or do you just go to him as and when you need him in the moment?
If I'm honest with you, I've probably only called upon that once or twice. You know, when I've got something really hard, you know, I'm very good in my head. I'm very good at understanding and managing myself. You know, I've got, you know, Christine and I are very open in the way we talk to each other as well. I think that helps. I'm very open, maybe too open sometimes even within the organization and people in the organization. So I'm quite lucky in that sense, but I'm like the worst possible benchmark for things like, you know, habits. And I honestly, I'm happy to say it. And this is, you know, this is all about speaking up, and I'm happy to do it. You know, I have no issue. I smoke like a chimney. You know, I eat terribly. I exercise poorly. You know, my habits are pretty bad, but my mindset's amazing. Like I don't mind. I've never experienced being healthy. I've never experienced it. I've smoked since I was 13.
I'm curious that with that tweak and that twist, what you could then do for yourself.
I can't wait. Honestly, and Christine will tell you, it's a conversation every day.
So how does Christine live, out of interest? Is she similar to you, or does she live a completely different lifestyle?
She's definitely better. She's you know, she'll have the salad. You know, I won't have the salad. You know, I don't mind admitting it. I don't. What's the point in, you know?
Yeah.
I'm consciously incompetent.
The thing with Alex, it doesn't hold you back. That's the thing. It's not that you come across as lacking energy and lacking motivation. Far from it. So it kind of doesn't hold you back. But I'm intrigued by the fact that you could propel yourself, because you've got very big ambitions, very big goals. And there's certain things that we all need to do to achieve our goals. And that's one thing you've got a real control over, that could potentially propel you towards the big things you want to achieve, perhaps quicker than you want to achieve them.
I can't wait. Honestly, this is
what
the
are you
thing.
waiting for then?
I think I need time to embed these things in my life. Like, I'm a thinker. I like to process things. I like to take time. If I'm going to make a change, I need to make a proper change. You know, I need to take the time. Are these going to go on and on now? These two, aren't they? In the comments, I'm just going to ignore that. But I think, like, I don't. There's a lot of yeah. There you go. Look, Sarah's just said it there. You know, I'm always.
Yeah.
I have to take, like, when me and Christine go away, it takes me 3 to 4 days to shut off. It takes me 3 to 4 days because I'm in such an intense. You know what my life's like. It's so intense. It's every waking moment is intense. It's insane. So I think, you know, I need time to adjust those things. So I'm making small adjustments. You know, I'm much more aware of it. I'm trying to change. I'm trying to put those changes in effect. But at the same time, mate, you know, when I say I put people before me, there are bigger problems than my health, than me. I don't, you know, I will put myself through brick walls, and I'll chuck myself in front of any bus for the people that I love.
Yeah, I understand that. And I know everyone loves and respects that about you. But the fact remains, Alex, is for you to help and be there for the people you want to be there for, you've got to look after yourself first and foremost. And then you put yourself, it's great putting yourself running through brick walls for people and stuff. But you have to manage that. You have to manage that by making sure that doesn't have a massive impact on you. Like, you have to put yourself in a strong position, care for yourself, and then you can literally explode and make a huge difference to people.
Well, I think I tell you what, it was it's definitely been more, like, since I turned 30. So I'm 31 now. Am I 31 or am I 32? Christine, tell me. I don't even know anymore. But since I turned 30 is when I noticed. I'm not stupid, you know. I know it's not sustainable, you know, but I've been racing for years. Don't forget, you know, this is coming into year 6 for us in business. And I genuinely, I saw this, Joe, I won't claim this one. We'll come on to quotes later, but I won't claim this one. It was Joe Gannon. I saw it on LinkedIn. He said it. You know, I very much see business as a vehicle towards personal development. Like, I really do. Yeah, I'm 32. Look, there you go. We're close. We were so close. Like, honestly, like, we've been busting our gut for years and years. And I've been saying to Christine for ages, you know, once we get to here, once we get to that elusive place where you have control of your time and you know, your risk is relatively low, pre-COVID, we were there. We were on track. And that was when, you know, we were going to get married this year. We're going to get married in May. We've had to cancel our wedding.
Yeah.
And then we were going to disappear for a few months and go and sort ourselves out, you know, in that sense. But we haven't had the chance to do that. So I don't, you know, it's a whole lot of excuses, Dave, is what it is. You know, I can stop smoking tomorrow.
Yeah.
I could, you know, and I need a passport for that as well. Yeah, I know. Don't give me that. You know, it's a whole, you know, it's a whole chain reaction of mistakes and embedded mistakes. You know, I've tried to hypnotize, like, for smoking, for instance. I know stopping smoking would be one of the biggest achievements I make of my life. But I've tried everything. Like, even when you go, like, if you go through like a therapy of trying to stop, they're like, yeah, let's take you back to a time. I don't remember a time I didn't smoke. I've smoked since I was 13 years old.
Yeah.
You know, I don't remember a time. So I need to, I know that I could have the discipline if I had the focus. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. I know that if I took the time out and I had the right support around me, honestly, I genuinely am excited for the person I can be when I'm healthy, when I'm fit.
Yeah.
Like I can't wait to see that, and I
Oh,
can't.
see, I really associate with that statement. I'm the same. I feel exactly the same. I'm not there yet, not by a long way, but I know I am on the way towards something, and just whatever that may be, just fulfilling potential or finding and being at ease with myself. But I really resonate with that statement, without a doubt. Alex, before you go on, we got to 23, we got to that job, and then we've kind of gone on a tangent and jumped to the age of Shifties started. You've been in it 6 years, so was that 26, 27? So what happened between that 3 or 4 year period that really put you in that place of, okay, like we've been through the mill here, but we're going to do something, it's our time now?
Yeah, I think it's control, man. You realize when you start educating yourself, or when you start, even if it's not, you do it for yourself. If you just when you start to teach yourself the fundamentals of life, the things that we don't talk about at school and we don't talk about in the playground, we don't talk about at the pub later, by way, money, relationships, our minds, sex, the things we don't talk about, the things we have problems with. When you start to understand how an economy works, when you start to understand how money works, and how we all want freedom, we all want freedom of thought, freedom of control of our lives. I realized very quickly I just wasn't going to get that. I wasn't going to be satisfied, or I didn't have the credentials to even rise through a corporate career to enable me to have those things. Talk about free. I am not a money driven, but anyone who knows me knows I'm not a money driven. I pay myself less now than I was getting paid back 5-6 years ago. That's not a driving factor, but essentially money is allows you to have options. It allows you to do things like this that we're doing right now. Yes, okay, fine, we're raising money for charity, but it costs money to put on things like this, and this is how I want to see money used. And I'm a massive fan of the CIC model, and if Shifties could be a CIC, it probably would have set it up as a CIC at the time, but I'm happy that we still make that commitment. I realized very quickly. I didn't know that we needed our own business. I tried a lot of things. I could have easily gone down have an e-commerce business or affiliate marketing or whatever, something that just earns us the cash. And me and Christine could have been, digital nomads, running around the world, just earning money on a passive. Nothing's ever passive. Passive income. that whole the classic dream of passive income, but very quickly, I realized that what really got me going, Dave, was when there was one role I was playing at Mundi. Imagine Nuclear Alex.
No, just reading the comment. Who's Fiona? What relation's Fiona to you?
Fiona, where is Fiona? I can't see her comment.
I think we may be going back 2 years by the start of 2021. I do agree that by looking after yourself more, you would be nuclear. It's like running a Mercedes on red diesel. But man, yeah, I agree with Sarah. Nuclear. Imagine a nuclear Alex. I mean, that's
I'd be unbearable, mate. I'd be unbearable. There she is.
You wouldn't be unbearable. You'd make a huge impact in the world. That's what you do.
Yeah, and we'll get there, man. We'll get there.
You may be, don't get me wrong, you may be slightly unbearable to those who are around you, just because the ideas are going to be coming thick and fast. But you're all about impact, and you're all about the people in your community. You'd be, that community would be vast, and that's when I could see you really scaling up. When you look at the people you look up to now, you Daniel Priestleys of the world, you could be up on that level.
Yeah, no, I know it, and I'm happy to say, man, I've got massive ambition, I want to make positive impact in the world. That's what we want to do. That's what it's about. Really. You know that about me. That's.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I don't believe you will without making changes, because I absolutely know that's the path you're on. I suppose I love the idea of nuclear, Alex. Not that you're not a million miles away from that already.
I'm far from it, mate. I'm operating 20%. I know I'm operating 20%. I know that. I can feel that.
Unbearable. Go on, Luke or Alex.
I love
Sarah,
it.
you want to see it, really. You know deep down you want to see it.
It will come. It will come. It will come. You know, I'm on my way there. I'm on my way
Yeah,
there.
you are. You are, bud. I've got a lot of respect for that. And
You got to remember that.
back to where we were speaking about, it's that the thought of perhaps feeling written off and the want to prove people wrong, to say, do you know what, sod you lot. I know that part of my life went a little bit awry or didn't quite go to the plan, but how do you like these apples? I'm on it, and this is what we're up to.
And I think that's actually interestingly that's talk about the smoking side of things, because a lot of things tied to the smoking. There's a big part of the rebel in me, still being the smoker. I like being a rebel. I like being a bit of a, it's very dangerous. You can become very dangerous when you don't care what people think.
Yeah. I like that.
A lot of change.
Yeah.
You can make a lot of change, and I tell you what, there's another lady, and she was a leader. She was an MD at one of the companies, and she smoked. And I remember they tried to move us. This was at the time, because I remember back in the day when it was Tesco's. I used to work at checkouts when I was 16, 17. You could smoke in the lunchroom. It was horrible. I remember the ceiling was yellow. It was nasty.
Yeah.
Slowly they started to move us off site. So I've always been in that kind of naughty corner, the rebels, So the smoking I've always kind of associated with that. I think that's kind of there. So I think now I've kind of got my tribe. I've got my people, I've got you guys, and I've got, you've met so many of the people that work within our organizations. They're all great people, and come and go. People come and go. That's life in business. That's fine. But they're all great people. They've all got good intentions. And we've never hired on a CV. I've never even looked at a CV. I don't care what I can barely read, so I don't look at your CV. I want to look you.
Alex, I love that that ownership piece. I love the fact that you've come through that, and your response to it is actually, I don't care what any of you think. And like you say, that is so empowering. I tell you what was the moment where I knew you were cut from the right cloth is when we were just first getting to know each other, and I think potentially at the start of lockdown, I saw you whizzing through the center of town on a scooter. You had a blazer on, you were looking sharp, but you were whipping through on a scooter. And I just thought, man, do you know what I mean? He's in his own little bubble and he doesn't care. It's awesome.
I got what I call my F-off headphones on.
Yeah, that was it. So I was at the traffic lights and I was the front car, and you just went. I was like, man, fair play to him, and I love that. And I think I can learn a lot from that. So I respect people who have real ownership for who they are and who don't care. And I agree, you can be dangerous and you can just move mountains if you don't care what people think of you. And that's definitely something that I am learning, but I'm still very much in that process.
And it's really hard, man. Like, because we all care, man. We're humans. We're very social animals. I care what you think. I care that you like me. I care that Fiona is sat up at 2:30 listening in and getting involved in this. I'm loving the abuse I'm getting. It's great from Sarah as well, But then she's finished it off with a lovely one as well. She's so nice. She's always
true.
But of course I care. But I won't waver from what I believe. I do believe in myself to become a much more impactful person, and I want to look after myself because I want to be there for my son when he gets older. I want to see him grow up and see what he makes of himself, and see the impact that we make as an organization long term. I want to live beyond 100. I'm just hoping that technology saves me at the moment. But no, I can see, but I can see there's a lot I'd change for sure. But I think I'm kind of living proof in the sense that I don't sleep well, I don't eat well, I smoke, I don't all the books all the stuff that you see in the books that I read also, and the mentors say 100% they take you up a level.
Yeah.
But your mind, your attitude, your mindset, the way you deal with every single day, every single problem, and how you take ownership of that, and you have a positive mindset, that's more power. That's most of it, if I'm honest. I think that's most of it for most people, I'm sure.
Yeah, do you know as well is a lot of your strength comes from being that rebel as well. I think if you lost that dynamic within you, you might lose a touch of that edge, that spark, that sort of creativity. That rebel is the person who comes up with something no one else has come up with. Is that the rebel is the person who looks at a situation and thinks, I can do it another way, and I think we can do it better here. It's going against the grain, which is one of your strengths, isn't it? So I like that rebellious streak. That's definitely something to tap into. Yeah, and it's fun. But that's the name of the game, man. Life should be fun. It should be fun, shouldn't it?
And that's where that's why I'm so passionate about business. I love business because it's not about you. It's just not about you. Like if you want, I can tell you now, you don't start a business to make money. You sell a business to make money. You don't make money when you own it. Like you drain, not if you care, not if you're on a mission, not if you've got a purpose, because you want to put it all back in because you want that new thing that's going to give you that edge, or it's going to make it a bit better, or it's going to develop the relationship with the client even better, or whatever. You just want to give. So business is a great opportunity for, which is why I think I'm disappointed over this last year with some businesses that I used to respect and the media for how I think this last year is one of the biggest opportunities that they've had, some big corporates and the media, traditional media, to have a chance to be a positive light through all of this and do something different. Like I do believe that it's we look at how big Sydney is. What, 45,000 people? I don't know how many people are here. About that
by now, yeah, I would have thought.
How can there be anyone homeless?
Yeah.
How can anyone be in pain? If we all just looked up, if we all just had part of our business was to employ someone for the sake of employing them, because it would help them. It would give them. So the amount of people that we've employed over the years, Dave, that quite honestly, that they're there because it was the right thing for them. So I don't want to speak too openly for because it's not my place to do on their behalf. But there's one person in particular in my head that came into our organization at a time, and he's extremely close to me, at a time where his mindset was not good. He was in a bad place. He was on a path to a place of, there was nothing good at the end of that path, put it that way. And I said to him at the time, I said, look, we haven't got, what you don't need. He was just about to lose his job, and he wasn't working with us, and he needed environment. He needed positivity. He needed people around him that actually cared about him, that wanted to support him. So we just made up the role. We're just like, just get him in, get him in, get him sorted, and then and then he can go off and do whatever he's going to do. And I think that we, as corporate, as businesses, we have an opportunity to do things like that not enough businesses do. So I do see there's a great opportunity with business, and I see it as a tribe. I see business as my family. That's well, I mean, half my family and friends work here anyway.
No, that's something I was going to put to you. So I agree with what you've just said, but the fact remains that there's a collection of you guys at the top of this group, isn't there?
Yeah.
So how does that dynamic work? So the other people at the top, I mean, do you all share that same vision, or how does that dynamic work? How does that play off against one another? Because obviously you've got this very forthright, strong opinion of, like, this person perhaps needs a role, let's get them in, but that might not be what's best for the business. So how does that work with the other people around you?
That's it. And that's the biggest challenge of scale. That's always the biggest challenge as you scale and you start to work with others. I think we all have a shared we have shared values. I think that's the most important thing, is having those shared values that we want to do right by people. We want to make an impact in the world. We want to disrupt. We're all of that ilk. We all want to do those things
across all the businesses as well.
Yeah, absolutely, across all the businesses. and it needs to be, and long term it has to have impact. You know, that for sure. So you know, the conversation at the moment, you know, it is, as we look to move forward, how do we do that? And we're in that transition. You know, we're in that kind of, you know, time of our lives now. I mean, Shifties, for instance, as an example of this, you know, this was a side project up until 18 months ago.
Yeah.
You know, this was an offshoot off the back of Shift Momentum.
Did it just start with something as small as like a Facebook group or something like that?
Started with curry. Right? We went for a curry. Honestly,
awesome.
Honestly, I'm not even joking. Best businesses usually are. They start in a pub or something. You know, all of the businesses are unique and the people are unique within them. It's a constant struggle for us. It has been for the last few years. It's something that's followed me. Is, you know, I try. You know what I'm like. I'm so open and optimistic and like, yes, go. That, you know, I go into things without. I'm better now. I'm much better in the last couple of years. Like, and the progress has shown it in the last 2 years in particular. And the relationship that I have with because our kind of our holding company, which is Huge Gibbs, which is me, Cliff, Christine, and Cam, who's Cam is the swinger. We call him the swinger. He's the guy in the so in terms of how the dynamic works, you know, Cam is the guy that kind of swings that if there's a challenge either side. So we have that conversation around the table, and we're very open and honest with each other, and we'll always. You know, it can get quite heated. I'm a very intense person when I want something, but you know, we go for a beer afterwards, and that's always the dynamic. It's always been the way in the way that we've worked. Whether it's been, you know, my brother who's here, my Christine's sister, my best friend John who works within the business. No matter what, I never, ever let anything get in the way of those relationships. And you know, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. Sometimes I'm an absolute nightmare to work with. Sometimes they're a nightmare to work with. Cliff's already, look, we've ever noticed that, you know, it's a really weird, disruptive, nutty place to be. And you know what it's like when you come into this place. It's absolute madness. But that's, you know, I believe that we've got such, the right ingredients. We've got the right ingredients, and I think that's key in business. You've got to have the right people. Oh, I lost you, mate. Lost your audio.
Yeah.
Got you back. Oh, no.
Is if you're all on the same page, then that's everything.
Okay, try again.
You lost me. Okay. Hear me now.
I think there's just a bit of a delay, mate. I can see him out. Right, we're good. We're 3 minutes early for a break, so we're just jump into another break, and we'll be back.
You hear me now?
Disconnect and come back, Dave. I'm just going to go do a quick break. See you in a second, guys.
Oh, we were doing,
and we'll continue digging deep.
So well, Alex. we were doing so well.
I know. See you in a minute.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifties Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a 2nd year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're back in the room. And yeah, I can't wait too, Fiona. That party is going to be ridiculous, isn't it? I don't know when it's going to be, but whenever it is, it's going to be unbelievable. Here he is. He's back. He's back. Look. Let's see. We're good. We were doing so well. I think it's still... I think it's all right. I think it's a little bit...
half hour.
That's lovely from Michael as well. Okay, right. Well, let's continue. Let's continue if we can, Dave. Let's just test this. And he's gone. And he's gone. It does look like we've been trolled, doesn't it? Let's have a look at this one. We like troll. The king of trolls, troll bashing is on with us as well, so it's fine. That's lovely of you to say, Mr. Kersop, and I would welcome it, my friend. And likewise, you equally inspire me, mate. I'm just going to get rid of this person 1 second, because that's not what we need on the Speak Up Liveathon. Let me just get Dave back in. Looks like we got some company, my friend. Not company we want either.
What's going on then, my friend?
I'm just going to block this person. Sorted. You're always going to get some. And I've lost you on the TV. Right. I think we've got some feedback still, mate. But you're back in the room. That's something. Cool.
Yeah.
Right. Back to the phone.
I think it's got to be, isn't it? Go on, keep talking. Work your.
All right, mate. All right. I'll crack on. No, this is why I wanted Dave here with me, because we go on these. We every now and again, Dave and I will just go for a stroll, and we'll go for a kind of 10-15 minute walk that will turn into about 2 or 3 hour walk. And I think the last time, I think we managed to do 2 laps of pretty much the entirety of St. Neots. He understands, and he doesn't let me off. He just digs deep and digs deep. So it's a privilege having him here. Let's get him back in again. That just remember to mute yourself when I'm speaking, otherwise we have the feedback issue.
Yeah, how are we looking? Is that okay?
Yeah, all good, man. All good.
Okay, man.
And I've got rid of a troll.
Yeah, I missed that. What was that all about?
I don't know. Probably a bot.
Very strange, man.
Probably a bot.
So,
I don't know where we were. We were talking about you, I think. We were talking about you and all your problems and stuff.
I don't know if we were. I don't know if we've finished on you yet. Mate, this just shows you though, Alex, mate. Life is full of challenges, brother.
And that's it, man. Like that's what it all comes down to. You know, I fully embrace them, and it's so it's hard not to perform when you're performing every day. We all put a face on. We all put always. I'm a big believer in when people ask, "What do you do?" I'm more of a who are you today? Because we all perform. We all have to wear a different mask for different situations, and sometimes you have to put a bit of a cold face on in situations. I mean, if you ever see me in a negotiation, then I'm an absolute animal in these things. I can completely shut off all emotions and I turn into a very different person, because that's the person you've got to be to get the result. And I do also understand that sometimes the right thing isn't always the nice thing. And that's just life. It's not even about business. That's just life. There's so much crossover there. So we all perform. So it's sobering that you wake me up to these sort of questions, mate. But I appreciate it.
No, but the thing is, though, I find it really interesting. I mean, this is a great opportunity for us to get to know each other. And now I'm on my phone. I can't see the comments. But if there's anyone still listening, then that's amazing. But for me, it's just about us just having this open, honest chat, mate. That's what it's all about in it, really.
Right. And I want to set that's the whole idea of the event. Is I'm more than happy to say I'm far from perfect. I'm not the benchmark for business. I don't put myself there. All I want to do is be honest and try and support people. And the best thing I can do is just be myself, and that's all I can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And do your best. That's all anyone could ever ask, isn't it? If you approach life and people with the best intentions and you try and help, and then that's it, really. Kindness is the name of the game, really. It's taking me, I've always had it in me, but if you saw the person I was when I was younger, you wouldn't necessarily relate it to the person I am now. Far from it. But yeah, it's a hell of a journey. It's nice that I feel like, because we're a little bit more open now, if there is anyone else having lower moments, that they feel like there is a community of people around them, which I think is really important.
And there is, and
It's
I've
very
seen
real,
it.
mate. It's very special what you guys have got here, because it is very real.
It is, and you see it, and we see it every day. Like, you know, I tell you what was really interesting. And I can't wait to speak to Danielle about this, but her mental health first aid training. When I saw everyone going through that, you know, it became normal to see tears in the office.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Like it, and it was lovely. Like it was really, it was hard for a lot of the guys going through that, and I felt, you know, have the conversation changed. You know, the connections started building because we opened up, and if you allow that to happen, then it's a hard balance though, mate. You know, you've got to you've got to make sure there's a business here at the end of it. You know, that's the hard
yeah,
thing. In an ideal world, and this is why I take a lot of inspiration from the startup world. In an ideal world in business or in any organization or any activity, you would spend, you know, a year, 2 years developing the team, developing the business, developing the people, building the tribe, you know, getting that unity, getting that real closeness right at the start, and then going. That's one of the hardest things in business, the complexity of scale, when you try to embed the values at the top end that goes through. And that's, unfortunately, that's what happens when the business gets too big. That's why I don't like big businesses. I love micro businesses, like up to, you know, kind of up to 40 employees, about as far as you know, in terms of I'd like to be in any kind of leadership role in them, because it becomes, you know, I remember being the employee coming in and going, well, okay, are we the engine, or are we the, you know, with the sun and the moon, or, you know, they put these things they put on the wall, and they, you know, send the videos out, and you do like 3 or 4 days training, but I don't believe it. You know, you don't believe it because you
no,
don't feel it. You don't see the human aspect of it. So I think it's, you know, it's something that, you know, I know that we're all conscious of. That's why that we're all here. I mean, you know, that Cliff, Sarah here listening now, Christine's probably not sleeping yet. You know, we're all in this, and
yeah, absolutely.
it's a wonderful thing that we've got, and I'm looking forward to seeing it expand and grow. But I love that it's being bled into the community, into the Shifties community. There is a certain business owner that lives in Shifties. You know, the ones that don't. I mean, you weren't at the events because you weren't in. Well, you were, but you weren't, you know, involved in the community as much. But before, I would tell someone to leave. I don't care, man. Like, you come to an event and you want to be the guy who's just hustling and selling, and, you know, you're not here to build relationships. I'm a massive believer. Well, it's 100% certainty. You put more effort into helping other people, you will grow a lot faster yourself.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. There's no two ways about it. I know some very, very successful people that have done very well for themselves, and been very selfish all the way up. They're lonely. They don't have anything. They don't, honestly. I feel so sorry for them. But they're so, you know, money means everything to them, and it's such a shame. And you can't change the mindset because they've worked their entire life off to get to that place.
So that's probably a good point for us to chat about. So you're talking about how different people define success. So for me, something that was really telling for me. So I'm very much a family man, and so I was reading Alex Ferguson's book. I think it's called Leading or Leadership.
That's
and
great.
He is seen as the most successful manager of all time. So you look at the man, and it's just intrinsically linked with success. Now, when I was reading his book, the thing that really struck me was he'd just moved from Aberdeen down to United, and he said, "Yeah, I went down, but we decided that his newborn kid, Darren, and his wife, they all stayed in Aberdeen, and they were up fending for themselves." And I can't see that as being a success. If you aren't a present dad, then in my makeup, the way I define success, I was looking at thinking, I feel really uncomfortable about that, because we all have such a different sort of understanding and definition of what success looks like. Like, to me, it's about balance. It's like I exist in this constant life EQ of like trying to balance one, like, but it's family first for me, always family, making sure I can provide, that always comes top of my list. And then extending out, can I make a difference? Can I help others? But it's a constant juggling act for me. But I would prefer to be moderately successful in all of them, or as successful as I can be in every area, than I would just to shoot off in one area, perhaps like Alex Ferguson, and then to be like, well, you've neglected everything else. So whatever the top 5 principles are of your life, for me, I'm kind of defined by trying to succeed in all of them as best I can. But perhaps sometimes that then means I don't excel in certain areas where I could, if you know what I'm saying.
How do you like? Can you forecast that into the future? Can you see a place where that is completely level? Because I've got big opinions on this.
No, I can't see a place where it's completely level, but I can see a future for me where I have a really strong, happy relationship with my wife, where I have an amazing connection with my children, where I'm present for them, where we're financially secure and I don't take huge risks, where I balance all of our fitness and health and everything like that. That for me, that's the foundation. So I can see that future building, and that is the most important thing to me. I suppose for me, chronologically, when the girls get to a certain age, and they're not a million miles away now, we're feeling already, both Em and I have more time than we've ever had. So I think perhaps once I fulfill that commitment, maybe that will free up in my mind a case of almost like, it's my time now, right? Let's really push for something. But no, I don't think there'll ever be a point where we sort of come up and I'm happy. But that's just the way. That's just the way I define success. Is 4 or 5 key areas in my life, is putting all my time and energy into them, because that means the world to me. Time with my kids, time with them, our life, our lifestyle is absolutely everything. But I suppose tally ho is a very fierce passion, and I suppose as I'm talking now, maybe that has been down the pecking order. Well, it has definitely been down the pecking order. And for me,
and rightfully so, right? Because you've got family. This is circumstances. They're so different. It's always, your circumstance. You are absolutely excelling and achieving the utmost in being an awesome dad. That's priority number one. You said it yourself, right?
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah.
But once you've finished that path, there is and I don't know how you feel about this, but I remember having a conversation with Flynn when he turned 17, and I was like, right, you're a man now, man. Like, you're a man. You got, it's time now. What are you doing? What are you doing with? I don't ask him what he's going to do in terms of a job, because I think it's a stupid question to ask a kid. But what are you doing with yourself every day? What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
What considerations do you have? Who are you surrounding yourself with? Because I want him to go off, and I don't want him to be relying on me when he's 21. That's too late for me. Like, I want him to be. I don't have any. I just want him to be happy. Like, I'm very much like that. I've never put any pressure on that side of things at all. But I also am a massive believer that when we've done our bit, it's time for you now to go off and explore, go and try things, go and make mistakes, go and live and explore. Your time will come then, probably, when the kids are off and doing their thing, right?
Yeah, I think so. But I suppose what I'm realizing is it doesn't have to be like I am one role till then, and then the next one then starts. It's the transition that I'm trying to make. But what it does is it kind of has alleviated up until this point that kind of bold, like, bam, this is what we're doing. We go bing and bang, and because there's always the underlying kind of like, man, I've got to provide, and I don't want to. I suppose when I was young, so I'm from a family of entrepreneurs. Like, my lot are mental. They're off here, there, and everywhere, doing everything. So I started my first business when I was 18, and it was quite a lonely experience. My dad, many businesses, and going all the way back. Like, my great uncle was a very successful, owned large parts of London, and what would he be? Another great uncle is an absolute. He's a multi-millionaire, and he's all over it. So it's in our DNA to a degree. But my experience of that world is my childhood, which was the stresses and the strains, and my mum and dad struggling, and me and my sister, like, the door being closed, and them being around the dining room table, hashing out numbers, being under a lot of stress, and us just sitting on the stairs some nights being like, just like, as much as I respect them for doing it, I don't, how can I put it?
Resist.
I don't want that for my kids. Do you know what I mean? Like, because your childhood is precious. You get one chance at life, but your childhood is the fun, carefree part. That's the part where you should be living in a bubble, where you should be out doing all these amazing things. And of course I was. And my mum and dad are incredible. Don't get me wrong at all. But it didn't change the fact from 8 to, I don't know, 16, we were brassic. And it made, not necessarily the money side of things made things tough, but the lack of having that soft bubble made things really
you've got
tough.
now, right? I mean, Sarah's just come. I know you can't see the comments, so I'm conscious of that, especially when you're talking about this. Sarah has said, yes, they are your priority now. They are your future, or they are our future. She also said it benefits them massively. Excuse me. It benefits them massively to see your passion for tally ho, but they will learn about balance because you put them first, even though the passion for tally ho is there, and help them find their passion. I think that is, this is the thing, man. What do they think about tally ho? Do you talk openly about the ambitions?
Yeah. I mean, they love it. They absolutely love it. The thing is about tally ho, like the overriding statement with tally ho, which doesn't get said enough, is I truly believe that anything is possible. I truly believe that for everyone in the tally ho community, everything is possible. But my biggest motivator behind tally ho is to show the girls. It's to show the girls that they can do anything. So I'm a big, like, so for example, like my dad would say to me, "Boy, you could be prime minister. You could be prime minister," and I'll be like, "Okay," like, but there wasn't a case of like showing me how or guiding me in certain directions, just a statement. And I found that quite frustrating. So with tally ho, I just want to show them that no matter what it is they want to achieve, whether they want to be a nurse or in business or travel the world or whatever it is, but that it is doable. Like they can look to my journey, and I can give them practical, implementable advice to say, let's identify it. Let's be strategic. Let's make a plan. Let's do all these things. So the motivation behind tally ho is to prove to them, show them that everything is possible. The subtext that comes under that is, but it's not going to be easy. Life's going to be full of ups and downs, and there's going to be so many challenges that we face along the way. And that's when the sub sort of issue or subject comes in of how do you rise to that challenge. And that's where the World War II generation come in of like, this is how they rose to this huge challenge, and they're incredible, and they did it together. And then we can go off on that dynamic. But it's all about the girls. It's all about showing them that they can do anything in their life that they want to. And I've always been a firm believer that actions speak louder than words. So let's do it. Like, that's my motivator. And that's what I need to really focus on more is, right, come on, let's do this. Let's show them.
You're doing it, man. You're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just that part of me. I suppose it's just the impatient part of me that's like, I want it more and I want it now.
Good.
And come on.
But you need that, man. Like, you need to harness that, though, right? So that's the thing. Like,
I've been wrapped up in frustration for years. It's burning away in me, Alex. God, it's like, it's and it's easing. It's definitely easing. The more I'm talking, the more I'm sort of getting into schools and educating. That frustration is turning into something really positive. But for quite a period of my 30s, it's been constant angst. Like, and I know, even saying that, and like, the girls don't want a dad that's full of frustration. They want a liberated dad that's just full of it. You know what I mean? Full of life and that. So I know I have to sort of make my peace with that, and I definitely am. But I just want it quicker. And do you know what I mean? So that's the sort of.
But you go, man. Like, so anyone that's achieved anything in any area of their life has had this obsession. Like, it's a word that I love to harness. Obsession. I'm obsessed. When you turn frustration into obsession, it's like so powerful, man. It's dangerous. Like you rightfully said earlier, on those other areas. Because I'm happy to say that, the conversation I had at the front end when I went into business was, I'm going all in. Like, I'm not messing about. And the people that love me and understand that right now I'm on a mission. Right now I'm obsessed. I'm on a mission. I've got to get this completed. I know what I'm doing. I know we're close. I know we've got, we're there. We're nearly there where we want to be. They understand that. Some don't, unfortunately, and haven't. And that's fine. That's cool. And I hope to make my peace with them at a later date, and we'll learn from it. But when you find it, man, like it's like when you're on that, when you find that slipstream of it's a decision, like it's the pent up frustration turns into obsession. Then you get a bit of luck in terms of you stumble across the right few people along the way, but because you're obsessed, because they feel that, they feel the passion, which you're so good at getting across now. Like you seem to. I remember, blimey, whenever it was the first time we kind of met and started having a chat, whatever else, you couldn't articulate what the Tally Ho project was really. You had I could feel it.
Do you remember what you said to me when we hooked up after football in that pub? You said to me you thought it was a business about sex toys.
Did I really?
That's how poorly I articulated it.
That sounds exactly like something I would say as well. But then we went for a walk the other week, and I said to you then, that it comes through now. Your passion has turned into words, and your words have turned into actions. And you've now created something that is so powerful. I think your kids are going to be proud. And when you talk about the generation that you talk about, and that you share and love, and that you harness their lessons. Well, hopefully the kids will be talking about time like this, which is crazy times when they're older, and what you've done to develop this business and what you're doing with it. It's phenomenal, man. It's awesome.
Well, no, I appreciate that. No, I mean, it means a lot. The thing is, I mean, the passion is very real, and I just love the people. I love the power of people, but I also I very much love being part of this community. Like, I don't know how other members have embraced what you guys are about and offer, but I mean, I don't think there's many people I haven't connected with or worked with since April. It's just been a case of like, I've been waiting for this, and I remember having a chat with my best friend and being like, he was off and doing his thing and making connections and having all these cool things going on. And obviously, like, friendship is the most purest form of love. I just want him to succeed. There's no agenda. I'm so pleased for him, but there was a massive part of me that was like, man, I'm stuck in St. Neots. That's what it was, and it was an excuse. And then to tap into what you guys have got, and now he looks to us and is like, and I literally invited him into the community yesterday. He's like, man, I can't believe St. Neots has got this. I can't believe this always existed. And it's an incredibly, I do genuinely love what you guys have created and what it's about. I'm not just saying that.
You're part of it, man.
Well, I love being part of it. I mean, even doing this with you tonight, like I say, it was never in any doubt, question, or whatever. It's not even a chore. It's a pleasure to rock up and chill with you one-on-one through the night. And if there's a few people listening, Sarah or Christine or Cliff, whoever's about, bloody marvelous. Like, I love it. It's great. And,
that's awesome.
Yeah, no, I feel it, bro. Genuinely, and especially with this Liveathon Speak Up, I do feel invested into. I really hope we do well. I hope we make a difference, because it's good. It's just a figure, and we know what it's like. We love numbers. You put it at the end, and it's something to work towards. But it's gonna make a difference to someone. Whether what we're on at the moment is at 1,396.
Well, I haven't refreshed it. Let me have a look.
Whatever it is, mate, that's gonna make a difference to someone's life.
100%.
Which is great. Which is amazing.
1,500.
Yeah, boy. That's awesome.
Well prompted. Yeah, no, it's awesome, man. No, like I say, it's already made a difference, because, like I say, all I care about is the conversation. If you saw the intro video and what Ali's saying about what we're doing, how appreciative they are, and the work they do in the community is amazing, and it's a start. It's at the end of the day, it's if people open up and they feel more comfortable now to open up as a result of this event, I'm happy. Like, win, right? It's all good, man. So let's talk about Dave then. Let's go back to Dave, because I liked talking about Alex, but I don't really like it that much.
Well, we're going to go back there later, mate. Don't think you
get I'm sure, mate. I'm sure.
I've got a list of stuff.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. So yeah, so you said it yourself, and I don't doubt it because you're. I can tell already. You were a bit of a lad and whatever else because you just got it about you. We just cut from the same cloth, like I say. You've obviously come from some stuff. So take me back to same question you asked me. When where were you in your darkest hour, if you like, or if it's before that and it built up to that? I don't know. You tell me. It's your story.
I suppose, like, I mean, my darkest hour is without doubt slightly more recent, but I suppose, like, my mum and dad are very different people. So my dad's like East End of London, from a huge family. I feel massively part of it. Something very real, something very solid. This Duke name, this identity that comes with it. I love it. It's empowering, and it's always been a real pleasure to be part of it. But what has come with that for me is me always trying to live up to something that I'm not. It's literally very recently that I'm realizing that. So when I was young, it's like, hit them first. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Get them on the ground. You're both the same height. Get in there, son. Smash them up. And so because that's just what they know. That's their life. And I mean, rough, tough streets of London. You got to be nitty gritty. You got to be tough. And so I wrestled when I was a kid between that and my mum saying, "You've been blessed with an incredible brain. Use it. Don't fight. Think. Resolve. Talk." And then you look to my mum's side. Her family. They're they're just beautiful, loving, caring, funny, creative people. So I've spent my whole life trying to fulfill the Duke dynamic because I felt like I should do. Where actually I realized, man, that ain't me. Like, I love the part of it that I've taken, that kind of strength, that no nonsense. I'm very direct and very to the point. It's something that I actually try and taper back a little bit. But actually, I am the other side of the family, and I've only just really recently sort of tapped into that. And with that realization does come a lot of power because I can start to own that, who I am. I am compassionate. I am loving. I'm not a fighter. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. I'll be a black belt in MMA in a couple of months, and so don't push it. But I'll never be the one who goes out and
it's good to know.
and starts anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just not me. I'm not that person. So going back to what we were talking about before, like that ownership, and you saying I really don't care what people think. Like, to a degree, I have, because I've always trying to been finding my place between those two really strong dynamics. But I love the fact that they are there because it does make me, and I like the person I am. But it's made for quite I don't know. Like, I've never managed to balance the two. It's always like been one or the other, one or the other. So as a kid, I was a bit of an arse, if I'm being honest. Always scrapping, never in school, usual sort of stuff. But then on the 1 minute, I could have a fight with someone, and then switch into me and be like, "Oh my God, are you okay? I'm really sorry." It's just this weird mixture.
The empathy comes through.
Yeah, with things coming through. But no, I mean, like I say, I am coming to terms with it and very much come to peace with it. And it's brilliant because what I realised about Tally Ho is the essence of my granddad. It's like he is everything to this. And he was a soldier during the Second World War, but he wasn't a natural warrior. And he wasn't one of those people that was under that stress and really rose. He was like, man, this is tough. But everything he stood for is what I want Tally Ho to be. He's to be open, and it's like loving learning. I love to learn, and I'm happy to share that with anyone who wants to listen. Do you know what I mean? And that comes from my granddad's side. That comes from his sort of influence. But yeah, so building up to
before you go on, because there's something you said that seems to be a common theme in high performers. This MMA. So in terms of harnessing those two sides of you, how much has played a part? Like, MMA, because there's a lot. Yeah,
massively. Yeah, I mean, because martial arts it's a metaphor for life. Like, you have to learn the lesson of the moment before you can level up. So whatever belt you are, you're not going anywhere until you take your time, consider your surroundings, learn from the people around you. There's a very defined sort of ethos of mentorship there. You know, we all talk, we help. I help the people below me. I get help from the people above me. We learn the lesson. We grade and we move up, and it's a metaphor for life. And seeing that process has been really, really good. Yeah, I mean, it's been 4
When did you start?
I've probably been training for about 5 years now.
And and is that about when in line with when changes started happening?
It was definitely part of it. Yeah. So my sister was poorly when I was in my mid-30s, and as part of her recovery, she started training. She did a martial art, and she did it for to try and build up some of the muscle she'd lost, and also for a bit of self-confidence. Because I adore my sister, I just wanted to do it. I just wanted to be with her, spend some time with her. So I was like, oh, sorry, I'll do it with you. So she was about, I don't know, 6 months in, and I joined as well. So we've been doing it together, and she's now first dan instructor, black suit, black belt, double hard. And so her fight back from cancer has been a hell of a fight back. She's a warrior. So the martial art sort of motivation came from that. But it has definitely straightened me up, yeah, without a doubt. And it allows me. I tell you what it does. It puts me in that real focused state. When I'm doing it, the whole world doesn't exist. I literally focus down to the person I'm fighting, and nothing else is there. My mind is clear. My body and my mind are at one. Body, mind, movement, and it's a brilliant feeling. I love it, and it does ground me, and I do find a lot of peace within it. And it's a great way of getting out some aggression.
Yeah, no, I genuinely ask because it's something that it intrigues me. You know, it's something that, you know, a lot of high performers and leaders are into some kind of martial arts like that, because like you say, it's well, Sarah just said it, self-discipline. It's a great lesson. You know, it's that getting beaten up a few times helps, right?
It does. It's for a bloke who, not for just a bloke, but anyone who has that kind of arrogance about him. It's a good leveler. It's a good leveler of, like, you don't know everything. You have got a lot to learn. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's quite humbling the first time you lose in sparring because you don't like it. Your ego's dented, and you're like, didn't like that at all. But no, it's on so many levels. If nothing else, I mean, at the minute, for example, I'm training 5 times a week, and it just keeps me, you know, all the endorphins topped up. It keeps me moving, keeps me fit, just keeps me going. So no, it is on a lot of levels really, really important. It's another community that I adore. Like the school I train with, there's no egos whatsoever. Everyone's lovely. It's all sound as a pound. But we know that when the gum shields go in and the headgear goes on, that, you know, we're going to have a tickle, as we call it, and we do.
Interesting.
Yeah,
We'll be. I can tell you right now, knowing that we'll be harnessing that in the coming years, with that mindset of putting the guard in and going. You know, when it comes to some ball. Yeah, we're gonna be walking to some. I'm gonna send you in a few buildings, and you're gonna have to put that guard in, mate.
That's fine, man.
Sorry to interrupt. It just caught me in there. I didn't want to forget because it's just an important point. But carry on. If you take back to your grandfather, which I know is a massive, huge part of your life.
Yeah. I mean, he was. Yeah, it's. I don't think I really realised it. Do you know what, mate? Let's just have it. Like, okay, so my granddad was my absolute hero. I worshipped him. And I was there when he died, and he basically fell at my feet. He had a heart attack. So it was as raw and as graphic as a young man could witness at a very poignant time in his life.
How old were you?
I was 11, just going from primary to secondary. In amongst, like I said to you, all the businesses and that sort of hardcore dynamic at home. Like, I suppose I got a lot of what not that I was missing from my mum and dad, because my mum and dad are beautiful and amazing people, but the stuff that I needed, it was there in spades with my granddad. Like, he would he would watch me play football. He'd just bring up a chair and just sit when I'm over the green with my mates. He'd just watch, and then we'd get home and he'd be like, you know, this is what you could have done. Like, that was great. You could just stop that. And we'd put videos in it. And he just entered my world. It was like a philosophy I share with my kids now. Whatever they're doing, I enter their world. That's what I see as being a good parent. It's not waiting for them to enter yours. It's being in theirs. So my granddad was everything. So, yeah, I lost him in pretty hardcore circumstances. And, yeah.
That's hard, man.
That was pretty tough, man. I didn't think I'd be talking about that tonight. I don't often really go there. But,
no, well, thank you for sharing it, man.
Yeah. So yeah, but like I say, I have come full circle to the point of, mate, he is the lifeblood of Tally Ho, because it's what everything he stood for is what he contributed. He played a role within his community. He volunteered. He helped out with scouts. He was an artist. He was a magician. He was a musician. He made games up. He was incredible. He was just incredible human being. So moving forward, I really want to harness that, all of that, and just broadcast it to the world. Do you know what I mean?
Mate, I tell you now, he's proud of you, mate.
Yeah. No, he's a good bloke. Yeah, I hope so. I think so. Yeah.
No, definitely.
I'm rearranging stuff on my desk because I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. So I'm glasses around and stuff.
I'm shuffling these, so don't. Well, you got some. So Sarah said, "Thanks for sharing. He is your inspiration, and he will be very proud of what you're doing." And she's fucking right. You know, you absolutely, mate. And I know I can see it, and I see it in you in the conversations we have. I haven't seen this. But I see it in the conversations you have, and like you're doing him fucking proud, mate.
That means a lot, man. That means an awful lot, definitely. If that comes across, and that's everything. If I can just maintain doing him proud and finding a balance with my family, then tally ho, that's it. That's the blueprint sorted.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, let's bang on time for another 4.5 minute break. We're getting through these slots, and I think it's a good timing as well.
Yeah.
And then we're going to come back and take from there where you were, if you're happy to, from when you were 11 up to what next.
Yeah, no worries, buddy.
Lovely to share, man. And one more comment from Fiona there. This is where you get your love and passion from.
Yeah, pretty much.
Back in 4 minutes.
All right, buddy.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a second year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, welcome back. I see we've got another edition. Well, morning, Cam. Cam has joined us. Welcome, mate.
Cam.
Yeah, so Cam's in, and can I just say, thank you guys for staying up with us. Like it's 3:30 in the morning.
So who are the ever presents, Alex? Run me through who's still with us.
I don't know everyone because I can't see on here. But I can only see from the comments. But do comment if you're still watching. If you're not talking about trying to find the kettle. So you've got Sarah, Fiona, Cam's just joined. Cliff's there. I don't know if James is still with us. Whether Michael's still with us. Was it Fiona, your friend? Sorry, who commented earlier? Fiona's here. Yeah, still here.
It's
brilliant.
Nice, Fiona. How you doing?
It's awesome. James is here. Yeah, James is still on. Brilliant. But they're all. I think
awesome,
the main story.
Everyone that's watching is amazing. That's great.
But there's a side story going on. You see, they're trying to find. So Sarah can't make a cup of tea because there's puppies in there and they're going to wake everyone up. And Fiona's got the same. Cliff has got a cup of tea and he's rubbing it in. So there's some serious stuff going on in there. Mr. Kersop's still holding on in. Top man.
Do you know what, Alex? I was pretty sure it was just going to be you and I.
I know.
That's amazing.
But there's more than that. There's 12 people tuned into it still. I mean, some may have fallen asleep with it, and we're only streaming on Facebook at the moment. So either way, thank you very much for staying with us, and you joined us at a good time. So Dave, look, that was hard. I know. So we talked about this before. I think it's important that we talk about the past, and it is, and I want to finish that journey, and then we can move into the second part of this shift that we're on, and move into the future, move into the present, and the positivity of what we've got to come. But take us, if you wouldn't mind, I can imagine, I can only imagine. I mean, my grandma meant a lot to me as well. We share that. My grandma I lived with my grandma for a little while when I was kicked out. I completely share that love for a grandparent, but I haven't been through that. So, if you wouldn't mind just carrying on a little bit and lean on me for anything.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's stuff that, I mean, at the time, it was a lesson of, that's just life. That's what happens. So it was a very abrupt lesson. And I have genuinely have never thought about it. And I've never thought that it had affected me in any way at all. And then it's really the last 4 or 5 years, and Em being the incredible person she is just asked the right questions and just opened that sort of thought process up, and me thinking, actually, that was pretty hardcore, and you know, I can accept that. I mean, like from that event onwards, like school was amazing. I just love school. It's such a great time, social time. Started my first business when I was 18, so all my mates went to university. I stayed and started up DKR Office Furniture, the office professionals. That's what I'm talking about.
Was it DKR? Was it?
Yeah, I just took the vowels out of my surname, so I was really super creative. DKR Office Furniture. Yeah, so for 3 years I did that. So I didn't get in any debt, made a bit of money, learned an awful lot. Was bloody lonely. So what I'd love to have had a community around me then. It was old school business, very much so. But and then met Em. So I met Em when I was 21. And we just decided, like, let's just get out of here, like, let's go. So we left and went traveling. We just went around the world. So we did a year just experiencing the absolute time of our life. It was incredible. She's an amazing girl. Came back, had kids, all good in the hood, working hard, not necessarily sort of achieving everything I wanted to achieve on the work front, but happy with my lot. And then, like I say, my sister developed breast cancer in a quite intense year. This was 2013. So Em and I got married, we moved house, and Steph was diagnosed with breast cancer all within like 8 weeks of each other. So it was a headbender. It was a tough old year. And yeah, without going too deep into it, I had a breakdown shortly afterwards. And where I am now is as a result of that little mini journey from there. Similar to you, that's where I think our stories overlap of like, okay, I need to get to grips with myself. Let's start to learn. Let's start to learn from people. Let's start to develop, have conversations, and what can we do? Where can we go? Where can we go? What works? What doesn't? And that's where.
So where did you start then? So you'd hit that. We've been there. I think most people that are listening and myself, we've all been there. We've all hit that place.
Yeah.
So, you know, for me, like I said earlier, for me, it was kind of discovering other leaders, and I decided I wanted to be a leader. But for you, where did you kind of turn at that point?
Where did I turn? I turned to. So I basically looked for escapism, and one of my main areas of escape was that literature behind me, that generation. So I would just want to get out of it. So I did. I read and just absorbed everything they went through. I used to say to them, I'm getting airborne, and I just submerged myself into a book. And so a lot of that journey for me, it was quite random, but it was quite cathartic because I needed to check out. I needed to get clear of my thoughts to try and find some answers. And my way of checking out was reading. But then by reading about that incredible generation, I found most of the answers I was looking for. And I suppose as well, one part of that part of my life, which I haven't talked about, is being fortunate to meet all these incredible people, these veterans. That started in 2010, right before Steph was poorly. So I was in amongst that generation and I made some really close friends. And yeah, that was where I did a lot of my learning, and they were my mentors. And yeah, it was powerful stuff. Like when you learn from that caliber of person, the people who have seen it all and just exude that, they just exude life.
They have an energy about them, right? They have an energy about them.
They definitely do, mate. They definitely do. They have an aura around them where they've done it and they've lived it, and it's amazing to be in their presence. It's absolutely incredible. So my I suppose self-developmental journey. Yes, I've done like the reading and I've ticked the boxes and I meditate and I exercise, all that sort of stuff. But it really began to hit home when I was sat with these veterans and like listened and talked, and you just think, wow, like, oh my God. And the wisdom they have, the wisdom they can share, just these little sound bites. And I was so lucky to have met some incredible people that have influenced me massively. Yeah, and that's really where my learning went. That's the start of it, was just absorb and sit and listen and just digest.
Is there a story is there something that someone said at the time that sticks with your, like if it's one thing that...
There was one relationship, and that was with Bill Green, who I know you have been aware of me speaking about before, but he just had a way of tapping into me, into my strength. So little things like, he's my hero. Like if you'd asked me as a kid to define my hero, it would have been a Battle of Britain pilot. If you'd have asked me as an adult to define my ideal mentor, it would have been Bill Green. And here he was, he entered my life. So he just had a way of making me tick and tapping into how I was thinking and asking the right questions. I was at a family funeral at one point, and I remember he rung up and he just left a message. He went, "Hi Dave, it's Bill. You've got a lot of talent. You've got a lot of entrepreneurial talent. I just thought you should know that. Have a good day." And he went. And he just
Wow.
I really like blew my mind. I was like, really? Like, coming from where? And he just yeah, we just clicked, mate. He was one of my best mates, but he was in his mid-90s. It's such a surreal friendship, but it's amazing. So he was the MD of Crown Paints in the 1980s. So he was super successful.
Yeah.
He said he used to lead with the heart of gold and the back of lead. Like, care for everyone, be there for everyone, do as much as he can, but never be a pushover. You know what I mean? There's always a point, and Bill was that man. And I just watched him, the way he lived his life, the contribution he made, super active, mentally bang on the case. And he would, even in the care home he was the center of that care home. People would come to him. Like, our meetings would be regularly interrupted with people coming to Bill with a problem or an issue, or can he help? Can he do this? Can he speak to so-and-so? Can he resolve whatever? And he would run these little Christian get-togethers. He's a very spiritual man, and he would be in charge as a priest would be. And I sat in on one of those once, and it was one of the most powerful and emotionally charged rooms I've ever been in. He was just amazing, incredible
Sounds like an amazing man.
Yeah, he was. He just was, mate. It was a privilege and a half, buddy. But he'd been through it. He'd lived it. He'd done it. He'd been through the war. He'd had these epic adventures. Ended up as a prisoner of war. Was nearly killed many times. Saw it all as a massive social study. Learned the lessons. Talked to people. Learned language. Learned cultures. And it was just, yeah, and somebody, absolutely, and some. So, yeah, he was a massive influence in my life, and yeah, it's just carried on. And I suppose after chatting with you for the last half hour or so, I just think about Bill and my granddad and think that's the power. That's it there. Just harnessed. If you combine Bill and my granddad, then wow, then we're going places.
It's not bad, is it? I mean, I think you got to remind yourself of that, dude. Like, every single day, like, you've got all of that in you. That's awesome, man. Like, that's embodied in your brand in Tally Ho. Right? That's amazing.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's cool, man, isn't it?
It's very cool. It's amazing. I mean, you see the comments in here. Yeah, I know you're not seeing them. So, so Fiona said sometimes you only grow from hitting rock bottom. I know she's had a lot of challenges in her life as well. Your journey changed your future path. Michael Kersop, nothing better than hearing people's stories. Fiona agreeing. Sarah Brand, lessons from the past shaping the future, so powerful. Hashtag lessons learned rock. Could you utilize that? No, it's amazing, dude. So you kind of turned the corner. You've turned the corner. You've got this, this. You've now got the chip on the shoulder. You've now got the I'm changing this. I've got to sort myself out. Whatever else, where does that lead? That was what you say, 2013.
Yeah,
2014 probably more likely when you come out the other end, does it?
Oh God, no. 2014 had a breakdown. 2018 ran the London Marathon, and that was a bit of a game-changing moment. It was 4 years of hardship and shit, really, that I put everyone through, and then was just a super rock throughout all of it. But yeah, even when in the early essences of Tally Ho, it was still tough. Like, some days I'd be absolutely buzzing, like exactly like this, like, it's amazing, and then be down rock bottom, and then up, and then down, and it's just constant sort of battle like that. But you know what I mean? I just wouldn't change it. I've learned so much about myself and about everyone, about the world, and throughout that, I just wouldn't change. And listen, it's all relative. Like, everyone has their thing. Everyone goes through it. I think that's a real great thing to understand, is that everyone has their story, has their challenges, has their battle. No one is separate from that. And actually, when you realize that, you realize you are part of it all. You're all in it together. Like, you're all part of this amazing journey. And I know people are going through, relatively speaking, a lot worse. It doesn't undermine where I'm at, but it does put it in perspective for me. And it does make me feel like, how can I help you? Like, what can I do to help you? And I feel that's important. That's what I love about what you guys do. Is it's not about you; it's about other people.
Absolutely,
it's so important.
I think perspective is such an important word right now, isn't it? Like we've all got like you say. I don't think it's such a fine balance, though, isn't it? It's such a fine balance because you have to acknowledge your own pain. You can't always just go, well, because this is the issue, isn't it? So the whole shrug it off. Yeah, well, at least you got food on the table. I'm like, well, okay, I've got food on the table, but I'm still I'm still in pieces here. It's like
That's why I really resist when people say about the Second World War generation. I mean, they had it so much worse. What are we complaining about? We're locked in our own homes and they're warm and heated, this, that, and the other. And like, obviously, yes, it's important to put perspective on it, and looking at their example can give us hope, but that shouldn't undermine what we're going through and how we feel, because this is very real for all of us, and it's been a real tough year for everyone, which is why this Liveathon, this speak up is so important. It has been a challenge. You know what I mean? And we shouldn't deny that. Like, what I mean? I think it's quite empowering to acknowledge it and to be like, but we're still here and we're still going and we're still talking and we're together. And that won't change. And so it doesn't matter how long this goes on for, another 6 months, another year, it doesn't matter. Like, we're still going to keep doing what we're doing, and we will emerge and we'll be stronger for it.
Damn right. Fiona's just said it there. It's a different pain. That's the thing. It's just a different pain. It's so everyone's got their own. It's how you. So I mean, how do you explain the power of understanding those elements of life? It's such a journey. I know, because you're the same as me in the sense that when you understand, when you get that kind of pattern of perspective, gratitude, into action, and you take yourself through that. And I'm a big believer in that. I spend time. I don't meditate per se, but I do things that may be perceived as meditation if you didn't see it. You know what I mean? I'm like, for me, it's just a walk or something. But I will get in tune with surroundings. So if I'm stressed, I'll go for a stroll and I just kind of go into my own head. How do you explain the power of that to someone that doesn't understand?
It's the power of connection. That's what it is. Because when you're in that state, you're connecting to something that connects us all. It's that there is an energy and a strength to all of this, and connecting to that is massive. So when if it's for you going for a walk and being grateful, you're connecting to something and then expressing that energy out. That gratitude is your expression out to the world. Like, man, I am grateful. I thank you for all of this and for everyone in my life. And it's powerful stuff. Like, tapping into that's very powerful. Like, meditation for me, I've gone quite deep. I've spent quite a lot of time doing it, so I can connect to something pretty damn amazing. And it's good stuff. It grounds you, it connects you, and there's a lot of strength in that. There is a lot of power out there to be tapped into. But yeah, I do feel like you have to find a little bit of mental space and calm without distractions, without screens. Essentially, I really detest how screens taken over the world. But turn them off, take them away from your life, and just be at one with yourself and see what bubbles up. But yeah, there's a lot of power out there. Right, I love the fact that you'll do your detox time. You'll have time away from screens. You're just like, no, that's me checking out for a while. I think it's important.
It's amazing. It's everything to me, because I spend probably like 90% of my time like thinking about problems. Right, just gonna mute you for a second, mate. So I spend like 90% of my, just unmute yourself when you respond. Just don't do it yet, because it was getting the crackle thing. I spend so much time thinking about problems, like so many. Like, I have questions. I actually have a black book here somewhere. I think I've shown you before. And it's got loads of questions in it. I've got loads of them. It's crazy. I'm always just putting it out there, putting the questions out there. It isn't until those moments, like that detox I have, or the time me and Christine get away, which I try to do as regularly as I can, the answers all come flurrying. They only come then. I accept that. you know, and it's now part of the process for me. So I spend all year asking questions, but I don't try and find them until I'm in that space that allows the answers to come back to me. And it's because it's, you know, I'll still explore them, and a big part of something that I really do, I start to do especially when I'm in a bad place, is journaling or vlogging, which I've done. So I've got a load of private vlogs that I'd never put. Maybe one day I'll put out, you know. But the some of the conversations I have with myself are absolutely ridiculous. You know, like, sometimes it's like, you know, I love the idea of, I love starting a journal with a question, and then you just end up, God knows where you are. You know, it's absolutely bonkers. It's something I'm a big advocate for when you need to go into your head, for sure.
Yeah, I agree, man. There's a lot of power in journaling. Absolutely, I do as well. I'm very much with you on that one. I learned my journaling technique from Chris Thatcher. So it's a gift. He calls it gratitude, intention, forgiveness, and truth. And you just go through and write some statements down for each. And I find that gives me a lot of perspective. I don't do it as much as I should. I tell you what, but the thing the place I'm at the moment is, I know exactly what I need to implement in my life. Yeah, I don't do it all. I'm still yet to find a way where I can do them all at once. I know if I miss something and don't do enough of something, that it affects me. Yeah, I'm my own worst enemy sometimes. So for me, it's about really finding that kind of balance and discipline to be like, yes, you must meditate every morning. You must have a little workout because you feel good for it. Like meditating, having a workout, having a shower, and you explode into your day. It shows, like it's so important.
It does.
Yeah, but it's just, yeah, I don't always do it, and I need to definitely work on that.
You know, tell you one thing I have been doing since, one thing that has stuck, if you like, from New Year, is I've been doing the cold showers in the morning, the Wim Hof. You know, so I'll get in the shower, I'll just shower normally, whatever, and then I get ready. I'll start the breathing. You know, I'll start the deep breath, wait for about 30 seconds once I'm in flow, and then woof, mate, that gets you, that wakes you up. But it's more, I don't care for the health benefits, like I do, of course, you know, I want that, but for me it's a mindset thing. I'm doing something I don't want to do, and I'm forcing myself through that process, and that means that every day I go into every day having already defeated something, if that makes sense.
And is that something you do daily, sort of religiously now?
Every day, and I did it at 10:30 before I got to the office this evening. And it's been an absolute game changer for me. Again, it's just a mindset thing, because I'm moving it. Like I said to you earlier, I am conscious about this. I'm moving that way. I'm moving towards the next level of what I want to be. And for me, that starts with a cold shower, apparently.
But that works then, mate. Something as simple as that can make all the difference. Like, for me, it's making the bed in the morning. Get up, make the bed.
Yeah.
First thing, standards are set. Do you know what I mean? Intentions are there. I've already achieved the first thing of my day. Right, I'm up, and then work out, then yoga, then meditate, then shower. And when I put it all together, I'm a force to be reckoned with. Like, I tell you what, mate, she's on to something. She's really got it. She's got that internal drill sergeant that says to her every morning, the alarm will go off, and if it's her time for coffee, boom, she's up on the alarm, literally up, coffee done, down, workout, shower. She's incredible. You can learn a lot.
She's such a strong woman.
Yeah.
And we got a question here from Fiona, a great one as well. So I'll put it on the screen so you can see it. I don't know if you can see it on your phone. So, and for any benefit of anyone's listening in. So when my granddad was very poorly, bedbound at the end of his life, we asked him how he was coping. He replied that as long as he could see the horse chestnut tree outside his window, he was good. What or who is your horse chestnut tree? I mean, wow. Fiona, do you want to take the mic? Because you're like, honestly, that's absolutely wonderful questions. Again, do you want to go first?
Incredible. Yeah.
Well, I think you just said. Is it Emma?
Well, I'm just rereading the question, because that's such an amazing thing, isn't it? What an amazing attitude to have, to just be there and just to see the good, just to be like, no, I'm fine. It's all good. I'm still connected, and there's beauty out there, and I'm happy. That's such a great mindset. Who or what is my horse chestnut tree? That would be my ladies. It'd have to be three of my girls, my two daughters, and my wife. Yeah, without a doubt, really.
Yeah.
Simple as that for me. I don't think I have to go any further than that. But I love that, Fiona. That's amazing.
That's beautiful. Yeah, same, man. The women in my life, I'd say the women in my life have always women have always been important in my life anyway. You know, obviously my mum was a single mum and has always been a single mum, so she's brought up all us on her own. And although I got a good relationship with with our dad, he wasn't there like mum was, you know. So and then now with Christine, she's such a powerful woman, and the women that we have in and around us are absolutely amazing. So, like, without a shadow of a doubt, I know when you see and you wait, honestly, Fiona, if you have a chance, tune in to, I think Christine's on with me about 10:30 or something. She's been through such a transformation and such a amazing journey of where she's come from and who she is now. And when you feel when Christine's in a room. You know, she's got such an aura about her. So for me, it's my horse chestnut tree is other people's growth, but also the ladies in my life. That's a great question.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great question. No, I really appreciate that. No, it's interesting to think of it like that, isn't it? I mean, and if it was a what, like obviously we've said who, but so the what for you would be helping the people around you. Like as long as you were doing that or you were making a contribution, then you feel content.
Yeah, I would say so. Like without a doubt, I get so much energy from other people. Like I'm useless on my own. I've never ever been any good on my own. Like I need to have other people around me because I love watching people grow. I just love contributing to other people's lives in whichever way we can. Yeah, it's and you can definitely hear Christine. Sarah's just commented saying, and you can hear Christine when she's in the room, especially when she's on Zoom. She doesn't know that you don't have to shout at the computer.
So Em's exactly the same. Like what we've set up during this latest lockdown is a family hub, where the girls are doing their schoolwork, I'm doing tally ho work, and Em's working next to me. And when she's having her meetings with you guys, like honestly, like there's just no need for it. It's crazy. Honestly, none of us can do it. I don't understand. It's bonkers, isn't it?
But we don't even realise that we're doing it. They just shout, and I'm like, "But I'm here. The microphone works. It's so close to your face. You don't need to shout." But yeah, I would say they're definitely the growth of the people around us. But yeah, do tune into that because I think I can't wait to tell Christine's story because she's always behind the scenes and she's been on the quiet.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to try logging on the computer again to see if we can get a bit of love.
Yeah, we do a break anyway. We do a break.
And then when we come back, let's talk about the ladies, both of them.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, buddy.
Cool. Right, we'll see you in 5 guys. Not 5 Guys Burger. See you in 5 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I'm delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a second year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. Dave's just switching device. It's going to be a common theme, I think, for the rest of this. Just switching it up. Good night, Fiona. Thank you for staying with us for as long as you did. Much appreciated, and adding value as well to the conversation as well. So thank you very much. So while we're waiting for Christine, sorry, not Christine, we're going to talk about Christine in a minute. While we're waiting for Dave to come back, give me a shout out if you're still watching. I can see there's still people on the live. Give us a shout out. Are you planning on going to sleep at all? Are you, or are you just powering through? What's your plan? Here he is. Fiona's off to bed, mate. So she's gone.
No, Fiona.
She's
Sweet
done.
dreams, darling.
Yeah, James is still rocking. I've just asked to see who's here. What's the plan? Because are they staying up for? Because you got work tomorrow, you guys. You know. No, appreciate powering through. It's awesome. It's awesome. So back on laptop now, are we?
It's going to be the theme of the night, mate, isn't it? Jumping between one and the other.
That's exactly what I said. James, but the thing is, poor old James. James is on with me at like back end of the. I think he's the 11:30 on the Liveathon. So
yeah, that's going to be surreal, isn't it?
Yeah. You should sleep. Don't feel this will be here for you to watch back if you wanted to go to sleep. Don't feel like you need to stay with us. Like, we really appreciate it. And the boss isn't a real slave driver. I know Cliff is up all night. He doesn't sleep anyway. So yeah, let's do it, man. Let's talk about the ladies. Let's talk about Emma and Christine.
Yeah, let's talk to me about Christine, because I don't know Christine too well, but what I do know of her, I think she's amazing. She comes across really genuine, super strong. But yeah, what sort of age did you guys meet, and what's your story, the pair of you?
Well, we met, so we've been together now, again, trouble here now, 11, 12 years. So, yeah, so she would have been 17 when we actually, or 17, 18 when we actually got together. We met, she was younger than that when we met. We kind of hang around, the ramp, you know, the ramps, the ramps crew. I was like part of the ramps crew, I was rocking around in my pimped up Clio with tinted windows, terrible induction kit, with all the boys just out and about, whatever parties, whatever else. But yeah, we were kind of friends, if you like, for a little while. And I was in that phase, as I mentioned earlier. I was a bit of a lad. I had a terrible nickname, which I was shy from.
Go on, what was the nickname?
Hussy was my name. Was my nickname. It was. But I thought it was my brother's fault. My older brother was the original, So I grew up in an environment where, my brother was my role model. My older brother, he's 3 years older than me. I moved here to St Neots when I was how old must I have been? I don't know. How old are you when you're in year 6?
11.
11. So yeah, I moved here when I was 11. When I got here, I was at Crossall School, and so I just made some friends, whatever else, and then everyone bugs off to Longsands from Crossall. But my brother, who's dyslexic, they didn't have the services to support him at Longsands. He had to go to Ernolf, and my mum wanted us to go to the same school, so I then had to leave the friends I made and go to Ernolf. So I just ended up hanging around with Chris and his mates. So I was the kid at like 12, 13. The house parties were going on, and I was like in the corner, in the cupboard, watching out, sort of thing. I should have been in bed, but I was like embracing this mad world that I was in. Probably explains a lot. And, drinking and whatever else. I was a bit of an animal when I was younger. So Christine was always present, if you know what I mean, and then when she turned to, I think I'm terrible. I'm an absolute nightmare with this. She'll watch this back and she'll give me a slap. But I would have been about 20, and we got together. She was actually with someone at the time, but it was like I told her eventually. I was like, look, I want to be with you. Yeah, let's make this happen, whatever else. And then we've been together ever since. But at the time she was like studying beauty or something at college, because she didn't know what else to do. She was always working. She was like cleaning and whatever else, but on the side, but she didn't really know what she wanted to do. She still would tell you now she doesn't really know what she wants to do, But my mum at the time was running the ironing shop, which was the first business we took on. And it had a cleaning arm to it. And Christine, when we got together, I was like, well, look, you may as well come and clean for Mum. And she did. So she was working. At the time I was contracting. We lived in Bolton for a little while, Christine and I together, when we first got together. She actually moved in when I was away skiing with my family, with all the lads from my family. And I come back and she moved herself in. No, literally moved herself into our house. And she asked my mum. She didn't even ask me. I just turned up. I got home and I was like, she's like, oh, how would you feel about me moving in? I said, I'd be wonderful. And she said, good, so I have. So that's happening then. And yeah, she kind of took over and just became a real rock for me and a real inspiration. And she, so she's been on this journey now for a little while where, she always worked. She's just a worker. That's what I really respect about Christine. She's always the hardest worker in the room. She works way harder than I do. Like everyone say, Alex, you're always on the work. I don't do anything. I don't really. I do. I have a lot of conversations. I have a lot of thinking. I have a lot of strategy time. I'm biz dev. I'm always I'm either on the whiteboard or someone else's whiteboard, right? So. Christine's always been the person that's really churned the work, of our relationship and in business and everything. She's just such a hard worker. And but what I really respect about Christine is that she kind of got stuck in, worked like 60, 70 hour weeks, cleaning, which is, by the way, cleaning is not easy. Like, it's hard work, it's hard graft. Like, it's you know how hard that is, right? So I was working in I was contracted to work at the council, an IT support role, and we only had one car, so she would drop me to to town at the bus stop at like 5:30, 6 in the morning. So I had to be at work for 8. And it was always a nightmare getting in. It was always bloody queues to get on the bus. There was never enough on the X5, right? They've sorted it now, I think. But her attitude was like, well, I can't bother. May as well not drive home. May as well just work until Alex gets home. So I used to go to work 6 till 7. She would be working 6 till 7. She'd pick me up. We'd go home. We'd do everything together. You know, we'd always, if I'm working 13 hours, she's working 13 hours.
So what you guys are doing at the moment is what you've always done then, basically.
It's just normal to us, you know. Yeah. But she kind of took a little bit of responsibility on in the business, and kind of stepped up and kind of taken over a little bit and helped my mum out. And then she became a bit of a rock to her as well. And it was only inevitable, really. It got to a point where the ironing shop had grown to a size that mum couldn't do both, mainly through like VAT reasons, sort of thing. If you go over a certain threshold, so she had the ironing stuff going on, they had the cleaning stuff going on, and we always thought the ironing shop would go to my sister. It made sense, like that. You know, my grandma started it. It was, you know, over 40 years ago. My grandma started the ironing shop. It was kind of a lifestyle thing. While my granddad was out working, she wanted something. It was her way of kind of getting mum's, you know, a bit pocket money sort of thing. You know, it was like, here, you know, do a bit of ironing in the week, keeps you busy. My grandma was such a she loved people, so it was a perfect excuse for her to get out and talk to people. And then when mum took it on, she had a cleaning to the arm. It made sense at the time to just split off the two businesses, and she was just going to get rid of it because my sister had just had twins, so she wasn't ready to take it on. And I said, well, wait a minute, Christine, you could do this. You could take this business on and run this business. She said, oh, no. Immediately, Christine's default is no. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. Like, you definitely could do it, and it was a massive moment for Christine to take the ironing shop. She knew the legacy was there. She knows how much my grandma meant to me, and it was a huge part of our life. And the ironing shop, as we look to grow it, and it's now passed down. So Christine took that on, grew it exponentially. And, you know, I was doing biz dev and marketing, so I was part-time at the pharmaceutical company I was talking about earlier. I was kind of doing the biz dev and the marketing side of things, while Christine was out there delivering ironing, dealing with staff, dealing with all the madness that she has to deal with, all the operational challenges, which anyone who runs a business knows that the people and the operations are always the biggest challenge. And she had to deal with all of that and learn from nothing. So she kind of grew through that role and really developed her as a person. But she would tell you, and she won't mind me sharing, you know, she suffered tremendous anxiety through all that period. Like, she really doubted herself. She would wake up and, you know, I honestly, I'd wake up and she'd be crying. She'd be crying. She was honestly, she won't mind me sharing this. She really won't. And, you know, I didn't understand it. I just couldn't, I was trying to help. You know what I'm like? Right, okay, well, let's resolve the problem. What's the problem? You know, me not knowing and not having the understanding I had. And it took she was in that place for a good 18 months, 2 years, where she was like really, really struggling. It took me, she wouldn't get help. She wouldn't seek help. You know, here we are talking about speak up. You know, I was giving her all the answers. Here's the book. You know, here's the therapist. Here's the tools that can help you get you out of this. But she couldn't do it. So I learned. So I started studying CBT. So I started studying cognitive behavioral therapy. And I was, at the time, I was on a leadership course that was being put through. And I just asked the coach there. It was just a coach. So I was like, well, you know, I explained I said, oh, my friend has this issue and she really suffers with anxiety. How can I help them? And then she started recommending books that I could read. I mean, I'm talking, when I say I learn, I'm like, I studied it enough to enable me to speak the language, to understand and better signpost. So I was there to help. Yeah, I was there. Well, Sarah's just said there. I was there to help, and I was just there to support her in her darkest hour.
So what did that look like? What did that help look like then?
It was less trying to intrude and give advice, and more kind of coaching her through it and really helping her. It was just getting her through every day. Every day was a challenge. Every day was extremely challenging for our relationship, for her. I think the only reason she really, and I'm speaking for her here, but again, she won't mind me saying, I think the only thing that really disrupted her was me saying I could take it all away, because her biggest fear and anxiety was around her not being good enough, not being strong enough, not being, capable enough to run an organization and be respected and make those decisions. And I was just seeing Sarah's whiteboard. I do have a whiteboard behind the behind the sofa that's stuck ever since then. I bought a little whiteboard. I took it home with me and said, right, let's write down your fears. Let's write down your concerns. Let's just put it on a whiteboard and let's look at it together. And even if it just means sitting here together and staring at it and nothing happens, let's just go through this together. Help me understand. Let me just see life through your eyes a little bit. It was just being that guiding light best we could. And in the end, what really disrupted her and really took it away was I came home after spending a lot of time thinking about it. I said, right, I'll tell you what we do. I'll quit my job and I'll run the ironing shop, and you go get a 9 to 5. You go get a job that enables you to clock in, clock out. I knew this wasn't what she wanted, but I wanted to give her an out that she could take if she wanted. I said, I'll quit my job. I'll do this. At the time I didn't have any intention of really leaving business, and it was only really this sort of thing that made me do it. Leave the corporate career. Sorry. She almost overnight was just like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want control. I want it. I really want to be. I want to do something. I want to be something. I want to matter. In a broader sense. And it just enabled her. And ever since then, I think everyone has their demons. Everyone has their challenges. Everyone has that chimp, that's in there that doubts you and questions yourself and all that stuff. But she's gone on from there. She's leaps and bounds. I mean, bloody hell, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. I'll tell you that now. I wouldn't be. She gave me purpose at that time as well. So it was like her pain. She was a great friend to me when I was a pain in the ass to her when we were young. She wanted to be with me. I was still trying to be this, lads trying to, fit in with the crowd. Yeah, don't they? And I was, I was a lad. I was being a lad. I was doing what lads do, and I was messing her around. I was messing other people around. I was just being that guy. And she stuck by me, and and then I returned the favor, and we've been kind of cemented together ever since. I mean, we literally don't leave each other's side for anything, forever. We're always together, and I'm, without her, no, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have the drive to do anything. She gave me some purpose, and it's she's a phenomenal lady, mate. She really is. And now, and do you see her now? I mean, last 2 years. That's why I said, Shift Momentum was my baby, and now she's the CEO. This is the lady who's in charge. She's the boss.
Is she grown into that role? Is she? Because I gather she's been quite open that it was quite a big step up. She felt it was quite a big step.
Well, she's always the person. So after the ironing shop, she so once you've kind of finished that job, so Wendy, I think Wendy, who runs the ironing shop now, Wendy Chamberlain. Well, she's again a mum who was driving for the ironing shop. She was at the ironing shop before we got there. Wendy now taken over. So Christina finished her job there. She'd hand it over to Wendy. At this point, I bought another business. So we bought a commercial cleaning business. I'm like, yeah, it'll be fine. And me and Nicola, who's now runs Diamond, We were like, yeah, it'll be fine. Nicola's going to do the ops. I'm going to do the sales and marketing again, and we're going to grow this thing, and it'll be great. Well, inevitably, whenever I need a CEO, the first person I go to is Christine. So Christine had been pulled out of this. Right, she's done that bit, and then straight into silver. Then it's immediately that self-doubt comes in.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, but she's better equipped, and I see her adapt. And you do that. I think Silvertone was the real making of Christine, because she's taken that business. You know, that business has grown and grown and grown, and she's managed to keep it afloat now, even now, during all of this. You know, people are being developed, and the business is being developed, and it's grown, and she's now got to a point where Silvertone's in such a good position, and you've got Dawn and Nanny who are running it now, which is Dawn's Ryan's mum, by the way, and Nanny is an amazing woman, Nanny Sellers. She's another woman with an amazing drive behind her. I've never seen any work ethic like it, but she couldn't speak English when she first got to us. So Christine's said, right, well, we're going to pay for your English lessons. We're going to pay for your leadership training. And now she's sat in a management position. So Christine's enabled that in her.
Yeah, awesome.
It's unbelievable. So then when Shift Momentum came about, and obviously I started Shift Momentum with Danny, my old, my cousin, who he's again, I never choose anything, it seems. He told me to do this. He was like, right, you've got to start Shift because you've got something there. There's something in that. There's got purpose in that. You need to build a business around it. So he kind of inspired me to do it, and we co-founded it together. But after a year and he'd gone, I'd kind of, you know, I'd lost my team, if you like. If I'd lost my teammate in that sense. I'd never do anything alone, as I said before. I like to do things with people. And I needed a CEO, and Christine made absolute sense to allow me to do this, to allow me to focus on Shifties and do what I'm doing. So, now we've got Christine at the helm there, we follow in suit. And since these wonderful people like Sarah has joined the team, and
you've got a hell of a team building there, without a doubt. Yeah,
and it's great, and tell you what, I just think, you know, I know my weaknesses, I know my strengths. I'm a people person, but I'm not a manager. You know, I'm happy to lead. I can take an idea and come and follow me on this crazy journey I embark on. But, you know, unfortunately, I'm not very good at managing people in that sense. You know, I'm very much of a, you know, if I had my way, I'd be following one of my favorite leaders in the world was Daniel Ek, who's the CEO of Spotify. They don't have policies. They don't have job roles. They're all a bunch of nutters. You know, they just, you know, when people join, you know, Ryan's a prime example of this. Dan's a prime example of this. When Ryan joined, I said, he's like, well, what's my job title? I said, I don't know. Call yourself what you want. I don't care. Dan is the bearded digital guy. You know, it doesn't. I'm a people person. I like people, and I know I can look someone in the eye and I can see, and that takes a certain character that can do it. That's you need a very entrepreneurial mindset to be able to self-manage like that, and that's not fair on everyone. So Christine's great when it comes to managing people, and I think she's a perfect. She's the perfect person for me to be with, and she's just an amazing woman. And I'm so devastated that, because I proposed to her a long time ago. I proposed to her 6 years ago.
So is 2020 going to be the year then for you guys?
Yeah. I mean, because the thing is, neither of us are really like, you know, we don't pin anything on. We don't think getting married is going to change anything for us. Like we're extremely happy. Like we don't. We argue sometimes, and we shout at each other, and we allow ourselves to do that. Because we understand that sometimes you get frustrated, and I'm a very frustrating person to be around. But you know, we are best friends. Like there's never, so we don't need that. So we've always been put, you know, oh well, I want to buy this business, or we got the house. We wanted to buy the house. We wanted to do the things that will move us closer to where we want to be together. And getting married and spend a lot of money on a wedding a few years ago, when we just remortgaged the house and maxed out credit cards, starting a business. You know, we went all in. You know, we were all in on this. So we're like, do we really want to spend thousands of pounds on a wedding right now? Probably not. 2020 was going to be the year.
Yeah.
could have done that. So it's a shame, and I can't wait to see her in that wedding dress, and I can't wait to see her have the day that she deserves.
Yeah, man. No, it's amazing. No, I get all of that impression from her. She is a really strong, extremely capable woman. Is the impression you get. So, see, I love women like that. I don't do the frilly sort of fluffy, high maintenance bit. I just love strong, powerful women who know who they are and just know where they're at. And yeah, it's she is awesome. She is building a wicked team there. I mean, M loves her. M thinks she's amazing.
And on to Emma. But before we do that, I just want to see. I haven't read Sarah's comment because I just for a year. So let me just put it on screen so you can see it as well.
Yeah,
there you go.
absolutely.
And that's it, isn't it? Sometimes you just need that. You do just need that. Just say, okay, fine, give up then.
Yeah.
And let's see the reaction. And you have to do that sometimes when you're a leader. You sometimes have to just say, you know what, don't worry about it then, and then see how they react. And their reaction says everything. It does everything for themselves and for you. That's really interesting. Nice share. So tell me more, Emma.
Well, yeah, I mean, so Em and I.
You meet? You said, you met when you were 20. Say.
I was 21. Em's a little bit older than me, so she was 27, I think, and she is my sister's best friend. So I've known her for ages, but very much off limits, or so I thought. So we were mates, just had a real laugh, and so she again was in a relationship when we got together, and that was coming to its end, and she bought herself a flat, and was just sort of like, you know what, I'm gonna just make this bold decision and do my thing. So we just sort of we were mates, and I think that's half the strength of our relationship. Is we were probably mates for 6 months or so, and we just had a laugh and just got on really well, and it made such a change from other relationships. So yeah, so we had a really decent foundation of friendship, but she's just awesome. I just love her, and it's very sort of echoes where you guys are at as well. Em's really, really strong, and to watch her journey since we've been together has been amazing. Really, she's been through a lot, and she's such a beautiful, powerful person, and she's kept going, keeps developing. We've always had the philosophy, like Christine's a worker. She's just always been there. Even so we took the decision to have quite a traditional setup. So I went out to work. Em was adamant that she wanted to be there for the girls. Like if the girls were poorly, she wanted to be
there, man.
Yeah, it's always the priority. Like if there was something going on at school, Em wanted to go in and be a part of it. But in and around that, she always worked weekends, worked evenings, and yeah, so we just sort of took the decision is don't go back. So every time she feels like she's done with the role, she's done a lot of cleaning back in the day, so very much down that route. And then she'd move on, and she worked at a football club, and then it was like time for a change. Don't look back. Let's keep going. And then she started doing a bit of work for someone in an office. Then she started doing a bit of marketing, and she's found herself. So she's always developing and always finding herself, but she's got such a true sense of self that she's quite an empowering person to be around because she knows who she is and she knows where she's at.
She's a hustler, man. You see all those list of prizes. That's her, man. She's a hustler.
Yeah. No, she's a hard worker, and she's just got, you guys have seen it, I'm sure, but she's just got so much strength about her. She's got these amazing qualities that anyone needs that needs about them, of organization, of really giving a shit, of how people feel and how things should be done. Her standards are just ludicrously high, and that comes from her dad, like really high standards, and that just rubs off on all of us, everyone around her, sort of that rubs off on them. She's awesome. I love her to bits. I love her more now than I did when we got together. Our relationship just gets better and better and better, and it was bloody amazing when we first got together. We've traveled the world, jumped out of airplanes, swum with sharks, had kids, had the ups, had the downs, lived in like 5 houses in 6 years, played the housing market really well. We've just done it all, but done it all together. And yeah, so she's everything. She's awesome. She's a great mum. She's a great wife. And Yeah, man. Yeah, and it's nice to hear, because it's how lovely is it to have found that person.
That's so lucky. We're so lucky, man. Honestly, we're so lucky. And I think you said it at the start. I think it's born out of friendship. I was just saying we were friends before anything else.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I've just seen James comment here about he had a NAM with Christine. Last NAM challenge. NAM challenge is back this month, actually. Was a pleasure to meet her. Her advice, checking my notes. This sticks out. Doing something passionate can make you money. Might take longer. So true. So true. Dave knows it too.
Yeah, man.
It's so true. And it's so true. That is business. You know, that's where you gotta get your oxygen mask on first. And Christine's the person who knows that. And they're the conversations we were having. It's a cleaning company now. Learn. It's just a vehicle. Businesses, they're just vehicles to develop you as a person. That's it. Don't get emotionally attached to it. It's got a result at the end of it. That's it. Like Christine, I can see Christine. I could definitely see her in events, because I've seen her. You should have seen her with Cambridge Social Media Day.
So fronting an event or organising
No.
the event on?
Organising. When there's a crisis, you need Christine.
And Emma.
Yeah, oh mate, absolutely.
And I'm guessing, do you know what? And Sarah as well, if Sarah's still around.
Yeah. Oh hell yeah.
I've only met Sarah a few times, but I'm sensing that already. Powerful.
The power. Honestly, the power in So Cliff and I had this conversation when all these powerful women would join the organization. We were like scared for our lives, because we're the disruptors. You know, Cliff and I are the pain in the bums to everyone. You know, we're both disruptors. Both ideas, you know, we want to go fast. We want to go our own way. We, you know, I'll come away from the office for a weekend, and I'll come back and we've changed it all. You know, it's all changed. We've planned all this stuff and I've changed it all, because that's just who we are. But you see the reaction of your Cliff's laughing, Sarah's panicking. Look,
I love the fact they're still there as well. Go on, you two. Nice.
But cool. But I tell you now, you see, you know, like it's something I leaned a phrase that I was leaning on at the beginning of first lockdown, and I've seen this works across every context, right? When pressure is applied, character is revealed, like, you know, and you know we've seen that over and over and over again in over the last year across society. Internally within our own organizations, internally with our own heads, with our relationships. It's again, to quote Daniel Ek, you know, it's amazing what you can achieve when you don't care who takes the credit. You know, you've got to have that attitude, which is very easy saying that when I'm sat on camera. You know, or you know, and I've always said this, but Christine wants to plaster that on the walls, because she's a big believer in it. Without Christine, there is nothing. There is nothing. And I'm sure Christine will say the same about I'm sure Christine will say the same about her staff. Without them, she's nothing, and that's the way that it trickles down, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, when you have that ethic and that team, that's how an event like this can transpire. That's how this sort of becomes a reality, because that does completely sort of typify that whole process. This isn't about any one person. I know you're hosting it and you're doing the 24 hours.
I've done nothing.
Feel like that. You know, it feels to me this has been about the prizes put forward by the community. It's been about the charity. It's been about the speakers. It's been about everyone together, and that can only come out of an organization that promotes it. So it's working. What you're doing is absolutely working.
That's awesome, man. It's amazing. And I agree with Sarah. Christine is better up front. I tell you, you know, I can't wait to see the day. I can't wait to see. She just needs a message. She needs to find her message, and you know,
where did that come from? What gets her ticking? What would that message be, do you think?
I think
would it be women in business? She seems to be passionate or leaning towards.
The thing is, she doesn't really like. She really shy. She doesn't like the women in business thing. She doesn't. That's not for her. You know, she doesn't. I think she's quite. She already sees herself as as equal in that sense. So she would probably, she would look to empower other women for sure. Yeah, for sure. I think for Christine, it's more. I think it's more from her personal growth point of view. I'd like to see her share more about, which I will push on her for, and when I have her on here later. But I think, regardless of who, what gender, whatever, I think she's an absolute inspiration and long term just shows, when you put your mind to something, you just work hard. That's it. And you've got that resilience and you've got that persistence.
Consistency is massive as well, isn't it?
Mate, honestly, she gets up. When she was running, don't forget when we had this really hard phase in business when you go from like 100k turnover to like 300, 400k. When you haven't got the resources to do it, you still haven't got the money because turnover is vanity, right? Profit, sanity, and cash flow is everything. So if you haven't got all those people, you're doing everything. Christine's up at 5 a.m. doing payroll. She's not meditating. She's not looking after herself. She's paying people, dealing with people that are off sick, hiring, firing, dealing with angry client or, whatever the situation. She's firefighting all day, every day, firefighting. So the transition for her moving from firefighter to CEO in the sense of now she's got great, capable people around her that can do everything better than her, and you have to embrace that, right? You have to embrace that. That you're not the best at everything, and nor what you want to be. So she's got to find a new thing for her next, and I personally think that she would be fantastic at kind of event organization, that sort of thing, maybe for charities in the future. I know she's very keen on doing charity work. I don't think she knows, and I'm the same. What am I going to be doing in 2 years' time? I haven't got a clue, mate. No. I don't even care. I'm happy now. I'm fine.
Whatever you do, Alex, it'll be fun. That's what you can guarantee. You'll be buzzing one way or the other.
I told you, you talk about your my grandma. It was one thing she said to me when I was younger that I'll never forget. It's the one thing, and it will stay with me. Life has choices. You'll always have options, but make sure you pick the scary one because that's where the fun is.
Yeah,
definitely. And that's exactly. And I've stuck by it, and I'll live by it for the rest till the day I die.
Yeah, do you know what I kind of thrive off it in a way, like when I'm out of my comfort zone and I'm nervous, and which I get before every live, before every talk, before every session. But there's a part of me now that really buys into it, and I really thrive off it. Yes, I'm nervous, but I feel like I'm living. You feel like you're living on the edge of life when you feel like that. You're up front and you're doing something. You don't feel that feeling unless you're doing something and achieving something. So I really like it. It's hard to overcome in the early days, but once you get past that point where it's sort of not crippling but really hard and becomes quite draining, I just use it to my advantage now. So before every talk, it's just like, just let it go, let me feel all those feelings. You sort of, when all the kids are filling in, the hall's filling up, you've got sort of 350 faces looking at you. You just think, yeah, come on then, let's do this. I love
bring
this.
It on.
Yeah, bring it on. Exactly.
Nice. Right, would you another break, mate? Would you another break? It's coming flying, isn't it?
Yeah, man. It was always good, bro.
Yeah. So what we're going to do next? I want to open up my care package from Bohemia because I feel like now is the time to start to flow into warming up because come 7 o'clock, it's going to be guest after guest after guest after guest after guest after guest. So I feel like let's go through. We got the inspirational quote off to do.
Yeah, we've got that to come. The thing is, as long as we get to sort of 6, half 6, still buzzing, still talking, full of energy, and then send you off into the day going for it. So yeah, we're on course at the moment, mate. Definitely.
Sounds good. Right, let's break it off, and I'll see you all in 5 minutes.
Awesome.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I'm delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a 2nd year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're back in the game. So we have a question
Back in the game.
off the back of the of what you were saying about the harnessing the fear and harnessing that. You know, what did you do to get through that? Could you share some of that?
Yeah. So I mean, 2 things really. One of them is really tap into that purpose. So when I'm standing there and the atmosphere is building and that buzz is building, I'm in a really fortunate position that I am there telling a story of people I love greatly and who can be of massive benefit to their life. I feel like a guide, a conduit between the two. I connect to that purpose, and then I breathe. I make sure just 4 seconds in, 4 seconds out, breathe, keep it cool, keep it calm, knowing that I've put the work in and I know my content inside and out. So all that fear has been taken out of it. So I just do what I need to do, breathe through it, connect with the purpose, and can't wait to get started. I love it, and I've missed it massively. You got to think it was building and getting some traction, and we were getting bookings, and then it stopped.
When was your last gig? Like in-person gig?
March.
Wow.
Yeah. So
That's crazy.
yeah, no, yeah. So I haven't done anything in person since the start. 10 months off, and
How much do you miss it?
Oh, I can't even describe. I can't describe. I like doing the live sessions, being into the classroom is cool, but it's very much me doing my duty. It's very much like I feel like I should be doing it. Trying to take the pressure off the teachers, trying to add a bit of diversity into what the kids are learning, and also I do feel like it can help. The message can help, but it's very much a duty piece. It's not that I don't enjoy it, but it's just not the same. You can't replicate that buzz and that excitement and the interaction and the energy and the questions and yeah, I love it. I just can't wait to get back. But in my own mind, I've written it off now till September. I would imagine. Let's be honest. At best, like this year is going to be up and down. We'll probably get back to the virtuals when the kids get back, and then the summer holidays will be here before we know it. If all goes well, September, and then mate, I am hitting it hard. Like I've always been a bit apologetic in my approach, a little bit like, this is who I am. If you want it, cool. None of that. Like
you need to hear this. You need to hear this. Yeah.
I'm going loud and proud, and this is who we are, and you need to hear this, people. And I can't wait.
That's that head guard I was talking about you earlier.
Yeah. I can't wait. I've missed it so much. I think this year has been like that. It has given everyone the opportunity to reassess, whether that's like you choose to or it's been forced upon you. But that's definitely been one thing where that's all I want. That's all I want to do at the moment. But linked into learning the skills, like taking it a step further. So going into coaching in a student environment. And when we talk about Shift is Ignite, like that, if I can get more skill and sort of education on my belt with regard to coaching, that can come in handy in so many different ways. So it's really about taking what I do at the moment and just excelling and just going for it and really sort of making a mark in that area.
Nice, man. Nice. Yeah. That's exactly it there. Welcome back, Fiona. She went to bed, but she got a bit of FOMO. She come back. That's awesome. Love that. Absolutely love that. You lot are absolute nutters. Absolute nutters. We're like glued here, and you're absolute nutters. Awesome. I love it. Love it. So I've got a care package I've got to open up at some point, but I don't know if I could do with it, but it looks like a bit of a mission. Might have a look. Then what we got in here, mate? We got a full, like, I thought making a coffee, just get a bit of instant coffee, bang in the water and milk, done. But apparently not. We've got all sorts, mate. Yeah. That takes me back to a different life. I don't think I can deal with all this right now. I don't think we can do all of this right now, mate. This is crazy. Got a grinder, scales, kettle. I don't know, mate. I don't know what's going on here. There is coffee in there somewhere, but I don't think I'm going to deal with that. I don't think I'm going to deal with that right now. I think I'll wait for now. I think I'll stick to instant just for the moment, but I'll revisit that later. I do appreciate it, Bohemia, though. I do appreciate it. Anyways, have I lost you? No, you're here. That's fine. I've got a bit of a delay again. Yeah, no, you're a delay. You have to try again. There's another switcheroo, mate. Another switcheroo. In which case, I will look at this.
What have you got? You going
Right, we're doing it. We're doing this. So I've got these instructions from Bohemia. The Chemex test. So they've made it as vague as possible, as they could. So number 1, grind 20 grams of coffee to a coarse sand-like grind. What? I assume that's that one. I mean, where am I supposed to plug that in? Oh, Dave's back, is he? I don't know where I'm going to plug that in. I'm going to need an extension lead. Bear with me a second. Yeah, I know, right? This is going to be an absolute disaster. There's so much. I can't believe there's so much to make in a cup of coffee. But he said it'd be worth it. So I'm going to move this back here. Let's have a look. Let me just pan this out. I'm just going to switch to my shotgun mic. 1 second. So then I can move this. I can pan out, and we can. We're going to make a coffee together. We're going to figure this out. Where is the camera? Here we go. Cool. Right. Just give me a nod if you can still hear me. Oh, Dave's back. Sup, dude? We're just making coffee over here.
Nice.
So we've got instruction. You can hear me fine, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
So I've got these instructions. Apparently it's that complicated to make a cup of coffee. So I've got. It's called the Chemex test. So I've got to grind 20 grams of coffee to a coarse like sand.
This sounds intense.
Mate, honestly, there's so much like. Let me just get all this kit out, right? So you've got grinder, kettle. I thought it was a flower pot first, but
Right.
we've got. I've got the coffee itself. Happy days. There's a bit of branding in there for them. And then apparently that's the exact amount of water we need to make this cup of coffee. That's the ultimate cup of coffee. And then
How many of these have you got? Have you just got the one?
What's that?
1 cup.
No, I've got a whole bag.
Oh, nice. It's going to fuel you through the day nicely, my friend.
Yeah, it's going to sort me out, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll be buzzing.
So yeah, I'm going to be off my rocker by the time. But if I ever figure it out, I mean, this could take some time. I don't know.
I'm sure it's amazing viewing for your audience, Alex. I'm sure everyone's loving it.
Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, I really want a cup of coffee, and I'm like, I want a Bohemian coffee.
If you're doing that, then I'm going to have a flapjack.
What you got? Flapjack. Fair play.
I've also
Mate, you've got a day on the sofa.
You see that?
Ah, that's nice. That's nice.
What's it all about?
Where's my note, Christine? Right. Let's do this, man. Let's make some coffee. So grind. So we've got to get 20 grams of coffee first. Let's figure that out. This is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Everything they provided has got a really short lead. It's pretty crazy. So what are you positive for if you look at the last year, let's not focus where you are now, what are you most positive for?
What looking ahead, or what we've taken from 2020?
I think taken from 2020 first.
For me personally, definitely, I've loved the kids, the family time. I love time to reassess and just work out where we all are, where we want to be. for Tally Ho is a business, and it wasn't before March. So despite the fact that I haven't got any paying customers at the moment, I have to reconcile myself with that and be patient, and that will come. But we are a registered business. We are a CIC, which is a format I'm really comfortable with. We have a website. I have a board of directors who absolutely rock. I've got a clear vision. It's onwards and upwards. So it's been, and the book as well. I've written a book, which is pretty cool. So it's.
Have I got the manuscripts yet?
No. I've literally only picked it back up. It's just gone through another little edit. So I've
You really?
That's number 7 on edits, and they're still finding spelling mistakes.
Well, don't you worry about that. I'll have it with the spelling mistakes as well.
Yeah, the idea of the book is really just to complement every talk. So I just like the idea of it being in as many libraries in primary schools as possible, really. So it's not necessarily a money spinner, but I just love having the idea of that reference that kids can go back to it, and these empowering stories are there, and you never know who might stumble across them.
No way, I think it's a great asset, and it's something that you can, like I say, it's going to be there forever, isn't it? It's always there. It's awesome. Right, we're going to go into grind mode.
This is inspiring stuff, Alex. Honestly,
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
This hard hitting and this gritty. This is intense.
Well, I'm trying to line it up a little bit, So I'm going to try. So this is the grind side. Oh, mate, that isn't good. Coffee beans everywhere, man. I'm useless. I told you. I warned you about this. Yeah, 4 minutes should be enough. Yeah, I think. Damn it. I weighed it out exact amount, and then I've just spilt them off of them everywhere. Not ideal, and that's fine. Yeah, well, it's like I say, I'll be buzzing after this. It'll be fine. It'll be worth the wait. And as Fiona rightfully put, it'll make the rigmarole keep me awake anyway. So what about moving forward then? What are you positive for 2021? What are you excited about?
Oh, mate, all of it, life, everything. I'm looking forward to enjoying the crew, enjoying the time with the girls whilst we've got it. I'm looking forward to them going back to school, and for me having some real decent tally ho time which I'll have to dovetail around work. And then just embracing it all. It's exciting times ahead. There's a lot going on, and I've got a lot of announcements to make. A lot of special people joining the project. Some amazing ambassadors coming on board. And it's just a case of pushing it out there and really making that difference, really. So lots to look forward to, buddy.
Mate, it's sick. It's going to be so much fun. It's the first big, it's that first contract, isn't it? It's that first order or whatever that looks like.
Yeah, I think what it is, it's really defining the assemblies as a product, and the classroom sessions, really making them as impactful and as powerful as possible. And that comes from the book. But when you read the book, you'll see what I mean. But the assemblies will be a reflection of the book. And then working with Sam, perhaps from Student Breakthrough, developing something beyond that. So he got in touch the other day, and he's offered me the chance to meet all these other coaches and spend Thursday night, I think it is, on an in-house webinar they're doing, which I'm well up for doing. So learning the skills to make more of a difference. At the minute, I feel like I dip into children's lives and make a little bit of a difference to a lot of kids. And it's really a case of, once we do that, is that funnel effect, and be like, okay, well, let's make a big difference to you guys and have a smaller group and work with them over a period of time. And really, that's really the plan, really, for the rest of this year.
Do you watch his stories, Student Breakthrough Man?
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of digging since we spoke the other day. Yeah,
he put one out the other day, and it was we were talking about. He was talking about education, that it was becoming too complex.
You know, that like having putting way too much pressure on the education system
Yeah.
because we've got to learn about this, we've got to learn about this, we've got to learn about this. But actually stripping it back to its core and like you say, let organizations like yourselves go in and teach them this thing, and let other, you know, there are other people that are passionate enough to go in there and do that bit.
Yeah, the thing is as well, it's a multi-curricular offering. We're talking about history and personal development in equal measure.
Exactly.
Like, let's learn about a real turning point in our history, but let's grow. Let's take those lessons on and really develop ourselves as well. So, I mean, really, it's getting back to doing what we love, but making a bigger impact, but learning the skills that I can then hopefully make that impact not just to a young audience, like to an older audience as well. And to different areas. If it's a case of coaching kids in business, coaching in all different sectors, then it's all there. It's all there to be had. But the core of it will be in assemblies, working in schools for the foreseeable, and just really mastering the art. Really,
That'd be sick. Can't wait. The comments, by the way, are hilarious. Are you seeing these?
No, I can't see them now. You're gonna have to fill me in. This is impressive, though, Hussey. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing.
No, I wish I never said that now.
You know that's sticking, mate. That's making a comeback.
Don't. So I'm just getting a lot of abuse, basically. You know, maybe. So I've got someone hit record. Alex, when are you auditioning for the shopping channel and live demos? Are you going to rustle up?
This is the worst QVC I've ever seen. This is.
Are you going to rustle up a quick peppercorn sauce? Oh, that's probably for clip. Yeah, I think it's not good for me. But Sarah did have a valid comment towards what you were saying, that learning will help you take it to the next level, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it will do. And it's like, it goes back to what you said earlier. What I've needed for a long time is to add to passion and interest and the desire to communicate. It's a case of really learning the skills of how to make a difference, really getting to know the job in hand. Like, I want to make an impact. I really want kids to feel empowered and move on and feel they can rise to life's challenges in a really open and positive way. But how, really fine-tuning how, the techniques, what do I need to do? What positions do I need to be in? What conversations do we need to have? And that's as clear and as much clarity as I think I've ever had with Tally Ho moving forward. That's where I'm at. That's what I want to do. I want to learn and I want to work. And I want it to be my full time. That's what I want.
I like that, mate. I like that. That's the one. That's nice. Let me just put this. I've just got to literally put the kettle on. I know I can put it on. If I put it on down here, that'll be a problem for us both, won't it? I'll put it over here. I'm going to stick it on over in the corner. One sec.
So Cliff and Sarah, if you're still on, you're doing amazing work, guys. I love it.
James is on too.
And James as well. Man, we are the crew. Hardcore.
There's absolute hardcore shifties going on here.
Yeah, no messing about.
James Hume's comment. Do you have an instant coffee under the desk for a blue Peter? Here's one I made earlier. And Fiona said, you feel very motivated, mate. I said that the other day. Your motivation, you can feel it, man.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's good.
Right, let me get rid of some of this stuff. So I've got to grind this up ready. So this might be a little bit noisy. Let me just mute up 1 second.
Yes, this is empowering stuff. I feel like I'm in a zoo watching a monkey making a coffee. He's doing really well, bless him.
Cool, yeah, that is now officially. So I'm at step 4 and it's only taken us 20 minutes.
Happy days. And how are you getting on? You any closer to having a drink yet?
You're already drinking yours, but
I'm pretty much done. Mine's cold, mate.
Let's see. So what we got to do? So we got to put the paper in the top of the thing. Yeah, cool. Moisten the filter tape. Put paper in. This is the simplest instructions. Like I'm stuck at like 5.
I'll tell you what. This better be good, Alex.
Well, I want it to be.
Imagine
Trust me.
you taste it and then just go, no.
It tastes like crap. Well, I've done the first bit anyway, so that's fine. So I'm waiting now for water, which is fine. So we can carry on now. Sorry. I thought that'd be. I really want a nice coffee. Is what I really want, but
I'm sure it will be if it's from Bohemia, mate. I'm sure it'll be lovely.
Well, I've got to make it right. So can't blame the tools.
No. So how about you, Alex? What positives are you taking from both 2020 and then looking forward to 2021?
Definitely for excuse me. Definitely shifties for this year, because this was making of shifties. In terms of it was activated, it found its purpose. So I think one positive for sure from 2020. So I'm reading the comments. Is it a sand like texture? Yeah, I'd say it's sand like. It's sandish, sandy. So I'd say definitely shifties, mate. I think it gave us a chance. It is a shame because we were going in the right direction anyway, but more hyper local. Now we've kind of opened up the to the rest of the UK. I've got massive ambitions for the next 2 years with shifties. We will make massive impact. Really start to connect micro businesses and young entrepreneurs alongside that. So it's been phenomenal. Oh,
yeah, that's definitely a passion of yours, isn't it? The young entrepreneurs.
Yeah, for sure. Right, James, thank you, sir, for sticking with us, man.
Yeah,
and I'll see you in however many hours it is until you're joining me on here.
Yeah, James, top man. Good effort, that.
Legend. I think it's a huge drive for me, because like I say, it's exactly what you said the same. You started a business 18. I started a business same time. Mine was Red Line Repairs. It was called. It was. I've still got a business card. It's terrible. It was IT. I was teaching old people how to use computers and fixing them. It was just awful. It was a terrible business. I was awful at it as well. But at the same time, it just showed, that first little paycheck or whatever, it just gives you that little, I can save myself here. So I do see how entrepreneurship can save a lot of young people, and help them make impact. Hopefully, I want, when we talk about starting businesses, I want to start purposeful businesses. I'm
just about to say that. That's the key. It goes back to that Ken Robinson TED Talk, and Ken Robinson is an actor.
Oh, I love that.
It's about connecting those kids that come through shifties with what they want to do. So, because my experience when I was 18 was running a business that I had absolutely no passion for whatsoever. I just did it. It was, that we were all, I suppose I was kind of expected to do it. And I wasn't expected to, but it was very much like that was the model set by the rest of the family. But I just did, I'd worked at my dad's firms throughout the summer holidays. I knew office furniture inside and out, and I did it, but I had no passion for it, and there was no purpose there. And as a result, it didn't succeed. So I think with the kids that we connect with in the community, the first thing before we do anything is just get to know them and get to know what makes them tick, and what do you like? What puts a smile on your face? Like, what do you want to do in the world? Connect them first before anything. Because without
do you not find that being the hardest thing to do, though? That is the hardest. It's a really tough, and that's where your student breakthroughs come through. That's where you people like that need to be involved, because I really struggle with that. Like, for instance, my kind of method towards it is, fine, if money motivates you, let's harness that for now, whilst you figure that out. Do you know what I mean?
But that might be it, Alex. That might be it. If just earning the money is the sort of the purpose and the drive, then that's enough to go. As long as there's something there. Because the thing about running a business when you're that age is it's a steep learning curve. Just sort of getting involved, getting stuck in. I learned so much in a 3-year period. It was unreal. I didn't enjoy it, but I learned loads. So it is important they make a start, but they have to find a purpose from somewhere, no matter what it is. Like, there has to be something. I suppose I've experienced going through the motions and being lonely, and So it's so important that as best we can, we say to them, come on, mate, let's think, like, where are you at? What is their passion? Like, you look at the lads you're working with the trainers, something as simple as that. You love fashion, you love trainers, awesome, excellent.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. That's the basis. Let's work from there. Let's go from there upwards.
I think that's where I think if we can get that message through, the entrepreneurship can be it's a vehicle to personal development.
Yeah.
Then doesn't matter what. That's why I've always been saying I don't care what a business is.
Yeah.
Give me any business. I don't care what business it is. I'll get involved in anything. It's business is business, because for me it's about my own personal growth and the people I'm going to meet as a result of that. I mean, we are sat here having this conversation, and hopefully we can do more collaborations. I know we've got lots of stuff in the pipeline throughout the year. Who knows what that's going to be in a year, 2 year, 3 year? There might be a random idea that we have, and like, oh, let's start a business, let's do this thing. So I think the two things that tend to stop people starting is not having the idea and not finding their why. And I'm happy to challenge on that, because I struggle. I still don't. I don't know what my why is. I don't know what I don't. I'm not chasing an idea.
I suppose that's where we actually would complement each other well, because I'm a lot more guarded about that than you are. I wouldn't promote anyone just jumping in for the sake of running a business, because I've been there and I've done that. Admittedly, without support, I didn't have a community around me, and I didn't have people that I could necessarily learn from. But I did.
That's where Fiona's point is here. I think that's it. That's where we can make the difference, is that business community support.
Yeah, definitely.
I think you're right, because if we weren't having this conversation now, and I hadn't kind of found that community, eventually, fearing failing, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. I completely understand. I was lucky because me and Christine were in it together from the start, and that was, we were like in it every day doing it, right? So that's a bit different. If I was on my own, completely understand. I can completely understand. So assuming that they come through let's say, for the future, let's say, we've just had this, hopefully get these 40 young disadvantaged people, right, coming through our ecosystem within Shifties and Shift and Tally-Ho and whatever else surrounds them to support them. If they've got that tribe, if they've got that community around them, that's what's really important to me, is that what catches them afterwards. Because I can tell you now, 80% of them are going to fail. 80% of them will definitely fail in the first year. And the rest, and there might be 5% of them left in 3 years down the line, but that's fine. Because as long as they've grown as a result of it.
I was about to say as well, and it depends on the definition of failure, doesn't it? Because as long as they do grow and as long as they do learn, then that's
what I'm saying. That assets failed, the business has failed. Again, inverted commas, but them as a person. It's really interesting, because you're going to love the conversation with Anne. I think she's on at 9:30 from the future, because we really share this value that it's so important that whatever programs we do, whatever we do together, it's a case of, right, the interest is in the person. Same with the Kickstart scheme. Obviously, we're trying to kick off this bloody Kickstart scheme with this government scheme they've put out.
At what point do you just let that one go, Alex?
With the Kickstart?
Yeah, at what point, I mean, do you feel like that you're better off putting your energies elsewhere? Or
Well,
do you think it's worth pursuing?
Well, I think they're both the same thing. So it's 16 to 24-year-olds, disadvantaged people, right? They're the same thing, but you can't. So the idea being is that they come to us, right? I'm 16 to 24. Or we found them, or however they've stumbled across us. Do you want to start your own business? Yes, over here. Do you want an opportunity to work within a small business within the Shifties community? Okay, come over here. So for me, they work side by side. I think it might take us longer. We might have to go down a route of, setting up our own portal or something. But we are making progress on that. Unfortunately, the issue is much higher up the chain.
Yeah, the problem I have with it is encountering this much hardship. Well, let's face it was a scheme that should have gone live in November
to
help people that need it most now. And the fact that they're making it this hard at this early stage, it fills me with no confidence whatsoever at any other stage.
No, it doesn't. And until they loosen it up a bit, it's the red tape as Sarah's just put on here. It's worth it just frustrating with the red tape. You know, we're there. You know, like Sarah says, we've done our bit. We've like, right, here are job descriptions. We're ready to rock and roll. You know, we've already made recommendations around the training and development that they're going to need throughout it. You know, we've already got, you know, nearly just over 100 jobs that are ready to rock and roll. It will be worth it. I think it will be worth pursuing. It will be worth getting there. It will work side by side. I think it will be. I think it's an amazing opportunity. I really do think it's just the most amazing opportunity to help young people, help small businesses that need the extra pair of hands. That, you know, it gives them a mentor. It gives, you know, it's huge. It will be huge. We will get there, and you know, if I've got to get back on the video call with DWP to try and raise some noise, if that's the next thing I'm doing in a month or two, because I've got to go public with it, then that's fine. But I think we'll get there. I do believe we'll get there one way or the other.
Yeah.
And it will be worth it.
No, I mean, absolutely. It was always a great opportunity.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
That they're just making it this hard, really. You think, we imagine the impact we could have made already, and the good they could have done had they just implemented. I just feel like they're making it infinitely harder than they need to.
Well, I mean, you could say that for all of it. I mean, there's so much of that now. I mean, you've seen the frustrations within the Shifties community around the grants and stuff that just aren't.
Yeah.
You know, they're approved, but the local council isn't set up for it, and whatever else. So it's, you know, there's a whole. This is where, like, having that granular level of context around it, you know, I can see, you know, it's not all one person's fault, or it's not all one thing's fault. Like, you could go, oh, the government, but it's not. You know, the way the government's set up and the way that our country is run, unfortunately, it doesn't. It's just not as simple as that. So, you know, it's very difficult, very, very, very difficult.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be lovely if it comes off. It will be amazing, and it's that injection of, well, in theory anyway, that injection of energy and enthusiasm.
Oh yeah,
assuming they're the right people and they've got the right mindset.
More rebels like us. That's what we want.
More rebels. Yeah, this is what we need.
What's Sarah saying about this?
A couple more nutters.
Opportunity to try out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at, so
yeah,
the lessons to be learned on both sides is huge. I mean, 40% of the people that have applied to go through this are first-time employers. You know, that you know, we want to include leadership training in that. You know, we want to, it's not just, it's a two-way thing. So it's a win-win in every sense. And I'm equally frustrated, but at the same time, I kind of absolutely rebels with a cause, Fiona. Rebels with a cause. It is so frustrating, but I'd say at the same time, you know, it'll be worth pursuing. It will be worth.
Well, I hope it comes off. Absolutely. And I have to applaud your commitment. I mean, you're in it to win it without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh yeah. We'll be banging our heads against the wall a few times, but we'll get there.
How's that coffee coming on?
I don't know, mate. I was just about to say next steps.
I don't see you drinking anything yet, mate. You'll be asleep by the time you do this.
Well, I've got the next part is to moisten the filter paper and discard water.
This could be funny.
What? So what do you mean, discard water?
Discard filter, didn't it say?
No, water. It says moistened filter paper. So that's that.
Yeah.
And discard water.
I might make another one just to rub it in.
I'm just you can if you want. I'm just going to moisten this. Okay, cool. Right, that is officially moistened. Happy?
Yeah, happy days.
That's going in there. Happy days. Right, it's number 5. Put coffee in. Right, sweet. Ready?
Hit it.
And then...
Be careful. Control yourself, man.
Right, okay.
Oh, good job. We like that.
I don't think that's as sandy as expected, to be honest. Or like, I don't think it's quite as sandy, but that's fine. We're going with it. Okay, cool. Lightly moisten all of the coffee and allow to bloom for 30 seconds. How do you know when coffee's bloomed?
I don't know. What does that mean?
Someone help me out here. Someone
will know. Sarah will know that.
Yeah, come on, Sarah, help me out. So it says here, lightly moisten all of the coffee and allow to bloom. Well, I could do the first bit. I don't know what bloom means.
I see Sarah as a coffee connoisseur. I think she's going to come up trumps here, Alex.
Well, I haven't sandied it enough yet, so.
I think definitely the hours of between 4:30 and 5:30 have been a real highlight. It's hard hitting stuff at the moment, mate.
Mate, to be fair, man, we've been going 5 hours, just over 5 hours, man.
Yeah, we've done all right. We've done all right. Still feel. How you feeling? You feeling okay?
I'm a bit worried.
About what? The coffee or the Liveathon?
No, more for my energy for later. Like I'm already like tired now. So I need a coffee, but I can't get a coffee at the moment because this is. Fiona's just said it'll have a flower in it. Very good.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you make a coffee? Have you got instant still?
Yeah. No, I'm determined, man. We got this.
You got this.
So okay, fine. So pour water over the coffee and fill it halfway the paper. Cool. 1 second.
All I'm seeing is a load of electronics, and you pouring water everywhere.
Yeah, that's a worry, isn't it?
Yeah, steady, Eddie. Oh, it all looks very professional, though, Alex. I do like the look of that.
Smells glorious.
Yeah, I bet it does.
Bohemia are shut at the moment, so they can't even deliver one.
They're a cracking little business, isn't they, Bohemia?
Yeah, lovely guys.
Yeah, I love what they've got. I love that place. It's awesome.
It's good vibe.
Yeah, that's what St. needs more of. And that's the sort of splash of
experience-based businesses.
Yeah, but also colourful ones. Businesses that are going to do things a bit differently and fun, and I don't know. There's just something so inviting about Bohemia on a lot of levels. The personalities, the food, the setup. It's just decent. I really like it.
Yeah, they're cool guys, man. Very ambitious.
Yeah, good. I'm pleased.
Well, no, and you got Elsie Mays downstairs. Naomi, hopefully, if she comes in and she sees me struggling, she might hook me up. She can run me one up. Right, cool. So that is happening, mate. That is poured water all over the coffee. Fill it to halfway of the paper. Leave to absorb entirely. Okay. And then pour the rest of the water. Here we go. Happy days, mate. We got coffee coming.
Nice.
So I don't know what happens next.
I wish I could smell it.
It does smell glorious. Smell glorious.
I do love a coffee.
It should be just in time for the next break as well. So what we got next, mate? What we got? What we doing?
We're at a bit of an impasse. So you've got to get your coffee in, yeah?
Yeah, we do need the coffee.
So we're approaching 5:30, so we've got an hour and a half to build you up and get you supercharged for the rest of the day.
I'm up for it, mate.
Yeah, man.
We're all in.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of electronics and stuff around me at the moment that I need to get rid of. Little zen, clear up. I'll probably have a little bit of a stretch out, whatever else, before 7. Problem is, it's going to be the morning's going to be crazy because you got 7 till 12 is intense because you've got the other stuff happening as well with the radio and whatever.
Yeah.
So after the afternoon, I think I'll be in full flow. But this morning's like heavy. I'm not looking forward to being. I'm barely coherent now. And
mate, you're doing fine, Alex. Don't even think like that, mate. You just smashed making that cup of coffee. Honestly, that was a delight to behold.
It took me half hour.
So don't be so hard on yourself, man. I tell you what, why don't you do a refresh and see if we've done any better than 1500?
Let's have a look.
Although I maintain, I'm still amazed it even went up to 1500. I'm well chuffed.
I can't believe you went up to 1500.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh no, we have 1530.
Yay, nice.
Yeah, nice.
I just thought we would stick, so I didn't think anyone would be about. So I thought we would just maintain.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's supposed to take 5 minutes.
15:30. Happy days.
Take a timestamp and send it to James and Ash. They'll be proud of me. Let's have a look. So the last part of that is leave. Let all water run through the coffee. And then drink it. Sweet. That's all right, isn't it? Let me just update this. So we're having a bit of a... So we've got another break in 3 minutes and then inspirational quote off after that, I think.
The only thing about the quote off is I've got my quotes on my phone, which I'm using at the moment.
Well, I haven't got any, so you have to remember them.
Okay. So we're just going to remember and butcher them then, basically. I will if
Probably.
you do. Yeah. All right.
Well, you can... Well, why don't you, during the break, download them onto your laptop or something?
All right.
Have you got them somewhere?
I just the ones I kind of screen grab them as I find them. And
Where'd you
I
go?
leave them on a camera roll so I can refer to them. I've got them in there from years back, so they're all on there. But yeah, we've got enough to be getting on with.
That's fine. All right, cool. Right, so that's going to be ready in 2 minutes. So let's take another 5-minute break, and then I'll be back with coffee.
Yes.
And into the last stretch. Bring it on. See you, Mo.
Yeah, man.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I am delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a second year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. Christine's up. Morning. Oh, you're muted, mate. I don't know why. Let me unmute you. You got it? Nah. There you go. No, there you go.
Back in the game.
Back
Sure,
in the
it's
game.
about time we had a technical hitch, Alex. It's been 15 minutes, isn't it?
Mate, the first couple of hours was brutal, wasn't it?
Hopefully that's it all done and dusted. You can have a clear run throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, it'll be fine, man. It'll be fine. Right,
So
my coffee is ready.
Have you tried it yet or not?
I don't know. No, I haven't tried it yet. So what is that? And you just chuck that away, do you?
Yeah, I guess so.
With a little squeeze. Nice. Thank you, Bohemia. Well, I haven't tried it yet, but I imagine it's great. My mind looks a bit weird. It's got caffeine in it. I know that much.
Mate, I tell you what, I've just had some fudge, some flapjack, and I'm on a bottle of Lucozade. So the future's bright over here at Tally Ho HQ.
Mate. Well, you're getting through it, man. That's what matters. You can crash afterwards, right?
Mate, I'm not crashing at all, mate. I'm on it all day today.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be watching. I'll be, like I said the other day, I'll be sticking it up on telly. I'll be watching it throughout the day. I think Em's going to come and work in the living room today, so she's going to have it on the background as well. Nice.
That's awesome. Right, so
on that note, let me just share this with you. I've just had some nuts, and I've just found that buried in the bottom of the nuts.
What does it say?
It says, "Hi Dave, keep going, babe. Keep hydrated. Get some fresh air. Drink coffee. Eat little and often. Remember why you're doing it. Remember we're proud of you. Kiss, kiss, kiss."
Lovely.
That's what we're talking about the girls, isn't it? The fact that Christine's back in the game. She's had 3 hours sleep, and she's back supporting you.
Yeah, well, she'll be sat here in 2 hours interviewing Kirsty.
So when that interview's taking place, are you off doing an interview for someone else at that point?
Yeah, I've got the BBC Radio Cambridgeshire.
Oh yeah.
So that's and it's a really awkward time because this stream ends at 8 o'clock. So if my interview overruns, we've got to try and get the other stream set up at the same time as on the radio, whilst the next guest is waiting, which is Mary Elena, I think.
Yeah. So you've got a bit of an awkward handover.
It'll be fine. Yeah. We'll wing it.
Yeah, you'll pull it off, mate. It'll be all good. I've got no doubt.
It'll be seamless.
Come on, how's this coffee tasting? I need to know.
It's not very well made. But it's got caffeine in it. I'm in.
Yeah, mate.
I don't think I got it sandy enough. because they're all like big nuggets. Still, they're all like.
Oh,
Okay,
well.
we'll try again later.
Yeah, you have to grind it up properly. Come then. You're going to go first with the quote off?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm going to start with one that I mentioned earlier. That's always important. Is that Daniel Ek? It's amazing what you can achieve. We don't care who takes the credit. And I think for me, what that means to me is so huge long term, and we're seeing it already. So as an organization, as we move forward, you see so many people, the so and so foundation, or the so and and it just creates more silos. So I think for us as an organization, if we want to make impact in the world, we need to find out how best to work with other organizations. So that's kind of what that means to me, is that I don't care if if we get to the end of 2025 and we've helped 1,000 young disadvantaged people start their own business with purpose, and that's helped them, and it goes down in history that Doris did it. I don't care. Like I just want to be involved in that. So that's kind of what that means to me.
Yeah, amazing, nice. Yeah, I do like that a lot. It's definitely, it's just the right foundation, isn't it? It's absolutely doing things for the right reason, which is so important.
Yeah, no ego.
Right.
And ego's a good thing as well. Don't get me wrong. Ego is a good thing if it's used well. If you harness it in the right way and you manage it, you can go too far the other way. But that quote to me, and I know it means a lot to Christine too, is massive.
Nice. We like that one. So I will take that quote and I will raise you Mahatma Gandhi. I'm going there.
Fucking hell, mate.
So happiness is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. Now, I heard that a few years ago, and it made me realize that mine weren't. So I was thinking a lot of things and saying a lot of things, but that last piece of the jigsaw wasn't exactly there. So I love that quote. When what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony, then you're on the right path, and that path is the path to happiness. So I do like that one. There's a lot of power in that, and like I say, sometimes it's all timing. You come across these things at the right time. I think I needed to hear that. There was a certain point in my life where I was like, actually, yeah, that's true. Let's make some changes. Let's get that sorted out. So I do keep that in mind and make sure I'm trying to live as true to myself as I can. And that quote keeps me on the straight and narrow.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. Oh, that's a biggie, man. We went in hard, man. I was like, let's start it's.
Mate, that's only the start. Strap in.
Oh, mate, you're such a deep. Okay, I've got one for you then. So this one, Winston Churchill.
Oh, you swine.
You like that? Pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. Optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty.
Yeah, we like that.
I think it's so important. Like it's such an important thing to think about during times like this. Like especially, you've got to be careful. I get the entrepreneur in me gets excited by change. Like I see a huge opportunity in the world to make a difference off the back of all of this. And I think, this is why I think entrepreneurship as a subject needs to be harnessed more in life, because it allows you to see opportunity in situations. I've just seen, let me just put this on the screen because you're not seeing comments.
No, not the moment. Well, it feels like we bloody can't, can you? You can't make a cup of coffee and set up a decent internet link between us, can we, really?
No, we can't. But we got the hitters. We got some big hitters from a quote point of view, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. And the thing
like
is,
that?
linked to that quote, it's when you see the people who have really pivoted this year and like, okay, let's do this, let's change. When you look, we talked about Neil earlier on, and we talked about Dee, and all these companies who have just gone, right, okay, well, let's come at this a different angle. There is a way, let's keep going, let's find it. And it's
Look at Cliff. I hate bigging him up because he's a pain in the butt when he gets too confident. But he, the work, honestly, the relentless work that he's put in to Snuggeries. It was with all of the challenges with supplies and whatever, because the demand wasn't an issue for Snugs. The supplies is like crazy, man. It's ridiculous what they had to go through. Having to drive 5 hours to go pick up a door because you can't get one from the place we normally would get it, or they sent the wrong one, and you see that across the board in that industry, in the construction industry. You speak to Ian, he couldn't join us on today's Liveathon, but he is going to join us on the 4th of Feb when we do the draw. And he's the same. They're getting absolutely smashed to pieces by suppliers letting them down, and the challenges of all of that is just crazy. But that drive to say, you know what, there's opportunity here. We're driving through it. We're going for it. It's very, very inspirational. It's awesome.
So Snugs is a cool brand. You've set up something pretty decent there, because you're selling that lifestyle. You're selling the promise of, like, listen, we can create anything you want us to create, and we can do it well, high standard, efficient, and you're all likable people. You're able to go in and buy into someone's vision and create for them, which is pretty special, really. I love it. I think the thing about Snugs as well is everyone's like, oh yeah, I'd love one, and then everyone's got their own idea of what it looks like. So I think it's a cracking little brand. I love it.
That's sick. It's very sick. We will be. Cliff's just there. You go straight up. Look, that's exactly the attitude Cliff has, and that's why he is a business partner.
Yeah, man. I love the fact that Cliff's still rocking and rolling as well. Are you working tomorrow, Cliff? Or are you?
He'll be. Yeah, I'll be. This is nothing new, man. There's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning emails every other day. He's an animal.
He's a bloody nutcase. Nice.
Absolute nutcase. Right.
Back to me already, Eddie.
Back to you, mate.
All right. So I'm going to take you to Viktor Frankl, who is an incredible Austrian psychologist, but he was in Auschwitz during the Second World War. So he's got this epic and powerful story. So we're going there on this one as well. Let me just get the right one up, because he's capable of quite a few. Where are we? This makes good viewing, doesn't it? This is almost as good as your coffee making. Are you ready for this?
I'm always
Everything
ready.
can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way.
Oh, nice. I like
So no
that.
matter what's going on in your life, no matter how heavy things are and how oppressive externally things are, there's always the last freedom within all of us, and that's the freedom of choice. You choose how you react to any given situation. That's no judgment if you don't act well. There's no judgment in anything, but the fact remains that there's a choice there within all of us how we react. And when you realize that, there comes an element of responsibility, as in you have to take some responsibility. You choose. It's like we said at the start of this, and you realize who you would want to be in the trenches with. It's like you have a choice. Like, do you rise? Do you respond? How do you respond? But that's always there. Whether you tap into it or not, that's completely another matter. And again, there's no judgment there. But for me, the realization and the choice is always within, I find quite motivating, because I feel like I then have to take responsibility of the situation. It makes me think twice. Like, how could I react? How should I react? Can we do better with this one? And yeah, and it comes from an extremely powerful place. So Viktor Frankl was an incredible man and went on to do an awful lot of good in the world. And he realized what you need to get through challenge. You need purpose. You need to set yourself a task. You need to have something to focus on, but you really need to focus on the power within. And, he stood proud in the face of some extreme actions, and he tapped into that freedom, and they could not get a reaction out of him. He chose how he reacted, and it was incredible. So I take a lot of strength from Viktor Frankl. Absolute legend.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, that's nice. That's one that'll stick with you, isn't it?
Yeah.
I must. Has he written a book or something? I don't know if I've.
Oh, Alex, Man's Search for Meaning.
Send me some stuff.
Yeah, I'll do you Audible or do you actual
Audible ideally.
Okay. I'll send
Yeah.
you a link over for it.
Interesting. Yeah, I like that. Okay.
So the book itself, in the first half of the book, talks about all his experiences, and the second half talks about how he repackages them and how he goes forward with them. So he, like I say, he did an awful lot of good in the world. There's another lady as well, Dr. Edith Egar did something very similar. She went through it all, saw it all, wrote an incredible book called The Choice. But again, it's about choice. It's saying, you choose. Like those people, Edith Egar, Viktor Frankl, have got every right to hate the world, feel betrayed, feel like they've lost something, something's been really taken away from them, but they don't. They choose not to. And it's important. Acceptance is important. Choice is important. And what comes with it is responsibility. We have to rise. It's the only way.
I love that. It's so easy to get ground down by, I can, it's funny. I have these conscious thoughts a lot more recently. And, I can completely understand why people get so bitter and get so angry at the world, and so it causes massive problems, and you just think, I understand, but when you hear that sort of thing, no, you're right, you do choose regardless.
That quote, that's real power. That's real personal power to be able to rise above that situation. And process it in such a way where you can accept it, and not only accept it, but take it forward and do some good with it. That shows real strength of character. That's something quite special and really, really inspiring. He's a really inspiring chap. You've got to read it. It's a great read, and that's awesome. It'll stick with you without doubt.
Love that. Okay. Well, my next one was unsurprisingly business focused, but it's one that stuck with me every turn that I've hit a wall, which was the A definition of entrepreneurship. I don't know who actually came up with this quote, who came up with the quote originally, but it's the entrepreneurship is living your life that like nobody will, so you can live the rest of your life like nobody can. So I love that. You're busting through walls. Like when you're here on a Friday at 10 p.m. and you got here at 9 a.m. and it's the 8th Friday in a row that's happened. Then you go, there's a reason behind this. Otherwise, you have to believe it. You've got to keep.
What does that life look like? So living the rest of your life like others can't. How do you define that? What's the vision?
It's freedom. It's freedom. It's just freedom of choice. It's freedom of choice. To
do things like this, Alex. You're kind of doing it now, aren't you? You're not a million.
Exactly.
Now.
Yeah, exactly. But 3 years ago, when I was saying this to myself in the mirror, when we were in a tiny little office above the auction house, because we couldn't, and our literally, mate, honestly, our kitchen was this big. Like I couldn't have made this coffee with all this equipment. We couldn't even. We had a kettle hanging off the side of the wall because we didn't have enough space. The one of the toilet never worked. It was an absolute nightmare. We were rammed in this place, and so I was saying, no, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. Just keep going. I was in there. We were busting our gut. Even before that, even when we didn't even have an office. It was just, that right there meant we could do this. Yeah. As simple as that. Like all of those nights, all of that work, years of development meant we can do this now. And that's what that quote means.
Yeah. I think you see that across all walks of life, don't you? You see like the overnight success story, and you think you don't see the decade of hard work and study, research, and learning that they've put in to do it. The things like I'm really pleased for you, because with you guys, you, Christine, and the team having that freedom, that freedom's in good hands. It won't go to waste. You will do amazing things. You'll look after the people that work for you. You'll engender this incredible community, and you'll reach out and do some good. So I'm pleased that you're earning that right, the right of freedom, because like I say,
damn right.
Safe hands.
And we got, and there's always, especially with times like this, we've all realized very, very, very quickly during the last year, no one's free, right? We're all constrained by some form of society or a virus that comes from nowhere or whatever. No one's truly free, but knowing that we make choices every day, and that's the amazing thing. I just, I'm so grateful for that, and that quote reminds me of it. We got a few newcomers onto the show. Morning, welcome everyone. Everyone's obviously in their morning routine. Lauren, welcome.
Hey, morning, Lauren.
Mr. Setchell, how are you doing? Morning. I think Christine's still hanging on with us. If you're just tuning in for the first time, do give us a shout. Let us know you're listening. Let us know what your morning routine's looking like. Go over to you then, mate.
Right, bear with me 1 second. So I've got a lot of little mantras that I use as well. So I'll come to them in a minute. But this is a quote I really like as well. And I only found this a few months ago. Again, bear with me a second. So it's a George Bernard Shaw quote, and it's quite short and sweet. He simply says, in life, you do not find yourself, you create yourself.
All like that.
Yeah. So I'm obviously like, there's a lot of self-understanding that has to happen. You do have to dig deep. You do have to process certain things, and you do have to understand. But I really agree with, you don't find yourself at all. I think you are you, but you create who you become. That's the self-development journey. Do you know what I mean? We can be whoever we want to be. It's about the decisions we make and the connections we make, and showing up and being consistent. It's all these things, and you can create anything. And I find it quite liberating and pretty exciting, if I'm being honest. But yeah, it's quite a short and sweet one. But yeah, you don't find yourself, but you create yourself.
I think that's I mean, and you change and you change and you change and change. I think a lot of people don't realize that. They don't understand it, so therefore they don't understand that person that has changed and they've created. Oh, but Dave, you're not the Dave I used to know. What happened to Dave who used to do this? And you've had the conversation. It's
you've
like
changed. I've heard that a few times. You've changed. It's like, I have.
Well, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I created myself, so we're always recreating ourselves. We're always trying to do that. I think that's I like that. That's nice. I think I've heard that somewhere, but I like that. I like that a lot. So the other one next one I was going to go with was this guy behind me, this one.
Yeah.
Which is that the people who are crazy enough to change the world. Is that right? No. Who think they're crazy enough? You think I know? Crazy enough to change the world are the ones that do. And I think this is about, for me, this has stuck with me ever since we got the office. My mum bought me it for my birthday or Christmas or moving in gift. I can't remember what. As my memory is useless as always. And for me, that is what you're doing with Tally Ho. That's what we're doing now. It's the crazy. It's doing something out there that just no one else is going to do because they don't want to do it and they're not going to make any change as a result. So for me, it's like I lean on that. I'll stare at that a few times. You imagine I probably stared that a few times over the last year.
Just tell me the quote again, Alex. Just read the quote out one more time.
So the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones that do.
Yeah, nice.
So it's that self-belief, man. The self-belief is the absolute key ingredient to change. I think it's like unwavering.
There's a Bruce Lee quote as well, which says, "Life's battles don't go to the strongest or the fittest; they go to the person who believes they will win."
Absolutely,
absolutely. It ties into that nicely, doesn't it?
I think it's just a key ingredient of life. Like if you want to do anything for yourself, or you want to change anything, that self-belief is so important. Like it's so, and you can. I don't care who you are. You definitely can. Like there's 100,000 examples of people that probably shouldn't have done what they did, but did. And harnessing that on whatever journey you're on, whatever purpose you've got, whatever mission that you're on, knowing that and remembering that is so crucial.
To be honest, it's the superpower, isn't it? Because you see people who have epic self-belief like coupled with work rate, and they achieve things that leave me in awe. But without meaning to sound too disrespectful, if you actually look at the person, like they're no further ahead or further behind or me or you or anyone else, but they've just got that blend of belief and work ethic, and it can really take you, can't it?
I think it creates the thing I spoke a few hours ago about, which is obsession.
Yeah.
It creates that because you've got that belief, like, but it's so close. You see it all the time. You hear it when you watch, and I don't know if you watch documentaries on people like Steve Jobs or anyone who's been obsessed with anything that they're doing.
Michael Jordan, did you see that? The last time?
Phenomenal.
That dude
obsessed.
was intense and obsessed to the end, wasn't he? He was
self-belief, work ethic.
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
Those two things right there. No, it's awesome.
Yeah, do you know what? That's something that I will. Do you know what? I'm even going to write that down, Alex.
Do it.
Write that down.
When you're allowed to move, when you're allowed to get your butt in the hub, then you can look at it every day.
Yeah, man.
Sarah's just put on. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you've never been in the dark with a mosquito. Love that.
Yeah, nice.
I love that. Nice, Chris. My brother I was talking about earlier is awoken. Morning,
Hi,
mate.
Chris.
Morning,
Good
bro.
Buddy.
Situ, what we got? If you don't like something, change it. Not always possible, but at least try.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Very good.
It's back to you already, Eddie. I came in, I instantly trumped you with a Bruce Lee quote there. I slid that in.
Oh, you did? Mate, you snuck that in there.
I'm all over this, Alex.
What else have I got then? What else did I have on here? I got some notes from earlier now.
I've got one lined up if you want it.
Yeah, go on. Give me one. Give me another one.
So this is always
one more each.
I mess this up when I try and give it, but this is from Alan Turing. So this is the incredible mathematician who, during the Second World War, cracked the Nazi Enigma code, but he did it by creating the world's first reprogrammable computer. So every device we're using, your laptop, my phone, came from the mind of this man, and he was a really unique person, and he absolutely changed the world. He changed the immediate world around him. So he and his team at Bletchley Park shortened the war by 2 years and saved some 20 million lives.
That's phenomenal, wasn't it?
From his mind came everything we come to know now from computing. And he said, sometimes it's the people no one imagines anything of who do the things that no one can imagine.
Nice.
Yeah, which I adore. Sometimes it's those people that you look at and you just don't even notice, and they're the people that rock up and absolutely hit it. Yeah, the people expect, people imagine. Sorry, people. This is what I'm saying. I'm tired, and I can never do this.
Say again. Read it out again.
So I try and deliver this in school sometimes, and I'm exactly the same. Sometimes it's the people no one imagines anything of who do the things that no one can imagine.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, and coming from a really, really special brain, he was an amazing man. Completely. So he was gay at a time in this country where it was completely vilified. He was chemically castrated and committed suicide, I think, in the 1950s. And he had no credit within his lifetime for what he did because the work at Bletchley Park was so secret. It didn't come out until like the year 2000, I think. How amazing he was, but what an incredible mind to think. And it makes me think as well. I love the idea of what people's imaginations can become. Like, so at the start of this year, the start of 2020, we went to Harry Potter World. I know it's a bit of a curveball, but to walk around that place and be like, man, this came out of someone's brain. Like, how amazing. I love that thought of, it's like every time you read a book, you're literally, it's a really privileged access into someone's thoughts, someone's mind. And I just find it really fascinating that, again, like the Liveathon, anything that's created comes from within. And obviously he created something extra special. So yeah, massive respect for Alan Turing.
I like that. Okay, I've got time for one more, a practical one that I use because mainly because Christine will laugh. I wish I had the graphic. It's more of a I don't know if it's like a meme or whatever. Anyway, it's the. Have you seen the picture where the guy's walking along with the wheelbarrow and someone stood there with a square and it's got square wheels, and they're like rocking along, and someone stood there with the round wheel. They've just invented the round wheel, and they're saying, no, we're too busy for that. And I used to send it to Christine and my mum when I was back working farmer days. I used to send it to them when I was trying to implement change from a distance, and I couldn't do it. They're like, "Oh, I'm too busy. I'm way too busy. Always too busy for change." But those just stopping implementing these things, just absolutely life changing when they do. So whenever they would say no, I'd just send them that graphic every day until they would do it, and they would eventually just grind them down.
That does represent you nicely, bud, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know, right?
That is you all over.
No, I thought you like that. Right, we're going to take a quick break. And things are tuning in. So, well, people waking up, can I just put a reminder? Let's get sharing this post now. We've got another 2 hours of this part one. We've got 1 more hour with Dave by my side. I can't believe, dude, we're 6 hours in, man.
It's flown by, isn't it?
This is great. 25%. That's why I'm done. I'm like 25%, mate. You've absolutely bossed this. So yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes, guys, and some more quotes. I'm sure. No more. I'm going to make an actual instant coffee because I've really messed this one up. It's not good.
I don't think the world's ready for you making another coffee, Alex.
No, I'm not going to make another one of these coffees. I'm going to make an instant coffee just because I need some caffeine. Right, wicked.
Right.
See you in 5.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I'm delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a second year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back. We go again. Oh, have coffee.
Cheers,
Lovely. Cheers, bro.
I mean, cheers, man.
I've got a classic. Get Shift Down classic.
Yeah, I've got my number 37.
Yeah, boy.
Proud of it.
One here, somewhere. Here you go. Look. Number one with a lot of pens in it.
So, Alex,
mate,
last
yeah, it's
hour.
good. It's good.
Last hour.
Yeah, I thought I'd just have a little bit of a recap. Where are we at? Where are we
You know
at?
what?
So,
I've
you want to?
I've literally written that down in that break is recap, and I've just started listening. I think it'd be pretty cool just to go back over some of the things we've talked about tonight and just have a little recap, really.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, let's do that. I mean, I just wanted to quickly just check in on the funds. I think we're at 1530 now.
Yeah.
Double check that. Whoa. Okay, 1630.
Yay! And it's
Thank you
1630. Did you say?
Yeah.
Yes, man. Nice.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So thank you. And I've just seen as well another prize been added to the pot from Snuggeries and Pole Hanger. Is it a 2-night stay? So they're building building some snugs over at Pole Hanger, and they've donated. I think it's a weekend stay at one of the newly built, our first ever glamping pods, which is amazing when they're built.
Yeah. Nice.
So thank you.
There's some incredible prizes, mate. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Honestly, it's just, it's just great. I mean, as if it's not incentive enough. But, if you let's look at from a professional point of view. So for any business owners out there that are listening, you get access to Justin for 6 months for a tenner.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just crazy.
And so much more. Like
and so much more. Let's say
staggering list, isn't it? It's such a staggering list of prizes. Let me have a look at that figure. That does look good, Alex, doesn't it? 1630.
Honestly, I'm so happy about that right now.
Where did we start off? Was it just over £1,000 when we started?
Yeah, I think we were about. Let's have it. Well, I can tell you. Let's have a look. I think we were about 1,200 something, wasn't it? It was 1,200. We've done about 400 quid, mate. Well done.
Nice.
Amazing. Unbelievable. Honestly, unbelievable. So yeah, where have we been, mate? It feels like we've been on a long journey over the long.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, I just
got very deep,
and then I ran out of time there as well. But technical issues, I put number one. Mate, you must rise to the challenge, Alex.
We certainly did, and well, the technical.
It's all about, and do you know what? I'm sure by 6:30 there'll be another one, and we'll have to do the switch back to the laptop. That's what life's all about. Life's full of challenges. It's how we rise to them. You just got to overcome. So, technical issues, no problem. Bring it on.
Yes, so we apologise if you watch this back. With the first 2 hours, we apologise.
So, what else should we apologise for? What about that coffee?
No, that coffee. I apologise to Bohemia for not putting your product in the best light.
The best bit was when you ground it up and then just threw it on the floor. That was pretty impressive.
Honestly, I shouldn't. There's still coffee beans everywhere. It's fine. I'll chew them later when I need it.
Another thing I quickly noted down was the hardcore shifties, like the crew.
Yeah, man. Yeah, massive, like big up to the Shifties crew that stayed for the night. It's crazy. You're all
Like some
nutters.
big hitters stay with us, haven't we?
Like we had every intent. Like honestly, you've all just like kept us going because we had every intention of it just being me and Dave.
Yeah.
Like we had no expectation of anyone else joining us. To be honest with you.
No, I'll be honest. I thought it'd be you and I all night, and we wouldn't raise a penny. So the fact we've had a team behind us, and the totals bumped up a little bit, it's been pretty cool, isn't it?
It's amazing, absolutely amazing. And no, Anastasia, the coffee was not a success. That was an hour of the show as well. Yes, Cliff was right. What else you got?
Turns out, though, Alex, you had us all, hooked on that one, my friend.
Oh, mate, no, I tell you what. For me, I love the. It was. Well, we both shed a tear. I think definitely both shed a tear. It was real nice. It's been lovely just getting to know you more, mate.
Yeah, no, I feel the same, buddy. Yeah, it's been cool, man.
Feel a bit, yeah, it's a bit. I could do with a hug, man. There's no one to hug. Christine, when you're getting in, I could do with a hug.
I tell you what, I think I probably went places tonight I didn't think I would do. I perhaps opened up more than I thought I ever would do, really. But I think that's just what it's about. I think that's what this situation does and should and could do for people. It is. We are all in this together, so why not open up and just share and be honest how you feel. If you feel crap, that's fine, mate. Let's just talk about it. And yeah, no, it's
I think that's the attitude, man. I love that attitude. It's something to take from Danielle. I'm probably going to quote her about 18 times today, but I love that message, man. You know what? You feel like you feel crap, feel crap.
Yeah.
Feel good, feel good. Just acceptance is everything.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Em's so good at doing that. She's always been like that. If she's having a bad day or feels rubbish, she just does it. She just says openly, just let me have this moment, and she does, and then she's back in the game. So it's important, isn't it? You just feel how you feel, and that's fine. We've got every right to feel exactly how we feel. And no, it's been cool, mate. It's been. I still can't believe we're 6 hours and 10 minutes in. Like, what the hell?
It's crazy, isn't it?
I feel like we barely started, don't you?
I know, man. I know. Yeah, it's good, man. It's awesome. It's awesome. Well, I wanted to hear you were going to do a chapter reading for us, or at least a couple of pages on your manuscript.
Oh, I don't know if it's the right time for that, Alex.
Nah.
I'll tell you what. I won't do a chapter reading necessarily because I'm useless at reading. I'm all right at talking, but I'm useless at reading. But perhaps let me do the introduction just so you get a flavour of the book.
Yeah, do, man. Yeah, give us some.
Let me do that. So this is a book written for 11 to 18-year-olds, sort of based around the power of the Battle of Britain generation, but all about life lessons that they can, tangibly take on and move forward with. So the introduction goes like this. I truly believe that you can achieve anything in life that you want to. Everything is possible. It's so important that we follow our dreams, no matter how big or small they are, and live a life that is full of fun and fulfillment. You are unique. Never forget that. This life that you're blessed with is an incredible journey that can take you anywhere you want to go, but there is a catch. There's always a catch. It won't necessarily be easy. The path will have many twists and turns along the way, and you will face many challenges. The trick is how we rise to them. The good thing for us all to remember as we navigate our way through this epic adventure of life is the realization that we are not alone in this challenge. Many have been before us who, despite having to overcome some of the most testing of times, still managed to achieve great things and make a hugely positive contribution to the world we live in. And it's these examples that fill me with so much hope. In the following pages, it's my absolute honor to introduce you to some of these amazing folk. We're going to go on a journey back into a chapter in our history where the challenges that people had to rise to were immense. This epic story took place during the Second World War and was beyond important, for our freedom was at stake. You will hear tales of ordinary people just like you and I doing extraordinary things whilst also learning about a huge turning point in this country's history, the Battle of Britain. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, this is a history book, but it's a history book with a difference. My intention isn't just to tell you what happened during those epic days in 1940, but to explore the amazing people involved and what we can take from their experiences that will enhance our own. Trust me, their story is worth knowing. I will be with you every step of the way, and we will explore together how we can practically use this example to help us rise to the challenges we face in our own lives. I've been so privileged to have met some of the characters involved, and many of the stories you'll hear are from first-hand conversations, and I'll tell them to you exactly as they were told to me. The generation of people who lived through and overcame the Battle of Britain have made a huge difference to my life. Their example has given me huge inspiration to move forward in an open and positive way, and I truly believe that they can do the same for you too. Feeling a sense of duty, working together, never giving up, being courageous, being selfless, and appreciating the need for resilience are just some of the incredible values shown. I'd love to share with you my deep respect for the past, but also my faith in the future, and show you how one can positively influence the other. As their own voice becomes quieter and their exploits are consigned to a heroic chapter in our history, it's the interest shown by you and by me that will carry their story and example on for generations to come. They live through and experience their own finest hour, and I'd love them to help you live through yours. To do this, let's take a look at the events of a year that should never be forgotten and meet some of the folk from who we can learn so much. Tally ho.
Oh man, yeah. That's awesome, man. Awesome.
So
Wow.
That's the intro, and it's
Where's the spelling mistake, man? Get that thing out there. That's amazing.
It's ready to rock, mate. I just need to pull my finger out, get someone involved with publishing, and get it out there. But it's just full of powerful stories. It's just amazing, strong men and women who just lived it and who did it, and they know all about rising to the challenge. And there's just so much we can learn from them. So yeah, there you go.
Mate, that's honestly, yeah. I don't know if you can't see the comments, but you're getting a lot of love, man.
No, that's cool, man.
You're getting a lot of love.
It's probably a good thing I don't see them. I don't do compliments very well.
Mate, honestly, it's great. Well, this one we can take, and this is Matt, and I know he's been through it as well. He's needed CPSL in the past, and happy to see us supporting it. So yeah, very welcome, Matt, man. And
awesome.
I know you've been through it, mate. So glad to see you on here, up, motivated as always, Matt, doing your thing. It's great to hear. Yeah, man. Dave, you've inspired us all. We're all pumped up, man. We need to talk about pumped up. I don't know if it's the caffeine or your book, but the combination of both.
Alex, ride that wave, buddy. Ride that wave. I'm sure it's the caffeine.
There you go. Look, here, I'll give you some back. Look, here you go. You got Anastasia just giving you some clamps. Our Lauren, look.
Oh, hi, Lars.
I don't know what Cliff's saying. It's just blank.
It's blank me.
Really? Fair play, David. Look. Get that book published.
Yeah, man. No, that's the intention. It's coming out soon.
That's awesome, man. That's great. It's a rise to the challenge. What a work. What an amazing. That's what it's all about this year, isn't it? It's rising to the challenge. I just love that. That's exactly what we need to see. That's exactly the sort of words that need to be coming out of people's mouth right now.
I think so, and I think it's there for all of us. Like we've got the support. There is the community. We are there to support each other through it, and we all have to rise. Like it ain't gonna be easy. There are gonna be ups and downs as we've faced this year. Like we've all felt it. We've all been there. But we're all still going, and we are still rising onwards and upwards. Like when I end messages and emails with those words, I mean it every time. Onwards and upwards. That's the only way.
Nice, like that. Cliff's explanation.
Oh, mate, Cliff's never present, mate. He's part of the team.
He's an animal, and I say it. Everyone, yeah. Cheers to the hardcore. Cheers to the hardcore.
Is Sarah still about, or did Sarah hit the sack again?
I think Sarah's had a little nap. I think Sarah's gone for a nap. Christine should be on her way in, I hope. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. When the radio calls, I'll be in big trouble. I'll be like this. I'll be. Just hold on a second. Add. Quick. Right. What do you want? Quick. Yes. Give us a shout out. Yes.
So what time you got the radio? Is that coming up at 7:30?
Ish. It's between 7:30 and 8. I don't know exactly when, but we'll find out.
And that'll be when Christine and Kirsty are chatting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to watch that one back.
Kirsty's an amazing lady. There's a lot of power within Kirsty that she's unlocking. So I look forward to that 25 minutes, definitely.
That'd be awesome, man. Awesome. So where else? We were recapping. Where else we kind of had a chat about here?
Mate, we've been there, haven't we? We've been there. We've been to our darkest moments, I think, and
Definitely.
I think we understand each other a lot more than perhaps we did before the night started.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
We've
No, I
been there,
appreciate. Appreciate you sharing, man, and you know, likewise, I wanted to speak up. It's what it's all about. Like we've got to be the first ones to do that, and
yeah. But the thing is, though, dude, I feel comfortable doing it. I just do, and I know you do as well. It's we are all in it together. So like, yeah, there's no issue at all in just being open and being honest. That's kind of the basics, isn't it? Really.
it is, and that's the message of the whole campaign. That's the whole idea, and we don't want this to end today. You know, this is all about, you know, driving that message of positivity, like exactly what Ali is saying in the break that we put on every time, and she said it herself. You know, we're being a positive influence as a community within the town. We're being a positive influence within our mental well-being and championing mental well-being. You know, we got Ed Goodman coming on at 9ish, and he's been getting involved in the Calm initiative over in St Ives. I love that idea. You know, we should have that sort of thing going on in this area. You know, we should have that should be everywhere. It should be just part of the curriculum. It should just be, you know, we need to have a much better understanding of our own heads and others.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the first aid training with Danielle does. You know, she does I love that. You know, right now, if you know, was it 1 in 4 people first aid trained? So if someone falls down, likelihood is you're going to be in safe hands.
Yeah.
I don't know what the figures are with mental health first aids. Not enough.
No, but the thing is, obviously, because Em sat in on that course and she got so much from it. It really has made her think. So, but we mentioned earlier, I mean, while we're recapping, we took the opportunity to go through the list of speakers who are coming up. And man, there's some incredible speakers coming up throughout the day. Danielle's one of them, but there's a long list of people that we can all learn from. It's going to be inspiring and empowering, and I don't doubt it's going to be really open and honest. And mate, you've just got to enjoy the privilege of being in amongst it. I know you're going to get knackered and have sort of hit the wall at times, but just mate, get the caffeine down and enjoy every second of it.
Yeah, no, I am. I genuinely, and that's the thing. Like, it wasn't an issue getting those. At first, it was like, "Well, are we going to be able to get the slots?" You know, no problem, no problem. We have more people than we need, and they're all. Everyone who's speaking up today, everyone who's getting involved in this, understands, and they're all good people. They're just human. We're all just humans, right? We're all just people. We're just sharing stories, sharing ideas. We're going to learn things. Some will open up more than others. Some may come a bit more tactical in terms of what they want to tell us because they've got that expertise, and I want them to use that expertise and share that with us.
But that's the beauty of it. That's the diversity of what's happening today, is that there is something for everyone. So it's almost like there is no one's going to be left behind. There may be someone listening that needs to hear something, and there's enough people there giving out information and talking about experiences where it's just going to be so inclusive of everyone. So, and I think as well, like we touched upon, like from a practical point of view, obviously we are in amongst Blue Monday now, but it don't feel it, does it?
No, I feel good, man.
Yeah,
you feel good.
That's the whole point about this Liveathon. It's a case of it's given everyone that little bit of purpose and buzz and interest and drive, and people can give prizes and feel good and contribute, and even taking the money side of it away, which I'm proper blown away about.
Honestly, I'm astounded by this. I can't honestly. I know we've set a target.
Where's it come from? That's the thing. Like, fair play to it.
Now, honestly, I've we set these targets, as you say, but I can tell you now, I was very happy to get to this point now where we are just about to move into the day at like £500 or something. Honestly, I'm no matter what the result is, I'm committed to get us to 10,000. I don't care if it takes us 2 hours or 2 weeks or 2 months. We're going to get there. I don't care how long it takes us.
Yeah.
But I'm astounded by this, by people's generosity towards the result. It just shows, and it's a very hard time for people. So,
absolutely. And
every little helps.
That's the same for the business owners who have kindly donated all the incredible prizes. It's not a great time for businesses to be doing that yet. Everyone has come forward. Everyone's made their contribution. It has been quite incredible. And
I've had to make
as well is that money will do some good. Like, even if that figure stays the same, that will do some good. And that's the name of the game.
It definitely will. It definitely will. And I'm actually pulling. So I was going to try and at the end of kind of each session sort of thing, just kind of give a shout out to people that have contributed. But there are hundreds. I can't do it in one hit. So I'm gonna. I've asked. So I'm pulling together a list of everyone who's contributed in any way. Whether it's just a prize, whether you've spoke, whether you've made a connection behind the scenes to enable us to get somewhere on the radio or whatever. There's been such a community effort towards this.
It'd be fascinating to see that list. I bet it's huge, isn't it?
It's 100 people.
Yeah, that's amazing. And what's the quote you like? Remind me of the quote.
It's amazing what you can achieve. We don't care who takes the credit.
Yeah, and there's 100 people who are in it and share that philosophy and are doing it, and that's the power of community. It's very strong, and this year and where we're at the moment, it's needed more than ever, mate. It's really special.
It's beautiful, man.
I'm well chuffed for you and with you, absolutely.
Well, you're here, man. Literally, like you're literally right here. And Emma, bless her, she's worked all weekend to get this hustle out there. She's worked, it's just, I'm blown away by the support. It's amazing. The team are doing amazing. Now, good work, everyone. Good work. Right. So before we go, anything else to recap on, because we're going to go to a break in a minute, and then we got our last session together, dude. We got our last. I feel quite sad.
Yeah, I know. Maybe we should just blow everyone out and just keep chatting all day.
Just stick them in the wing. We could definitely do it. We could definitely do a whole day.
I think we could.
I think we'd have a little. Let's set up. We'll do a little podcast.
I don't doubt that.
We get a little podcast going or something, mate.
Yeah, we could, mate, without doubt. So on the list of the recap, we talked about mentors as well. We talked about the people on the way who have just helped us or guided us. There was people when you were at quite a turning point in your life at work when you needed a positive influence and you found it. And what I really like about mentors and mentorship is that it's an ongoing process. Like, you learn from people, and then it's your job to then pass on that wisdom and try and help others. And I really like that. And we talked about martial art and how that process is prevalent there. It's like you learn and you let your guard down, and you have to accept that you don't have all the answers. And then when you spend your time and you go through the process, it's then your job and responsibility to help others on their journey as well. And mentorship's very important and very powerful. And I personally feel really blessed to have had some really, really strong and quite incredible people.
Do you think everyone? I think I don't. You share this, but I think everyone needs a mentor. Not all the time, but I think everyone should at least seek one. Just the process of seeking one is profound. Yeah,
and for me personally, and I know this doesn't always apply, but I don't like it when money changes hands through mentorship. With coaching, it's different. There's a very different relationship there, but mentorship should be quite pure. It should be someone who has got where they've got because of the help of others, and then their right is to then pass that information on and the wisdom they've learned. But no, it is so important. It is important to surround yourself by the right people, have the right influences. But again, that's where community comes in. Like, it's happening all day, every day within the community, which is great.
No, it's true. So true. So true. Okay, right. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back, finish the recap, and then we're going to get ready for a day ahead.
Yes.
Cool. See you in 5.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Ali Anderson and I'm CEO of Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire, or CPSL Mind, and I'm delighted to be involved in Shifty's Speak Up Liveathon. This event is providing a fantastic platform for positivity and resilience during these really challenging times. The thing is that we all have mental health, just like we all have physical health, and we all need to look after it. Especially at the moment when pretty well all of us are having our resilience tested to the max. I know it's a cliche, but the COVID-19 experience really has been an emotional roller coaster for many of us, and sharing how we've been feeling, particularly during the dips, can be a really helpful way of coping. It also helps to share the different coping strategies that we've all discovered during these difficult times. Everyone is different, and the more ideas, the better. Many of you will already be aware of the 5 ways to well-being. These are evidence-based actions that we can all build into our lives for the benefit of our mental health. These 5 ways focus on connecting with others, exercising, being more aware in the moment, learning new skills, and the 5th one is giving to others, whatever that means to you. Today's Speak Up Liveathon creates opportunities to give to others by sharing your stories and experiences and wellbeing tips. Plus, we at CPSL Mind are extremely grateful to Shifties for also making it an opportunity to help raise funds for our organisation, your local mental health charity. We are a strongly values-based organisation, and our vision is a society in which everyone has positive mental health and feels part of a connected community. We provide a range of services across our local communities, including out-of-hours mental health crisis support, community wellbeing activities and peer support, perinatal support for new mums and their partners, talking therapies, campaigns and training. In the year to April 2020, we provided more than 19,000 hours of one-to-one support to in excess of 3,500 local people. We facilitated 1,400 hours of group support to more than 1,000 individuals, and we reached thousands of others via suicide prevention and positive wellbeing campaigns and our mental health related training, which helps build skills and tackle stigma and discrimination. For full details of what we currently offer, please see www.cpslmind.org.uk. The funds raised by the Shifties Liveathon will support all of our activities by helping to fund the organisation's backbone that ensures that everything we do is of the highest quality and is always informed by the voices of the communities and individuals we support. As an organisation, CPSL Mind is known both locally and nationally for our flexibility, our innovation and our determination to involve those with lived experience of mental health issues in everything that we do. It's fundraising events like this that enable us to grow and develop our services for better mental health. We're massively grateful to you at Shifties for supporting us for a 2nd year running and for everything you and your members are doing to promote positive wellbeing locally. Thank you so much.
We made it, mate.
Back in the game.
Back in the game. Back in the game. Welcome everyone back. Here we go again with technical issues. No, I'm joking. I think we're all right. No, David, we might have lost Dave for a second. It wouldn't be fitting if you didn't have a technical issue at the end.
Oh dear God, really? Can you hear me, Alex, or not?
There's a bit of a delay. It's a bit of a delay.
Oh my good God.
Dive back out, dive back out, dive back in.
It was always going to happen, bud, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, you called for it, man. You asked for this.
Go on, Alex, do your piece. Talk to your people. I'll be with you in a second.
No worries. So, yeah, so just to recap, we've got now ahead of us, we've got so many amazing guests lined up, like back-to-back guests. And we've already raised £1,630, which is just ridiculous to be in this position. It took us months to raise £2,000 last year with the We're Still Here campaign, and we're already at £1,630. So thank you so much to everyone who's donated so far. Phenomenal effort. I mean, it's just mad. So I can't wait to see what today brings, what challenges comes. There's another new prize as well in here. Ah, wow.
What have we got?
A year's supply of IT support from Matt
Nice.
Setchell. Thank you very much, sir. Wow.
Amazing.
That's amazing. That is amazing. And I mean, I couldn't even list the prizes off. I mean, they'll put it on that slide in between, but that's not even all of them. You know, that's the crazy thing. Like, there's so much to be won. It's just amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And you know what? Everyone's contributed in their own way. You know, I've had messages from people saying, I'd love to get involved in this campaign any way I can.
Yeah.
What can I do to support it? What can I do? Like, and it's therefore then inspired the main thing, which is for people to speak up, and to come out of their shell a little bit in times of need, to say, you know what, I need to speak to someone. I need to reach out. And that ticker is underneath all day. If you do find yourself in that distress, then that's what CPSL Mind are there for. But we as a community are here to champion you. We as a community are here to support you. Is Emma there? Is that, let's see.
Just surfaced, yeah.
Well, you did say 6:30 on the dot.
Yeah, 6 on the dot. Yeah, I told you. Yeah.
You were,
The
yeah.
alarm will go off. She's straight up and at them.
Give us a wave then, Emma. Come on.
So, you want to come give us a wave?
Oh no, not anymore.
No.
That's a no, Alex. She's going for it.
Yeah.
Morning.
Hey, morning.
How are you guys doing so well?
Nice.
Yeah,
Well done.
we're there. We're the last stretch.
Yeah, you're amazing. Keep going. Well done.
Morning, Emma. Thank you.
Is Christine still with us, Alex?
Christine, Christine's just said morning, Emma. But she should be on her way here. I'm worried now. Get in here. 'Cause I got oh, it's lovely. Yeah, it's amazing. It's just, yeah, the hardcore is still here. That Cliff's managed to get his breakfast routine on. 4 minutes, enough time to cook a steak breakfast.
I can believe it as well.
He's just an absolute nutter, isn't he?
Yeah, man.
And again, a massive thanks to Cliff and the guys at Snuggeries as well for their donation as a prize, and their donation to the cause by way of monetary as well. It was fantastic. And Christine's just reconfirmed for me that she will be here.
She'll be there on time. No, that's awesome, Alex. I mean, it's been an awesome night, mate. I can't believe it's been, what's that, 6.5 hours plus.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
it's been amazing, dude. It's been so cool.
No, thank you. I thank you for your support, man. It's I don't know what I'd do on my own. Like I say, I have no idea what I would have done on my own.
No, that was never going to happen, mate. Whether it was me or someone else, that was never going to happen. Like I say, this is team effort all the way.
Damn right. Damn right. So I want to finish every guest comes on here asks for, let's think about the future. Let's think about what can we be positive for? What can we be hopeful for in the future? How can we move forward in a way that we're feeling more positive? And what can we do with ourselves and our community to support each other and think more positively about the future? What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think personally that, let's face it, the future is going to involve change, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. So change isn't something that should phase us. It's an opportunity. So I think that's something we've got to embrace together, really. It's going to be different, but let's make it amazing. And I think we've all got it within our power to do that, especially together. But that's the way I see it, is whatever the new normal looks like, it can be incredible. It will be sociable. Imagine the parties, imagine the gatherings. Like, this isn't it will never happen. This will happen. Like, we will get together. You imagine that first event where the lid lifts and we're back, and it will happen. So it's coming. So I just think embrace the change and let's get back to it, be together, and just, lots of positivity, lots of fun. That should be a year of fun. Like that, everyone needs that now, don't they? Like, let's have a laugh and enjoy it. I
can't wait. Honestly, I can't wait for it. I just, like you say, it's the party. I'm just like, I'm hell bent on the party. Give me that, get everyone in parties. There'll be a lot of them. Yeah, we'll all be like.
What it's about, though. It's about. I mean, obviously, you guys, this community. I've been following you for a long time. This year, or 2020 was the first year where I really got involved. But to make that a real personal connection, it's about to shake everyone's hand and give everyone a hug, and it'll be quite special. I really, really look forward to it. So I personally think there is so much to look forward to. Yes, there is also a lot of challenges ahead, but we're experienced with them now, aren't we? After the last year, we know what we've got to do. We know it's not going to always be easy, but there is support out there for one another. So let's lean on each other in those low moments, and then let's just embrace the hell out of it, bud.
I think that's it, isn't it? Right there. Like you just need that community. Community's everything, man. Like and there's so many. I was saying this to Joe, and I'm sure we'll discuss this later when Joe Glover comes and joins me later. But some organisations are almost ruining the word community. Community is it's a big meaning. There's a huge meaning to the word community, and we've seen so many amazing things over the last year, and we almost lost touch with them for a little bit. It was like, remember the first lockdown through summer through to May, kind of. You had the May Day stuff. Everyone was out in the streets, and it was lovely. It was just wonderful. And we lost that a little bit in some of this. And I think I'd love to see us embrace that off the back of all of this.
I think we will, though. I think the thing is, there was that initial response to this challenge where everyone rose and everyone was together, but it's been tough and it's gone on for a long time. And the thing is, it has worn people down, and that's completely understandable, completely natural for all of us. But it's still there. And you talk about Joe, saying, maybe some people are making community a cheap word, but actually you can't do that, because you can't replicate a true community. It's a feeling, it's very real, it's very tangible. So people can try and rip it off, but the fact remains that either it is or it isn't. And we're very blessed that it is for us. It is very real.
Damn right.
We are here together, and I've got a lot of time for a lot of people have really risen this year. So yeah, a lot of love and a lot of thanks goes out to a lot of people.
I want to just have a little think back to some of the earlier challenges we had running in the Shifties community that I thought were really
they were epic,
profound.
There's three I think that really stand out.
Let me try and list them for you, because I imagine I know. One was the Know Yourself quest with Mr. Thatcher.
That was amazing. Let's just look at that for a second.
I mean, I couldn't believe. I mean, Chris showed me then, because me and Chris were back and forth on this. We were chatting about it, and as he was kind of formulating it and whatever else. And I didn't think that we'd be able to get that level of depth of connection through an online activity like that.
It was amazing. It was all timing as well. It all just happened at the right time. Everyone needed it. Everyone opened up. I think there were one or two big players within the community that opened up straight away. I think Danielle was one of them, as I remember.
Yes.
It just opened it up for everyone, didn't it? But yeah, Chris's quest was incredible, and I look forward to. Obviously, Chris is loving life as Superdad at the moment, and I'm so pleased and happy for them. But also, I look forward to when he does future.
Get him back.
Yeah, there's a lot of power in Chris Thatcher. So no, that was one of them. What else have you got there? So the quest was one.
The video challenge, Tom. I mean,
Game
that
changer.
Guy. Honestly,
yeah,
I just and even beyond just the challenge, to see Tom grow through the lots of the years I've known Tom. Even this, so what you won't know, and what people won't know when they watch BBC Look East later and they see us and they see this happening. Tom and Ollie, bless them, Ollie Jenkins, another shout out who's bust his gut. At 5:30, we got the shout out about the heads up about the BBC thing. They've worked the weekend to pull that video footage together. He always rely on. I mean, Tom as a person, I've seen him grow, and the challenges grew him. Like you know what he's like. He's such a special man. And when you see his energy off the back of those challenges when he runs them, he should be doing this more often. So I'm going to be begging Tom to bring back his video challenge. I don't doubt he'll be back with it. He's working on a few things right now for himself and his business and his life, and he's changing a few things. So without a doubt he'll be back with a video challenge, and likewise with Chris. But I think both of those were massive.
Yeah, they were. And for me personally, Tom's especially changed everything for Tally Ho. So I had always had such a hang up, and I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't sit in front of a camera and do it. I remember the first challenge one, day one was just horrific, like just awful. The camera was
It's
moving
so funny.
around. I was nervous. Everything was like, but to work that intensely and that quickly, and for everyone to share not only their videos, but by doing that, sharing a little bit of their story and themselves. Yeah, it was awesome. And that's, I mean, I wouldn't be doing this, for example, without that challenge. There's no way.
No.
Yeah, so powerful stuff. So yeah, Tom and Chris, and the
Third one. Trying to think of the other challenge that might have hit your nerve. Was it with NAM challenge? Maybe was it with NAM challenge?
For me, it was the morning meditation.
Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah, that was fantastic.
That was cool because
Yeah,
because there's with that, she's got such a positive energy, and it doesn't matter whether you're in person or whether it's online. You just get it, you just feel it. So at a time when there was a lot going on in the world, she was just a very cool, calming influence. And like you said, when we spoke about it during the night, how amazing how she managed to adapt and pivot to the situation, to have that moment, that freak out of like, oh my God, like what is happening? But then to be like, I'm still going to deliver some good. There's a need for me in the world right now, and I'm going to fulfill it. And yeah, so I think that was really special as well. So, but
she
again,
delivered, didn't she?
Yeah, but 3 really special challenges from 3 really special people. It was a great way for me personally to get involved with you guys. It was a bit of an eye opener, really.
No, I'm glad. And you may not know this, but Mary Lena was the voiceover artist for our Snuggeries video.
Oh, was she?
If you go to the Snuggeries website, and because we were back and forth, Tom was trying to find because there's one part of it where it's like all animation drops in, it turns to real life. You know, it was a big production thing, and we were trying to find the voiceover artist, and then I don't know what, it just tweaked, and I was like, wait a minute, let's just ask Mary Lena, because like you say, her voice is so soothing, it's like perfect. Spoke to her, she was like, I actually was a voiceover artist. She used to do that. So that was her thing. So can you picture Mary Lena at home, surrounded herself with a load of pillows because she tried to get the sound barrier up for it. Tom's coaching her on the video to how to do it, whatever else. You know, that's just, she's just a great woman, and I can't wait. Well, she's on soon, so she'll be on at 8ish. I think she's 8. I have to relook at the schedule, but I know she's about 8 o'clock.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of special people involved, mate, in there. It's it's very cool, man. Very cool indeed.
It's awesome.
So before, obviously, we're getting towards the end of it. Are you going to give me a little refresh to see if we've managed to make any more progress?
Let's have a little look. A secondo. It wasn't that long ago. We refreshed it though.
It's a long shot.
Not yet. No, still 1630. Still £1,630.
Come on, people.
Keep it coming. Yeah, so right now, so I've just seen, we doubled our viewers now in the last 45 minutes. So let's share this around. Share it in your local groups. Share it. Invite people to the stream. We're going to be switching over at 8 o'clock. We'll be switching over to the second stream. But for now, let's get awareness. Let's share this out there. Comment. Let us know you're watching. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what you're up to. What you're up to today. You're going to be able to tune in. Have you seen the schedule? Who you're looking forward to hearing from? Give us a shout out. Let us know what you're up to. But yeah, we're at 16:30. I mean, it's still, mate. Honestly, I just can't.
It's awesome, Alex. Like we've said a few times, that it's just not. It hasn't gone the way we thought it was going to, has it? Really?
No, we had a plan. Well, we had a rough plan. And I'm glad we didn't put so much time into it.
Yeah. No, it was amazing. The fact that we had the hardcore few. Who just stayed with us, incredible. The fact that
massive shout out for the Shifties hardcore. Like honestly, it was like I was like got to about 2-3 o'clock in the morning. I was thinking they're gonna drop off. No, they're not wavering. Love it.
Is Cliff still there? Is Cliff still about?
Probably, yeah. Cliff will be there. Cliff will be there till he's building at 8. You know, so it's all good, man. And I see Lenka, my first guest, has just tuned in as well. Lenka, good morning.
Morning, Lenka.
I'm looking forward to your share. So you're on at 7. Yeah, you're with me at 7. Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's going to get going. Oh, and Anastasia said, what I could have done if you weren't here, I could have spent the time making 1 cup of coffee.
It was an epic watch, Alex, that was.
It was awful, wasn't it? It really was.
It was quite something, I have to say.
I thought it would have been something, I thought, a bit something different. I never made a coffee like that before.
Really?
Well, yeah, no, not like, all the filtered stuff, put it all in, here she is. Look, we were just talking about you. We were talking about your amazing meditation challenge you did earlier in 2020. And we're feeling great. We're feeling energized.
Yeah,
We're
feeling
feeling
good.
optimistic. We're feeling positive about the day ahead. We are buzzing over here. We're very, very happy to be here.
Yeah, and Alex, mate, like it's the whole point about the night shift is you just got to take this on with you. Like I say, you've got so many awesome people to chat with throughout the day, and just enjoy it. It's such a one-off. It's such a unique day and experience. And like we said a few times, it doesn't feel like a Brew Monday. So let's keep on with that. Keep on the up and just enjoy.
Positivity, positivity, positivity. Cool. So let me just give a quick roundup in terms of the next few guests, just so I can give everyone a heads up, because you're all tuning in now and seeing the numbers picking up. I'm seeing everyone tuning in, which is great. Good morning. Hope everyone's had a good night's sleep. We haven't. We had a good time.
Oh, yeah, it's been worth it.
So at 7 o'clock, I've got Lenka joining me. Cannot wait for that. Lenka, founder of Cambridge Social Media, and she's tuning in from her home in Czech Republic, which is awesome. Then we've got Christine's going to substitute for me at 7:30, and she'll be interviewing Kirsty Goddard, and we will hopefully be finding out why she's called Mrs. Sausage. I'd like to know. And then Mary Elena will be joining me at 8 o'clock, and that'll be on the new stream. So just be aware if you're. So we'll have a bit of a crazy time from 7:30 to 8, because I'm going to be stepping out for half an hour to jump on the radio. And then, but at the same time, I've got to flip the stream to the other one, because you can only stream for 8 hours on this. So just keep an eye out for that second stream. As soon as you get on there, please share the new stream, invite everyone to it, comment on it. Just get involved. Let's get that engagement going right up.
That's from 8 o'clock, Alex, is it?
8 o'clock's to flip the switch over. Yeah, so keep an eye out for that. It's already scheduled on the Shifties page. I'll pin it as a top one. But if everyone can just share that around, get the energy up, get the engagement in, because these people are coming here to share with you. They're speaking up for you. They're speaking up for us as a community. We want to put this message out there, and the more of us that are watching, engaging, that's going to really encourage those that are speaking. And then at 8:30, I've got Anne Bailey from Form the Future, CEO of Form the Future, coming to join me. I cannot wait to speak to Anne, and I know she's been on such a journey over the last year with Form the Future and personally, so I'm sure that's going to be great. And then I won't go beyond this next person, but to take us into 9 o'clock into 9:30, I've got one of my best friends in business, and one of the first people I met in business. Now, Ed Goodman, who's the founder of Freelance Heroes, founder of Boom, social media expert. He's an IPSI ambassador of the year. I mean, this is a man who stands up for freelancers and it really gives them a voice. He was the first person I met in business, because I was working. But when I worked back at pharmaceuticals, I went to this mastermind in St. Ives. I was Googling networking, and I was so lucky to find his room. And I walked in, and I'll tell you this, Dave, right? This actually forced me to take the leap. I put the whole format of a mastermind. I know you've been part of some of the masterminds I've hosted in the past. Really simple concept, right? Bring a challenge. We ask questions about it, and then we offer a solution of some form to support that person. My challenge was, do I go for it? Do I take the leap and go and do this thing with Christine and build up towards where we are right now? Yeah. Or do I stick to the corporate, stick to it safe, wait for my gold watch, whatever else? And the relentless, just do it from that room gave me the courage, gave me the support to go off. And that's a community that I'm still well part of. And I'm very proud of. So I'm really proud to do that. So they're the next 5 guests that are going to be joining us. And then after that, well, go look at the website. Go look at shifties.co.uk/speak up and just be in awe.
Man, it's going to be an amazing day.
Oh, yes. Right. So, Dave, you've got 4 minutes, right? Parting words. Give us something. Come on.
Oh, man. Parting words, man. Everyone, just let's come together. Let's come together. It's been a crazy, crazy year, crazy time, but we're still here. We're still fighting. I'm a firm believer in onwards and upwards, always onwards and upwards. There's always something to look forward to. We're here, we're together. Mate, let's just enjoy. Let's move forward, move past this and enjoy. But it's an incredible community and everyone's there for each other. You can reach out. Pretty much everything you could need is within this community. So enjoy the rest of this day without a doubt. But man, challenges are there to be risen to. That they are. You have to rise to these challenges, and that's where growth is. That's where strength is, and we've all got it. Everyone in this community's got it within them. We've all had our ups and downs, but we're all in it together, bud. Absolutely.
Damn right. Damn right. Well, look, Dave, I could thank you from the bottom of my heart 100 times for the last 6 hours and 52 minutes that you've managed to stay here with me and support me through the night. Honestly, it's been a privilege, mate. Honestly, just for you to share so openly, and anyone who does get a chance, do go back and watch. Maybe the first 2 hours a bit buffery, so be careful. But either way, man, like you've been an absolute inspiration. You are an inspiration, and what you're doing with the Tally Ho projects for the future of our society, our local community. Everything that you stand for is exactly what Shifties is about. So, we share those values, and I appreciate everything you do for the community and me personally.
But the thing, I reciprocate that, Alex. Like, this is a special day and this is a special community. And obviously, it wouldn't be without you guys and your team. So, again, awesome. It's amazing for us all to have this positive day to look forward to and to enjoy and to learn from. So it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing to be part of. It's a real privilege.
Well, we got some parting comments because those who weren't there, you got to miss out. You missed out on a sneak peek into Dave's book, his introduction, which blew everyone's mind who was listening. You got some lovely words here from some of the hardcore like Cliff, who've been with us through the night. Through the night. Well done. You got a question here from Laura. Are you going to sleep?
Oh, no way. No, I'm here. No, I'm going to get on the sofa. I'm going to watch the rest of the day unfold. So I'm in it to win it.
Nice. A message from Chris. Get that book out there, Dave.
Yes, I will do, man. It's coming. Small, consistent steps. You know the drill.
Yeah, damn right. Another best wishes from Mary Elena as well. Nice
one. Thanks, guys. It's been cool, Alex. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, you got that. It's good. Well, welcome, Ryan. Wakey. We've been up here all night.
Morning, Ryan. And Alex, before I go as well, like the way I work, like everyone who's in my sort of inner world has a nickname. I never use anyone's name. Like Emma, I call Coachy, and there's a lot of nicknames going on in my world. And you've got yours now, my friend. That's not even you. The hussy is in the house.
Don't bring it back, man. Don't bring it back. Let me remove you.
You're coming. You'll be in my phone as the hussy when I finish this. So yeah.
Oh, don't. We. You need a lot of context before you understand that.
I think it's quite self-explanatory.
Well, look, loves to the family, Dave. Thanks for all the support. I'll see you in the comments.
It's a pleasure, Alex.
And
onwards and upwards, buddy. Yeah, onwards and upwards.
Damn right. And I'll be back in 5 minutes with Lenka, and we'll be kicking this day off.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Enjoy, brother.
Rise to the challenge, bro.
Yeah, man.